Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like it's takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it.
15 seconds, guidance is internal. 12,
You're the new
11,
MC, you got
10,
the
9,
remix.
ignition sequence
Keep it
start.
on repeat, just
6,
let the beat
5,
kick.
4, 3,
Everywhere you
2,
go.
1, 0. All engine running.
Here we go. Wow, who's gonna get it? Is flying, crushing here. These two women.
Lucy Charles Barkley, the focus in her eyes is unparalleled.
He's found the power.
I've got goosebumps. This is the bit that gets me.
He's so happy. Look at him. He's in disbelief.
To the Ironman banners, the red carpet.
They created history today.
Going to be an American record for the fastest Ironman.
But now this man has emerged. Executed the perfect victory.
Hello, and welcome to Ironman Now and our live coverage of Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. Emilia-Romagna is one of 20 administrative regions of Italy situated in the north part of the country. The town of Servia is a seaside resort town in the province of Ravenna. It's a major seaside resort, and we are loving it here, of course, now that the sun has come back out. I am your host, Dee Dee Griesbauer, joined live in studio by the legendary McKeely Jones. Of course, we're on a 24-hour delay due to severe weather in the region for the past 48 hours, but today, our weather is fabulous. McKeely, tell our friends and fans about the weather conditions today versus just 48 hours ago.
Yeah, what a day makes. Completely different from yesterday. You know, right now we can see the sun is just starting to come up. It's a little chilly. It's 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 degrees Celsius. They're saying it's clear, but we definitely see a little cloud in the horizon. The humidity, though, is 87%. The winds are about 7 miles per hour to 11 kilometers per hour. And you better slip, slop, and slap because that UV index is about a 5.
That's right, and we are here racing today in the town of Servia. Today, this is a women's pro-only event, so all of our focus will be on our professional women athletes. But what a great host community we have here in Servia. There's one qualifying slot for the 2023 Ironman World Championships up for grabs here today. So just one slot, winner take all. Nobody in our field is qualified for next year.
Yeah, we're already talking about 2023, so one slot here for our women. And that's definitely one of the reasons why we have almost 30 women lined up, because this time of the year, there's a lot of focus coming up on the World Championships, coming up in Hawaii and coming up in St. George.
Right, it's a great opportunity for some of the athletes not qualified for this year, although we do have one competitor who is racing both.
Yes.
But a great opportunity for these athletes today to grab that slot, clear their calendars for next year. We also have over 3,000 athletes registered for the Ironman. And of course, because of the delay in the Ironman, we are running side by side with 70.3 Italy as well. So lots of spectators, lots of activity out on the course. There are 26 age group qualifying slots to the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship as well. So lots going on out there today. I think all of the athletes would share one thing, and that is a sense of gratitude. Because 24 hours ago, they were unsure whether or not they would be able to compete. So that uncertainty has got to be difficult, but now, gratitude because we are racing.
Yeah, I think if I was in that situation where, you know, you prepare, you're psyched, and then all of a sudden you get a weather delay. But what a fantastic job the organisers logistically to get everyone back and going.
And there we go, our national anthem to get things off and running here this morning. We have an exciting course for our athletes to tackle today. Makili, why don't you tell us about it?
Well, you know, the swim, it's a single loop, of course, 3.8 kilometers, 2.4 miles. The water temperature is 21.4 or 70.5 degrees Fahrenheit. And basically, it's shaped like a boot. So we're in Italy, and the swim course is shaped like a boot. I love that. So basically, they're going to swim on the central beach of Sevilla in the Adriatic Sea, and they're going to swim along the shore before they turn back and complete the swim and head back into transition.
And of course, our full gas bike course is a 2-loop, 180 kilometers / 112 mile bike course that starts at the promenade of Servia and leads through the countryside of Romagna and the Salt Pans Nature Park. Of course, it's home to the famous pink flamingos, but athletes can't dawdle petting the flamingos after passing through Bertine Oro. The course descends back into Servia, a total of 400 meters in elevation gain, so not that much. It's going to be a fast course.
Yeah, and the run is slightly different from previous years. It's a 4-lap course. Of course, it's 42 kilometers, 26.2 miles if you're going old school. Each lap is approximately 10 kilometers. It's extremely flat with only a 50-meter total elevation gain, but it's awesome how it runs through the touristic Sevilla and Milano, Matrima regions along the port canals. And there's actually 4 aid stations also on the run today. So the athletes are going to need that as well. Even though it's quite cool, those aid stations are going to be significant because of the humidity.
And we'll take it back down to our swim start here and take a peek at conditions on the day, as well as to take a preview of our VinFast Ironman World Championship coming up and the athletes who are qualified. Josh Amberger, a great name there. He typically tends to lead the swim in that race. And of course, the astounding news that Jan Frodeno has had to withdraw, as well as Cody Beals and Alistair Brownlee also listed there in red, because they are recent withdrawals from the Ironman World Championship.
And of course, Christian Blumenfeld, can't count him out. He's definitely very, very favored to win right now.
Lots of famous names. Taking a look here, Ben Hoffman always has been a factor in the race. Sebastian Kienle, former champion. Chris Leiferman had a fantastic race at the St. George World Championship back in May. And of course, Lionel Sanders has had a great year so far.
And Tim O'Donnell's there as well. And of course, we also have, is Joe Skipper racing? I hadn't heard yet, but he possibly may not have be on the schedule yet. But of course, we have Jan van Berkel and of course, Tim van Berkel, who aren't related, are also lined up.
And Rudy Van Bergen, his first Ironman World Championship appearance, will be great to watch him rip apart that bike course and see what he's got. Of course, we have a fantastic field of female competitors as well, including the likes of Lucy Charles Barkley coming back from injury. She's done a couple of races now, proving her fitness and racing her way fit. Some great names. Haley Chura, superstar swimmer, she will be there. Sarah Crowley has been on the podium before at the Ironman World Championship, so an exciting women's field as well. More names to come.
Yeah, Sarah Crowley as well is also on that list. You know, she's definitely one to watch. On this list, definitely Kat Matthew is my standout. Of course, the American Joshua McCauley's had a pretty solid season as well.
And let's not forget Daniela Reef, who people were starting
and
to...
Laura Phillip.
People were starting to count her out, and she proved them wrong, absolutely, in St. George, our defending champion, so to speak. So that should be exciting. Chelsea Sodaro making her debut at the Ironman World Championship. And Els Visser, she actually is going to join us later in the show to tell us about her preparations.
No, it's exciting to see the quality of triathlon and to be coming up on the Ironman World Championship scene with the 70.3 and the Ironman coming up. I'm just so excited to see what's going to happen in October.
And of course, historic, because our men and women will be racing on separate days. Our women will be competing on Thursday with a handful of age group men, but predominantly the women on Thursday. Of course, the men will be taking center stage on Saturday. So historic 2-day format there as our professional women getting ready to line up here in Servia. We've got a pro women's only field. We have some special coded caps. So if you see some special colors, those are athletes of note. We've got Julie Darren wearing white. We've got Chantal Saint-Cyr wearing green. Alexandra Tondor will be wearing a yellow cap. Tara Grosvenor will be in blue. And Zelcha Sabin will be wearing an orange cap. So those are some of the athletes who are, we think, going to perhaps factor into the swim, if not be contenders for the overall race.
Yeah, I think the water temperatures, they're going to be excited to get in the water temperature. It's definitely a lot warmer than standing on the beach right now, as you can see a couple of the athletes shivering. But let's move over and have a little recap of the women racing today. So Julie Duran, so she's a rookie. So I'm excited to see how she goes. Savenya Thos, of course, has had a stellar season so far. Joanna Ryder, I think she's going to be one to watch on the bike.
Yeah, she will definitely come through on the bike and certainly on the run. And of course, Alexandra Tondor's got a very strong bike-run combination, and Kristen Leopold from Germany, another name to keep your eye on,
especially on the run
throughout today.
And of course, Katharina Gorman, another athlete that has had quite a good season. And then you have Chantal Saint-Cyr, who is a good swim biker.
Yes, of course, Tara Grosvenor coming off a lot of racing. She just raced Ironman Ireland, had a breakthrough performance there with a 5th place. So that's exciting for her. Of course, Gabriela Zelenka and Maja Betts as well, some of our female pros to keep an eye on here. We got a chance to catch up with some of our women racing here today. Let's take a peek at what they had to say about today's race.
The swim, it will be a sea swim. I really like to swim it in the sea when it's not too choppy out there. Well, I'm not the best swimmer, so if there come some waves, it's better for me. So it's just a fight against the ocean and not just a technical swim. You're gonna run a lot into the water because very shallow water, so it's gonna be running along the beach and then run in the water, then swim a little bit, and then it's gonna be shallow again, so run again, and then you can swim properly.
It's pretty flat, but we race on a highway, so that's going to be exciting. There's one little climb, which, yeah, you'll just attack full gas.
I don't know if that suits me so much because I'm not, I'm light, you know. I'm a good bike rider, so I'm pretty good with a flat course where I can just put my head down and give it a go. The bike course is very fast, not technical at all. On the way out, you usually have a tailwind, then you go on the motorway and you have this tailwind, and the first hour you're gonna average 40 kilometers per hour like nothing and feel super strong, but then the way back is gonna be hard. The run is through Chelvia, through the city, 4 laps, and when there are many spectators out there, I think that will be very good.
It's still my favorite run course because it's really small, on a small area, so there's a lot of people on the course cheering. It's not too fast, I would say, because there are a lot of corners, so you can't really get into the rhythm and go straight. And you have 4 laps, so you really have time to enjoy everything.
What a nice job done by our Fighting Chance series. It's always interesting to talk with the athletes to get their perspectives about the course and what they're looking forward to throughout race day. Welcome back to Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, brought to you by Roca. Find faster with Roca. So here we have our scene set, Mikili, the athletes, the nerves, of course, having to wait an extra 24 hours would be extra high right now, but I think these athletes are going to be full of gratitude. At one moment, you know, the race was canceled due to severe weather. Athletes didn't know if they were going to get a chance to compete today. Here we are 24 hours later, and we are getting ready to get going.
No, and they probably trained a little bit yesterday if they could. And today, you know, it's just that race mode. Make sure you're warmed up, particularly in these chilly conditions. They're going to be taking a big, deep breath in. They're going to visualize exactly what they want to achieve right now. And you can see the nerves, the shaking of the hands, you know, very focused. The gun's probably going to go off in like less than 30 seconds. So at this point in the race, you're just so focused on getting into that water. That's all you're thinking about right now.
Of course, tough to tell whether that's shaking his nerves or just the chills, because it is a chilly morning here this morning. The wind is up as the athletes make their way into the water, jumping over. We see a lot of high knees as they get through the break there, a little bit of waves. Given the wind direction, we see, as we like to call here up in the booth, a little bit of texture on the water. And if we can see that much texture from here, we know these athletes are in for a good, strong swim. It's going to be a tough swim out there.
Yeah, seemed to be quite shallow at the start of the swim, so we saw a lot of dolphin diving and high knees, and that's going to really elevate your heart rate as well. And sometimes if it's cold water, that's going to have a significant impact. Thankfully today, the water's in the 70s, so that's not going to have as much of an impact. But I think today what we're going to see is one swimmer in particular, Julie Duran. You know, she is very strong, comes from an ITU background, has had a couple of top 10 finishes, hasn't raced an Ironman. We talked about her being a rookie today. She has raced a little bit under a 70.3 distance this year, and she has, in 2021, she did race 2 70.3s with podium positions.
And it looks like we have two distinct groups forming. That group top of screen took a slightly different line, but seemed to be pretty evenly paced. Of course, that orange cap at the bottom of your screen, out of Croatia, that is Zelka Sabin. She's another super strong swimmer. I did see the green cap of Chantal Saintier in there, as well as the white cap of Julie Darin, who you had mentioned, her strong swim background, given her race experiences across the draft distance, the ITU short course distance. They tend to come out with very, very strong swim skills. So our women are off in two distinct groups here as we get underway. Mikili, talk to me about the conditions on the day. You had mentioned the water temperature, 70 plus degrees Fahrenheit. Sorry,
21.4.
Thank you for the translation. But the air temperature at just 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 degrees Celsius. Do you get in and warm up, or are you afraid you'll get cold? What is the best strategy for the athletes on the day as our age groupers are getting ready to take to the seas here? Is it a good idea to warm up when conditions are like this?
Well, definitely you want to do some type of warm up, and you know, it really depends individually on each athlete. If you tend to get cold very quickly, you may do more of a dry land warm up. If you don't, and sometimes you feel you just need to get into the water, it doesn't matter what the conditions are, that's just good for you mentally. So it comes down to a choice. Some people would have gone in, the water is quite warm compared to the air, so probably better to stay in the water if you had the opportunity, because that's going to keep you warm. Otherwise, you would have made sure that you maybe had a towel or a jacket after you warmed up. But the wetsuits do make a significant difference in those cold weather, especially when you're standing on the beach. You know, you're standing there, it doesn't matter if you're a good swimmer or not so good swimmer. You're very, very happy that it's a wetsuit swim right now with that air temperature.
And here we have some of our nearly 3,000 age group athletes lined up for the rolling start here on the Roka swim course. Talk about their nerves and excitement. They went through the same thing that our professionals did, not knowing, am I racing, am I not racing?
And just think of the logistics, you know, changing hotels, you know, making sure you had a hotel room, maybe changing flights because, you know, some athletes do leave straight away. So, you know, the fact that we do have so many age groupers still lined up here today, you know, I think it just shows the commitment of an Ironman athlete, right? It doesn't matter what's get thrown at you and whatever circumstances, they've put the training in. They're going to be just as excited as everyone else to be starting.
I think absolutely. As we go back to our swim leader here, I see the white cap. We are going to assume that is Julie Darin, who comes from a short course racing background. This is her Ironman debut. Of course, her sister Nina, already a known entity on the Ironman race circuit. So here we have Julie taking her first stab at an Ironman. She's got great skills across the board, very strong swim, bike, and run. So it'll be interesting to see how she does tackling this distance. You did this, Mikili. You came up from short course racing to Ironman. What's the hardest part of that transition?
Well, I was a lot older. When you transition, you know, in your mid-30s compared to someone as young as Julie. But, you know, it's sort of a little bit of a mental game as well, because you're so used to fast and short and intense. And you've sort of got to change who you are, because Ironman is definitely, look at the current right now. Can you see the current there? Sorry to interrupt, but I was like, oh my goodness, that's a strong current.
Yes.
They're barely moving right now. So it's going to be quite a hard swim. But, you know, when you do transition, back to your question, when you do transition from being a short course athlete into an Ironman athlete, it's really, you've got to change who you are. You've got to be more patient. You have to be strong. Ironman all is about being strong and nutrition. In a short race, nutrition is nothing. I mean, Olympic distance race, you can get away with a lot of stuff. In an Ironman race, and we see it all the time, how hard it is to transition for some athletes and easy for others. But a lot of the times it's hard for the majority of the professional athletes to change to a short course.
Well, you heard it here from the legend Emilia Jones. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And back to our live action here at Ironman Italy. You are looking at Julie. See, I did it. I did it. I said Nina. I was asking before the show how many times I was going to say Nina.
That would be one.
Julie, because I'm so used to that name rolling off the tip of my tongue. This is Julie Darren we're talking about here. She is our women's swim leader. Again, we have a professional women only out there racing today. Our opportunity to highlight these amazing professional women. And this is Julie Darren in her Ironman debut. Right before the break, we were talking to my co-host, Emilia Jones, about the difficulty of transitioning from short course ITU racing up to Ironman. And Emilia, you were saying that you have to become more patient. Nutrition is a key factor. I would think, too, you need to learn to hurt in an entirely different way. I mean, no matter what, racing hurts. Whether you're racing short course or you're racing long course, it hurts. But it's learning to hurt, it's a different hurt.
Yeah,
and you have to change your mindset of what that hurt is.
Yeah, and it's not the intensity that's short and sweet, but it's that long pain that you have to endure.
The dull ache.
you get to a point where it doesn't matter who you are, you have to go through that pain barrier. And it's just constant. And, when you're not used to that, that's what the training is all about, right? Getting your body used to going past a 2-hour race to now an 8.5 or slower or faster, depending on who you are. So that's significant because, when you're so used to doing one type of training, to jump from an Olympic distance race to a 70.3, not as significant. But then from that 2-hour race to 8.5, that's significant. That's totally different training. And, we are seeing more and more short course athletes who aren't waiting till the end of their short course career, jumping across to Ironman. But still, it's not significant because, an athlete who has talent in short course, they may have their whole career in short course and they've been successful for a long time and then have the motivation to want to jump across to Ironman. And if you're very successful at short course, there's a risk, right? And not everyone wants to take that risk and jump into an Ironman when, they've spent their whole life being successful. But that's part of really showing the type of athlete that you are, right? You're willing to take risk. You're starting all over again. Yeah, and you never know because we've seen so many athletes who go, they're going to make a great Ironman athlete, and it just doesn't happen. And I think also these days there's so many good opportunities at the Olympic distance, at the 70.3, at the Ironman distance that, you tend to spend a lot more time in that distance that you're very good at.
And our age group athletes are off and running quite literally into the sea here to get underway. This is our Roka rolling start with our age group competitors. You'll see our great volunteers there. They will drop their arms, let about 5 to 10 athletes in at a time so they can spread themselves out. They line up according to predicted swim times, what they think they'll finish in. So they enter the water with swimmers of like ability so that there isn't quite so much congestion. It allows for a safer, more comfortable swim, a little less physical contact, which tends to be a stressor for some of our athletes getting underway when they're dealing with the excitement of getting started in an Ironman. You don't need to get kicked in the face at the same time. So we spread our athletes out a little bit to increase the enjoyment and the safety for all of the athletes. But all of our athletes super excited to get underway. Again, we are on a 24-hour delay. The weather in the region the last 48 hours has been quite terrible. Some local flooding, really, really difficult conditions. So 24 hours ago, these athletes didn't know if they would get the opportunity to race today. So all of them filled with so much gratitude. You know, it's funny, when I go into a race, I get to sort of the 12 hours before the race start, and I always think, I just wish I had one more day. I just wish I had one more day to just settle my nerves, take a deep breath. And these athletes got that one more day. Of course, they had to deal with the apprehension of not knowing whether or not they were going to get, but local authorities really went above and beyond to get this race underway here with the full Ironman going off with the 70.3 distance as well. And as we take a look here at Julie Darren, our swim leader, what are some thoughts about her swim stroke? To me, I see a really high turnover, which for choppy conditions like this is super ideal.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you look at the conditions of what the water is going to be. You know, if it's smooth, you know, you can go a little bit longer stroke. But when it is choppy like this, the two things that you got to consider is definitely you have to get a little bit higher and a little bit quicker turnover. But depending which way that chop is going can also determine which side that you're going to breathe on. You may not be able to breathe on both sides. And you can see when she actually breathes towards us, she is getting out of the water a little bit higher to get that breath in. So if we could see the camera on the angle on the other side, you probably notice that she definitely tends to be more dominant on that right side. But then every now and again, she is switching to the left side. And that could be a habit, but I think it's more the conditions today that, you know, sometimes the waves are going to be right in your face and sometimes they're not.
One of the things that strikes me about her swim style, particularly given the conditions of the day, and this again is just an observation, but we see a lot of texture on that water. This is a tough, tough swim. She's sighting, and I've been counting quietly in the back of my brain, only about once every 9 or 10 strokes, which for me, and again, for athletes watching along at home, conditions like this, I would tend to sight a little bit more frequently because the chop is going to push you to and fro. What do you think? It's just something that was notable about her swim.
No, definitely that could be significant, right? Because if there is a current, it looked, you know, a few meters ago that they were swimming into the current, like they almost looked like they were not even swimming anywhere. So it would definitely depend on, you know, which way that current is pushing them. But typically when you bilateral breathe, you are going to swim straighter, so you can sort of sometimes have the luxury of not having to look up. And this is a well-marked course as well, so that's definitely beneficial in these conditions. But Dee Dee, you're absolutely right. Like when it does get a little bit choppy, it is sometimes a little bit harder to actually see where that turning buoy is. So, you know, that's definitely significant. But I think this course in particular, you know, they do such a nice job with how many buoys they have out on the course. So, you know, she's an excellent swimmer. I mean, look at the turnover, look at the kick. Like a lot more kick than you would typically see from people who grew up in our era, right? Like she sighted again.
It's interesting there. You saw her pick her head up quite a few times there. To our point, with the conditions on the day, it almost looked like she lost sight of that buoy for a second there because she took a couple extra head-up strokes there to identify that buoy. But also of interest, every time she sighted and picked that head up, she actually increased the kick a little bit to help keep that body position right on top of the water. That's another great thing that athletes can practice at home, because when you sight, even if you're doing what we call alligator eyes, which is just poking your eyes above the surface of the water, with conditions like this, you're actually having to lift your head way out of the water, which of course is going to sink your hips. So the fact that Julie is taking care to increase her kick so that those hips don't sink, it's going to maintain that nice high body position in the water.
And that's another reason why, you need to practice in different conditions. You need to practice in your wetsuit because, the strain of her just lifting and kicking, that can put like a huge strain on your lower back. So it's always important to practice the techniques, whether you're swimming in smooth water or a chop, to practice getting out of the water a little bit higher or a little bit lower based on the conditions, because it definitely overuses those back muscles when you are hyperextending to have a little look.
I'm going to put McKeely in the hot seat here. What if I'm an athlete that doesn't have access to open water to practice?
You can still do lots of open water in the pool. Like I have a couple of different sessions that I like doing, whether it's like if the pool is shallow enough, practicing that dolphin dive, hitting the bottom, coming back up. You can practice a deep water start by not touching the wall, starting off the wall. You can, of course, practice siding. Sometimes, when I'm a coach on deck, I'll stand at the end of the pool and I'll put fingers up or hold something and they've got to tell me how many fingers I had or what object I had in my hand. And, even swimming around like the boys, that's important as well to know how to do that because, especially if you're in a pack or, it's a really significant turn on the swim, it's important to also know where to look. So one thing that I always like to tell people is to be aware of your surroundings, know what's happening around you. And right now we can see how far Julie's lead is. We just got a nice scan back by our camera crew. Looks like there's a nicely tight group in that second pack. And it looked like, I think I saw the light green of Chantal Santier, in the middle, right in the lead of that pack.
And we will see who is in that pack when we come back after this quick break.
Birds flying high. Sun in the sky, I'm happy. And I'm feeling
And welcome back to Ironman Now and our coverage of Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. We are in Servia and our professional women are underway. We are showcasing our professional women today. No professional men racing at all. I'm your host, Dee Dee Griesbauer, in studio with McKeely Jones, and we are watching our swim leader, Julie Darren, who you see up by the boat. Of course, on the left of screen, you see the chase pack, and what McKeely and I were noticing during the break is the difference, not necessarily the gap from our swim leader to the pack, but the different line that the two groups are taking.
And, our leader does have a paddleboard in front, so you would hope that they're got the straightest line that the paddleboarder is online, unless they're not. I mean, you can't always trust, as an athlete, you have to know the course and you have to navigate it. But I would assume she would be swimming the straightest because she does have that lead paddle board.
But you can see as she passes this buoy there, she's a good 20 meters closer to us than the buoy line, which is, she's basically adding 20 meters for herself to swim because given this swim course, she's got to make a right-hand turn around that turn buoy. So she's actually taking quite a longer line, at least from our vantage point.
Yeah, and we could say the other way, if we saw the camera angle from the buoy back, that would definitely help us a lot. So we can only make assumptions, but there's definitely something happen. Like definitely you caught that very, very quickly, how there was that gap across the swim course rather than that gap that usually happens from our leader to the chase pack.
Of course, we monitor the gap from the leader to the chase pack. It's not often we have to monitor the width of the course that our athletes are swimming.
It does happen. And, sometimes, you are swimming slightly off course. Maybe she can see a lot further on the course so that it looks straighter to her. But, when I always line up on a swim course and you stand there and they're trying to tell you, oh, it's an equal distance, and I'm like, I don't know about that.
I'm going to put you on the hot seat with another question. So if I'm on someone's feet, if I'm on Julie's feet and I see that Julie maybe isn't taking the best line, am I better off staying on her feet, or am I better off correcting the line and swimming by myself?
That's a hard question. Doesn't matter who you are. And I've been in that situation many times. And definitely it's a lot easier to be swimming behind someone. So you're saving energy. So then you've got to calculate, okay, I might be saving energy, but we're swimming the longest way. So should I just pop off and see what happens? So I've been in exact situations like that. Actually, when I was guiding at the Rio Olympics, there was 2 British athletes that were swimming way off course, but they were swimming faster. But they were swimming so far off course, I actually pulled her off their feet, and we actually all hit the beach together. But only because I pulled her off the feet. And I think they would have probably got away if we had have hung there, because they were definitely better swimmers. But because I pulled her off, we swam a little bit shorter and we got out of the water together.
Again, you can see this unusual line that our swim leader, Julie Darren, is taking as compared to the chase group. When we had that wider angle there, we could see Julie at sort of the bottom left-hand side of the screen and the chase pack at the upper right-hand corner of the screen. They're about 20 meters width-wise different across the buoy line. Of course, Julie Darren coming up to the Ironman distance for the first time. She's been racing a lot of ITU draft legal racing. In 2022, she was 13th at the WTCS Hamburg, 9th at WTCS Leeds. In 2021, she was 3rd at 70.3 Portugal and had a 2nd at 70.3 Switzerland. So she has some 70.3 race experience, has focused a little bit on the short course up until today.
Yeah, and, I'm always excited when you have an athlete come across to an Ironman. It's always that question mark we put on them, but it's exciting because, we want to see how they're going to tackle this course. Is this another athlete that's going to really start challenging some of the other athletes as well? Because I'm always a believer about the more competitive each race can be, it brings out the best for everyone. And, if you get somebody who is making significant progress, they're the leader, everyone's trying to keep up. And, the talent pool in the short course distance racing is absolutely amazing. So to get more and more athletes coming across, it just makes racing so competitive and so exciting. Oh, did you see that fish?
I saw a little fish there. Yeah, the fish is getting pretty excited at the sight of Julie Darren swimming by. One of the things I have observed in racing and the evolution of racing is that the speed of the 70.3 athletes, I'm going to make a statement and correct me if you think I'm wrong, because I think it's always worthy of discussion. I think the bridge from ITU short course racing to 70.3 is actually not entirely dissimilar. I don't think that a 70.3 specialist trains dreadfully differently than an ITU short course specialist. I think the quality, the intensity is quite similar. And I think if you get out on a 70.3 race course, the intensity of the race is pretty similar to the intensity across an ITU race. The paces they're swimming, the paces they're running, obviously the difference being drafting on the bike. But Ironman becomes almost a whole different animal because the tactics are slightly different. It's obviously a much longer day. So you have to sort of factor the risk of blowing is significantly higher across the Ironman distance, and the penalty you will pay for going too hard too soon. So I think across 70.3, the bridge from ITU to 70.3 isn't a significant jump, but then going up to Ironman is almost twice as hard.
Well, yeah, when you look at the training load from a short course athlete to a 70.3 athlete, a lot of athletes like to run that, around that 2 hours when they're doing short course. And then, on the bike, you're going to throw in some 3-hour, maybe some 4-hour bikes. I think the significant impact is the positioning on the bike. ITU athletes, they race road bikes,
Sure.
They draft. And, it is a huge change and a bunch of, so many new muscles when you get into that TT tri position. Completely different. You're engaging a lot more glute, a lot more hamstring, and, the lower back again comes into play, getting down in that more aerodynamic position. And, a lot of ITU athletes don't spend a lot of time on tri bikes. And, this year we've seen a couple of athletes, comment how, it's going to take a little bit longer than they thought to be able to adjust to that TT position. And I think that's probably the hardest thing for a lot of these athletes because, when I was racing ITU, we did spend a lot of time on our road bikes, but I also raced non-drafting races as well. So I got to spend a lot of time on my TT bike as well. And some athletes are super fast on their road bikes and super fast on their TT bikes. And it's sometimes it takes a little bit longer for that transition. Like for me, I know I'm faster on a TT bike. I'd much rather, if I'm going to do a non-drafting race and Ironman a 70.3, I mean, look at Taylor Knibb.
Sure.
She did several long course races on her road bike.
Yep.
And now she's on a TT bike. But, it does take a little bit to transition. And then I also think a lot of athletes don't take into account the risk of injury that comes with the bike. People think you don't get injured from the bike, but I believe a lot of injuries do come from the bike.
Well, we will see how Julie Darren tackles that transition from the road to the TT. But right now, we're still in the middle of the Roca swim, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We are back to our live action of Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. We are on the Roca swim course, and you are looking at our swim leader. That is Julie Darren out of Switzerland. She's 26 years old, racing her very first Ironman, and so far seems to be off to a pretty good start, McKeely.
No, she sure is. I mean, this is exactly where we predicted she would be. On paper, she definitely is the fastest swimmer, and that's what she's showing. But I did have a question for you, Dee Dee. How old were you when you did your first Ironman?
Well, we're going back to ancient history, but I was 26 years old when I did my first Ironman. But I did it as one and done. I wanted to do an Ironman. I had never done a triathlon. I signed up for an Ironman. I did an Ironman, but then I was done. And when I came back to it, I was 32. So I had a false start. I had a false start at 27.
Well, because I always find that an amazing question to ask people because, definitely we're starting to see younger athletes step up to that Ironman distance. And, sometimes it just happens, right? It's just the path that they chose. Maybe, they're not quite as fast at that shorter race. And then you get athletes who come in and they're just purely long course because they definitely didn't have enough speed for racing the ITU races. And then, it's so competitive in those ITU races. So maybe they've not quite had success at the World Triathlon Series, but only at the World Cup level or the Continental Cup level. So it's an opportunity to, you know, especially for some athletes, you know, if they feel they will benefit from transitioning to that more endurance, even though 2 hours is still endurance, but the more of that endurance, you know, it's always interesting to ask and people, well, what age did you start racing Ironman and why? I mean, the perfect example, I think, is Lucy Charles. You know, when she started on the scene, I kept going, well, you know, she's got this fantastic swim. Why isn't she racing short course? Why didn't she start in short course? So it's always interesting to, like, ask that question, you know, why did you jump straight into Ironman?
Well, and it's difficult. I guess the other point that you're making there is that it's difficult to go back. Lucy Charles is doing it now.
Yeah.
She is trying to pick up some more short course racing, but it's hard to go back. Once you've been at Ironman, it's hard to get faster. So oftentimes, to make it clear, all athletes will start with the fast twitch muscles, and as they get older and slower, they will transition to longer course racing.
No, for sure. But my point was, like, sometimes, you know, you just don't have that fast twitch. You're just not suited to that. And I brought up Lucy Charles because obviously, you know, she has some good fast twitch. There's no doubt about it.
It's interesting here we have Julie Darren making that turn, that orange tetrahedron there. That is the turn buoy. She got back online and we could see her cutting in. And we see that chase pack behind. That is the green cap of Chantal Saint-Cyr.
Yeah.
I also saw the orange cap of Zelka Sabin as well. So
and I thought I saw maybe the blue cap of Tara Grosner.
Yep. Okay. So we chose well in our color-coded caps as to who would factor into the swim. We've done a great job of that, at least. But we have Julie. That's number 2. Julie Darren leading the way in the white cap here in the Roca swim course in her Ironman debut, coming up from a short course race background. She's competed in a couple of 70.3s back in 2021. And here we're taking a quick look at what the athletes have in store. This is where they will be transitioning from the Roca swim course to the full cast bike course through this transition zone here. To me, this looks like a pretty healthy run.
As a swimmer, you probably hated this.
I would have won so many more Ironmans if transitions had just been a little bit shorter.
No, that definitely looks like it's super, super long. I mean, that adds like a whole new dimension to transition time, right? Because, you know, typically, you know, a runner could make up a lot of ground in a long transition.
Yes.
Right? That's typically what happens. You know, a runner is obviously faster on land. So, you know, for a swimmer, a long time is like you want a shorter transition. But, you know, the nice thing is that carpet is going to be so nice under your feet.
Yep.
I mean, it looks spectacular on camera.
I would like to get our statisticians to investigate the difference from this transition to the one at Ironman Hamburg, which I think historically is one of the longest transitions in Ironman racing. But to me, visually, that one looked like it could compete. It's going to take a swing at the Ironman Hamburg T1 run. But here we have Julie Darren leading the way, the 26-year-old who is from Switzerland, joining sister Nina at the Ironman distance race.
Yeah, and I did want to talk a little bit more about her swim stroke. I last weekend, I spent 8 hours at a swim clinic. So I always love when you break down the mechanics, right? And we talk a lot about like being a vessel in the water, that, you know, you don't want to sit on that flat plane. You want that vessel feeling where you're going left to right. And, you know, you see a lot of people who will cross over in the front. And a lot of that comes also from not having enough like hip roll as well, and not being able to have that sort of Superman position and really, really grab the water. And, you know, people sometimes confuse trying to grab the water with their hand rather than that hand and armpit. You know, that's really how you get a lot of surface area. And one thing that I really like, not just the fact that, you know, she looks like an awesome vessel in the water, but the stroke rate I love the stroke rate. If I was swimming beside her right now, if I could, my stroke would be like so slow.
Like 2 to 1? You think 2 to 1 is what you're going with?
Maybe worse, because like sometimes like when I'm swimming, I'm like, oh yeah, my stroke rate is so good. And then I like have a little look afterwards and I'm like, oh my goodness, that is so slow. But it felt fast.
Well, if you were swimming right alongside her, Mikili, you would not be alone. And that leads me to our next announcement. I want to encourage everyone to take a look at the Tri-Club program. The Ironman Tri-Club program ensures that athletes never race alone. 559 Tri-Club athletes are racing this weekend, representing more than 240 clubs. Over 59,000 Tri-Club athletes race annually. The 2023 Ironman Tri-Club Championship Series is set. Check out your regional championship event and get registered today and never race alone. You can visit ironman.com/triclubs to join today. You talk about never racing alone. You were at a swim clinic. Is that part of a Tri-Club?
It was actually a coaching program called Tri-Dot.
Oh, there you go.
So, yeah, it was a lot of fun. Actually, even I got faster at the end of 8 hours. No, everyone improved a lot. So, you know, it was quite significant to be in the water.
Our sport is all about community, so any kind of group activity. You know, we spend so much time training and professionals as well as busy age group athletes. We do so much of our training by ourselves, so it's a great way to make an individual sport a team sport by getting involved in things like clinics as well as Tri-Clubs. So it's a great way to experience the community that this wonderful sport has to offer.
You know, and that's how I got involved originally at my university. Not the university bit, that we had like Wollongong Tri-Club and then Cronulla Tri-Club I also belong to. I think I'm a lifetime member at Cronulla Tri. And then, of course, now where I live in San Diego, I'm also a member of the Tri-Club program in San Diego. So, you know, it is, you know, I love the fact that it's a good community, right? It's a good starting point, not just for beginners, but, you know, if you're doing an Ironman, you know, and you want some training partners, it's a great way to do it like sort of as a team and not just be out there by yourself, because, you know, a lot of the times we do spend hours and hours by ourselves. So it's always nice to have a friend. I always tell my athletes, you know what, if you can just find one person to commit to the same races as you.
Well, that's the other great benefit, is that not only in the training in the week in and the week out, but getting to travel to a wonderful destination like we're in here today. Gosh, the fish in this swim are really, I'm sorry.
They're excited.
That's a little bit of a tangent, but I have seen more flying fish on this swim course than I think any course known. I've been quietly counting. I think that was
because Julie's swimming like a fish.
The fifth flying fish. I know Julie's scaring them all. They're like, oh my gosh, what's that in the water? It's going really fast. She's having a great swim. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. And welcome back to Ironman Now and our live coverage of Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. We are underway here 24 hours later than we thought we would be, Mikili, but boy, we got it done.
Yeah, I mean, how
you
fantastic.
and me, we got it done.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No, our ops crew and the local community did a tremendous job here in Serbia. We've had some stormy weather the last 48 hours, some really kind of disastrous and tragic flooding in the region, but officials and local community members able to push the race a day. So now our Ironman athletes are getting to race alongside our 70.3 athletes. So it is a full day of celebration here in Serbia. You know, Romagna in in particular, it's specifically known as having a passion for wellness and fitness. So I think it's so fitting that Ironman has found a home here in Servia in this region of Italy.
And I also hear it's the food capital of Italy.
Well, I mean, what isn't the food capital of Italy?
No,
Let's be honest.
but I hear this is the food capital of Italy. And I did hear a couple of athletes saying that, not before the race, but after the race, that pizza would definitely be on their post-race celebrations.
Oh, I would think so. I would even probably, it's a good carb load. I might even indulge in a little pizza before the race just to get those carbs on board, get your energy up.
All right, here's a question for you. What was the one go-to meal that you had the night before a race?
Oh, goodness.
For me, it was a burger.
A burger?
Ah, yeah, I loved a good burger.
Really? I'm about the...
Won a lot of races on burgers.
Something with, it's more the side, the sweet potato fries for me. Do it just a little bit of extra salt on the sweet potato fries. That hits the spot for me. Usually a little chicken and some sweet potato fries. That'll do the job for me.
Yeah, definitely before a hot race, I would be salting my food a little bit more than normal.
Well, our
leading into
athletes
the
here
race.
wouldn't have needed to salt, and despite this being a famous salt area. Athletes would not have needed the salt because we're a little chilly here this morning, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, getting up only to a high of 72 or 22.2 degrees Celsius. So really, other than a bit chilled at the start, I think this is going to be not only the course, but this is going to set up for a very, very fast race because the conditions on the day, boy, if we had looked at 24 hours ago, not so ideal, but today, very ideal for fast racing. We've got a bit of texture on the water as we continue to watch our swim. I'm being nice. I don't want to freak anybody out who's not getting in the water yet, although I do think all of our age group athletes are in the water by this point. But there is a bit of texture on the water, making it for a bit of a difficult swim, tougher to sight. You get knocked around a little bit by that chop. But other than that, you see the bright blue skies and nice, cool temperatures. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing.
Actually, Seema asked you that question. We probably should ask our audience that question as well. What are their food choices before a race? And I probably think that they'd be quite surprised that I said
a burger.
A burger. But definitely, as I said, I won a lot of races with that. And and it just comes down to, there's certain foods that you avoid for sure. But, it comes down to what are you used to eating? What's going to process through your system to help you get through the race the next day? And I felt, that little bit of protein was, I'm not a chicken eater. I'm definitely, as my husband always tells everyone, I'm a meat-eating Australian. So definitely I liked my burger.
You like your burger. Well, Facebook fans, if you are turning in, let us know what your favorite pre-race meal is. We love hearing from our Facebook fans. So go ahead and chime in. And how about we'll add an addendum to that. What's the worst thing you've ever eaten before a race? You don't have to tell us the side effects, but tell us the worst thing you ever ate before a race. Best and worst. As we continue our live coverage here of the Roca swim course at Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, we are watching Julie Darren. At last check, when she went round that last turn buoy, to me it looked like she had nearly a 100-meter gap on that chase pack, McKeely.
Yeah, it was very close to probably a minute 20, a minute 30. By the time she gets to the end, I wouldn't be surprised if it's about that 1 minute 45, that 1 minute to 2 minutes, I should say. But, she just looks so great. It's like we see these swimmers, you're a swimmer. It's like they get in the water and I wish I look like that. But
I think you did okay, McKeely. You did all right.
I know, sometimes
You're still doing all right.
Yeah. But, I was never a swimmer. The first time I did a triathlon, I was dead last out of the water, and people sort of classify me as a swimmer. But, I was always confident in the water because when I grew up, there was a lot of water around our property. So my mum was always worried that, we were going to drown. So we learned how to
Safety
swim.
First. Yep.
But, being competitive is a little bit different. But definitely, I love the philosophy of swimming and the fact that it's very technique-driven. It's not just put your head down and go. And I was explaining to an athlete at the clinic last weekend in Dallas, I'm like, when you actually have really good technique, it's not going to feel hard. When you go knock out some some efforts, when you first do it, when you get that technique down, you're like, oh my goodness, that was the time. It felt so much easier because,
Let's talk about that then in the context of Ironman racing, because I think a big hurdle for a lot of athletes to get into triathlon in general, and of course into Ironman racing, is swimming. So if I'm an adult onset swimmer, I'll call it, I am water safe and I can be safe in a community pool and I know, quote, how to swim, but I don't know how to competitively swim. I don't know how to open water swim, but I really want to do a triathlon. What is my best course of action? Do I just go in and swim more laps and laps and laps and laps and laps? Or is it best, do I get some swimming lessons? Do I find a master's team? Like, what is my best path forward if I'm someone who knows how to swim but doesn't know how to compete in swimming?
No, definitely, because it's technique driven, getting someone to look at your technique and spending the time on it. And I think that's one thing that I think triathletes really forget, because, spend at least one session every week just working on technique. I mean, I like to do it after my interval run because it's going to be recovery anyway. So technique, and not just doing it in the water, adding some dry land, because until you gain a little bit of muscle memory, and it's very hard when you're swimming to actually see what you're doing wrong. So if you can do some technique work doing dry land and hopefully build that muscle memory up, and then jump in the pool and have somebody follow through, and then as you get more competent with that, jumping into a master's program is good, because typically you're going to swim with a little bit more intensity. And I think that's one thing people sort of lose when they go from pool swimming to ocean swimming. They lose a little bit of that intensity as well. And, swimming more and more with bad technique is not going to make you faster.
Doing the incorrect over and over and over again doesn't make me better?
No.
Is what you're saying? All right, well, our friend Warren Anchetta says that the best pre-race meal he's ever had is a ribeye steak, which to me is an interesting choice. Warren.
I like ribeyes.
I love me a good ribeye, particularly the certified Piedmontese kind. They're an Ironman partner. But interesting, a ribeye steak with a baked potato. So I got you on the baked potato and rice. So he's carbing up there with the potato and the rice. Worst thing he's ever had, dairy. I don't disagree with you there.
Do you know what D is for? Diarrhea.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Well, we'll talk about that when we get to the run. But right now, we are in the Roca swim course, and we are watching Julie Darren do a great job. We had a great camera angle there. Julie appears to be taking the better line now. It appears that the chasers, I don't know if they were a little confused. There is one more turn buoy, like you said, the boot-shaped bike course, or shaped like an L. They've got to make a final left-hand turn into shore. And it looked like the chasers weren't quite lined up for this final turn buoy, but we see Julie Darren making that final turn, and the chasers behind. Again, start your clocks here. We're 48:07 with our leader making the turn buoy. We'll see how many minutes it takes for those chasers to get there. She can peek. If she breathes to her left right now, she can see those chasers and know the gap that she has.
And definitely when you're swimming in the lead, you will have a little bit of a look just to see. I mean, you see a lot of the times that sometimes they'll even look behind them. They'll breathe and have a little look behind, or they'll also, when you actually hit like this 90-degree turn, you sort of get an opportunity to see where people is. And I know I did it a lot, and you see it a lot as well. But we're going to be right back after this commercial. Keep on watching the action here, because it's heating up.
Welcome back to Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together. Well, McKeely, we are approaching the end of the Roca swim course here, and we are watching our swim leader, Julie Darren, charge towards shore. She's had this incredible turnover the entire swim. Great performance in the water for this standout at the ITU distance, coming up to race her first Ironman. At that last turn buoy, it looked to me, we had the clock up on the side of that little break, and I think it's about 1:45. You had guessed about 1:20 at the last buoy, so 1:45 at this most recent turn buoy.
And that's significant because it's going to give a chance for Julie to sort of get through transition and get on her own rhythm and pacing when she gets on the bike. Because I think that's the hardest thing when you are coming out of the water. That first part of the bike, you'll get that elevated heart rate where the transition, we believe, looks very, very long from that swim to bike transition. So that's going to elevate your heart rate. So definitely the first part of the bike, you are going to feel like probably a little bit more fatigue just because that long transition, and of course because you've been in the water, so you're going to have the jelly legs when you get out. But when you're in the front, she's going to get a little bit more of an idea of how much of a lead that she does have. And when you are in the lead like that, and this is your first race, I think it will be good for her because she can just dial in her pace straight away and not get too wrapped up in what's happening around her. And then if these girls, there's a couple of really good bike riders as well in this group. So if they can catch up, at least she's had like a few miles in her legs. So, if they do catch up and, they're riding that little bit faster, then she's got an opportunity to sort of use their energy and not burn too many matches early.
Well, now would be a good time, McKeely, to mention that our swim course record here is 54:09, held by Jenny Fletcher back in 2017. It's going to be close. 54:09 is the swim course record. Julie Darren, we see race time now 52:21. Hard to tell exactly how far that is. She's also got to get out and get over that timing map, but course record for the Roca swim course could be in jeopardy here. A great swim from Julie Darren.
No, a fantastic swim for her. And I think also it's going to be shallow, like we saw when they started the swim, they had to dolphin dive. So if it's sort of the same sort of beach, she's going to be able to get up, and ideally as soon as her hand touches the beach, she's going to stand up, and then as you can see right now, and then run through that Roca swim finish. And it definitely looks like she is going to get that swim course record today, Dee Dee.
Yep, swim course record going down, 54:09. It looks like our swim leader is going to beat that as she takes a look over her shoulder and makes her way through the Roca swim arch, concluding the swim portion for our women's professional leader. That is Julie Darren out of Switzerland, completing her first Ironman swim of her career. Great performance from her today as she makes her way up the beach. Again, we got a preview of this transition, and it is going to be a long one. So we actually have an aid station right here. Get the athletes some water, some fresh water to get either on their faces, wipe some of that salt water off, or get it down the hatch, get a little hydration on board as they make their way towards T1.
Yeah, and that's significant, like getting the hydration in, because we do know that the water temperature is at like 21.5, like right around there. So you are going to be sweating a little bit. And then when you get out, you've got the air temperature that's, around that 50-degree mark, that 10 degrees Celsius. That's going to be significant. But I think the benefit to these athletes having a longer run is going to help them warm up a little bit when they hit the bike.
And here we have our chasers. That green cap is Chantal Saint-Cyr. That orange cap is Zelka Sabin. That is a white cap in the middle there, so we'll have to wait and see who that athlete is when they run across that timing map. But right now the gap appears to be almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that light cap is like that light blue cap, because it was a little bit hard on that angle, but can't quite see it as yet. But, it could be that white cap, but it did look like it had a little tinge of blue. But I don't.
That is a blue
know.
cap. That
It's
is
blue.
that,
There you
that's
go.
a blue cap. That's Tara Grosvenor. So our top finishers are as we expected them to be out of the swim.
Perfect. I'm glad I was right in predicting that was a blue cap. Yay, one
Hard
point
to
for
tell.
me today.
Hard to tell with the sun glare there. Our bright sunny skies here.
No, it is super clear. Like, look at that lovely blue sky in the background as we see Duran transitioning. And, you know, we talk so much about transitions and how important it is to transition because, you know, you gain all this time in the swim and then you have a slow transition. You know, it's like, well, what was the point of gaining all that time? So even though this is a long race, having a quick, smooth transition is super, super important.
Yeah, it is. You want to, there's a difference, I think, between very efficient there. She puts the wetsuit back into the transition bag, gets that race number on, and makes her way to the bike rack. Here we have our swim splits, our leaders' swim times presented by Wahoo Element. It is Julie Darren, 53:18. The gap 1 minute, 20 seconds to Chantal Saint-Cyr, to Zelka Sabin, and to Jenny Aherns.
And, you know, they could possibly make up, that chase pack could make up a few seconds because, you know, Julie did have like a decent transition. There's no doubt about it. But definitely I think the other girls, if they're a little bit quicker, a little bit smoother, you know, quickly they could make 10, 20 seconds up very, very quickly. But she looks very, very comfortable as she's running towards her bike to pick up her bike for the bike course, of course. Just stumbling a little bit there. But no, she looks good. She looks smooth. She looks comfortable. Already has her helmet on. She's going to grab her bike, head under the Ironman bike barricades onto the full gas bike course. Let's see how good her transition is. You know, as I said, she's coming from an ITU athlete. Yep, look at that. ITU style, hop straight on. And she could do that, Dee Dee, because she didn't have water bottles behind her seat. Typically, you do see a lot of Ironman athletes have the water bottles behind the saddle, but she obviously probably has an internal system and also a bottle cage on the front as we see the rest of the athletes starting to go through. But you just saw one of the athletes have a super quick transition. You know, as we mentioned, you know, you can make up like 10, 20 seconds so quickly right now.
It is it's great to see. Talk about one of the things that as athletes we rarely practice is the transitions. As a coach, how much do you have your athletes practicing your transitions? And is that different for the age group athletes versus the short course athletes versus the long course athletes?
You know, definitely if you've got a short course athlete, they're going to practice. You know, in an Ironman race, if you're an age grouper, I think the most important thing is to be comfortable and competent in getting on and off your bike. So definitely every time you get on and off your bike, however you're going to get on and off your bike in an Ironman event, you should practice that because then it becomes ingrained and it's, you know, you just go in, the muscle memory's there, you just get on your bike and you go. So as a coach, definitely short course, big, huge focus. As a long course athlete, yeah, not as important, but if you're an elite professional athlete, super important because we've seen so many times, you know, you can lose 30 seconds, you can lose a minute, you can gain 20 seconds, you can gain 40 seconds. And, you know, that's significant because if you can get out on the course quicker than everyone else, you know, when you're moving, it's so much harder to catch back up. You know, that's why we always talk about, you know, being stationary is the worst possible place to be when you're trying to do a transition. You know, you want to keep moving. So, you know, putting on your helmet and as you run, doing it up, you know, putting your shoes on the bike instead of putting the shoes on in transition. Anytime you're moving, you're going to be gaining more and more time. If you're stationary, it's hard to make that up.
It's just wasted time.
Yeah.
Right. So you want to be efficient in your movements and make sure that you're making productive use of the time that you're in transition by doing things while you're moving.
And also, it's like, you know, we've seen the chaos sometimes when people are getting on and off their bikes. You know, it's that being competent on your bike, the bike handling skills. You know, it's not just when you're on your bike, but it's like when you grab your bike, you run across the mount line or the dismount line. You know, you want to be comfortable throwing your leg over. So, you know, a lot of the pros will have their shoes already attached to the pedals. A lot of the age groupers tend to not do that because they're not efficient at it. It's much more efficient for them to put their bike shoes on physically in transition rather than on the bike tee.
Well, and occasionally, and it's important for the age group athletes to know that sometimes races won't allow them to do that. So it's always important, if you are someone who is used to having your shoes clipped in, find out what the rules are for that particular race, because sometimes for the safety of the athletes, the age groupers tend to not practice that as much. And so for the safety of the athletes, sometimes they prefer that the age groupers not have their shoes on the bike. So it's always important to check that at the races that you're going to. As we look at our pack of chasing women here, we were incorrect in some of our, we thought Tara Grosvenor was in that lead pack. She is in this chase pack. As we see these women huddled around the rack here, getting situated, dumping out the bike gear, getting the wetsuit back into the bike bag and making their way towards transition. As you said, making use of the time that you have as we see the athletes running towards the bike wrap, clipping on the helmet, doing things that they can do. We have one athlete here electing to put on a vest, keep that core nice and warm.
Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely smart because, you know, they're going to be on the bike for, you know, at least 5 hours. So being warm is important because, you know, when you are cold, you are going to be burning a lot more calories. And this is where your nutrition plan would change as well, because when the climatic conditions change, you know, compared to a hot race, compared to a cold race, it's significant because when it's this cold, you're not going to feel like you need to drink as much. So if your calories are typically liquid, that could become problematic when it's 50 degrees, 10 degrees Celsius, because you might need a little bit more solid food just because you're not going to want to drink.
True. As we look at our athletes here making their way to the bike wraps, grabbing the bike and getting underway, of course, taking care to cross the mount line before they get on the bike. And here we have, that is Zelinka making her way. There's a lot. Svenja Tos, another one of our race favorites there. She has gotten through the more difficult part of the race for her. She is a very strong bike runner. She's had a tough year in that she finished Ironman Ireland just last month and was disqualified after the race was over. Terrible thing, both for her and honestly for the official that had to make the call. But she is back racing here, also planning on racing the Ironman World Championship. She was on that list of athletes we showed at the beginning. Svenja Tos, 31 years old from Germany. She's already won an Ironman this year. She won Ironman France. She was second at the 70.3 Marbella. Back in 2021, she was sixth at Ironman Finland and second at 70.3 Andorra. So she's one of the athletes we have on our radar for the overall title here today, but she's got her work cut out for her, more than 5 minutes back on our race leader, Julie Darren.
Yeah, and
Julie Darren riding a road bike.
That's what I was. That's exactly what I was going to bring up. You know, definitely she's not on that aero bike right now. Definitely she has more of the round tubes. If we see Chantel Santier more on that aero bike frame, and you know, over a 112-mile race, that's significant. I mean, positioning is important for sure. You know, you want to get the most powerful aerodynamic position. You know, I always used to tell people, well, you know, if you're too aerodynamic, you know, that's not good as well. It's that combinations of being aero and powerful and the ability to run off the bike. Because if you typically, you know, when you are looking at aerodynamics, you know, when you look at bike riders compared to triathletes, you know, it is significant, their positionings, the differences, because bike riders don't have to go for a run afterwards.
True.
So they can be definitely a little bit lower in the front, where we tend to like to sit up a little bit more higher. And then the degree of the aero bars with the development and the changes that a lot of these companies are coming up, right, with, we can do that 25, I think it's 25, 40 to 45 angle that now we can do. Before, that was a fixed position. So definitely we're finding the power and finding more power with that more degree on the aero bar extensions. Didi, I don't know about you, but when the base bar is too low, I don't like it. I feel that puts a significant strain on my hip flexor. And it was funny because we've sort of gone through this progression where we see, like when I was racing, that base bar was really low because a lot of times they were designed for pro bike riders. And then it came up a little bit, and now you're seeing this drop again, and then you see this huge stack. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I think it depends for me a little bit on the type of course and the type of riding you're doing on that TT bike. For a flat course like this, you're not going to be spending any time on that base bar. So having a lower base bar, but if you're in a race where you are going to be climbing, sitting up a bit more, I think that lower base bar can put a bit of a strain on the back. To your point, across long distance racing, comfort is the most important thing. As we take a look at our race leader, Julie Darren, riding her road bike. Again, this is her first Ironman. She's done predominantly short course draft legal racing. And so for her to be most comfortable, she's got a pretty good aero setup here. I think on a TT bike, it could be better. But for her, this is what's comfortable. And I think comfort is king, and you have to be able to run well off of the position that you're riding. And so for her, we talked about earlier, the difficulty in balancing back and forth between TT position, road bike position. And if she tends to continue to juggle her short course racing with longer distance racing, this is the best solution for now. We did get a quick look there at our top age group male that I just wanted to give him a shout out. That was Marcus Klinder. And he swam 48 minutes and 57 seconds, leading the entire age group competition by over 2 minutes. So shout out to Marcus for a great swim there.
Yeah, fantastic swim, 48 minutes, that's for sure. Okay, let's go to the Morton transition times. So Julie Duron, her transition time was 3:48 for that swim to bike. And then the next fastest was Santier with 4:07, so a loss of 19 seconds. And then 4:30, a loss of 42 seconds. So significant loss in transition. And, that's why we talk about how important it is, particularly in the professionals, that, you can quickly lose time. And, when you've already lost time in the swim, it's going to take a lot longer. Great for Julie. She's going to have more time on the front for sure. But, we were talking a little bit about her road bike compared to a lot of the athletes will have TT bikes. And I want to continue that discussion when we come back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And back to the action here as we go back to transition. It's one of the longer transitions I've seen in Ironman racing. Probably not the longest, but we were talking about some of the time gaps from the transition times brought to you by Morton. And I think one of the factors that contributes to those bigger gaps here in this race is the distance of this run from the exit of the Roca swim course to the start of the full gas bike course.
And we got to think also logistically, because there's also a 70.3 on today.
Yes.
Right? So they were racing today. That wasn't changed. So the organisers had to figure out a way to get all the Ironman distance athletes and all the 70.3 athletes on that same transition. So I wonder logistically how they did it. But, you know, they've done a fantastic job. It's like, and I think maybe that's perhaps why this transition's like a little bit longer than originally planned. I mean, that's what I'm assuming.
I mean, we know we had over 3,000 or close to 3,000 athletes registered for just the Ironman distance race. So to host a 70.3 event on the exact same day, that is a very tough undertaking. As we look here at bib number 4, this is Joanna Reeder making her way onto the full gas bike course. Not surprising here. I mean, she's got a pretty significant deficit here, almost 15 minutes. But she's an athlete we're going to see come through a little bit on the bike and even more so on the run. She's an athlete that, again, I'm glad we got a quick look at her now because we're going to talk about her again later, almost definitely. But she's not someone that's going to factor in certainly on the swim. But she's another athlete who's planning on racing in Kona at the Ironman World Championship in just a few weeks' time. So that's a big double.
Yeah, and I actually can let you know why she decided to do this race.
Oh, would you please?
Yeah. So she wanted to find a race before Ironman Kona, and she sort of hesitated between Wisconsin and Italy, but there was so many people from her triathlon club participating.
No kidding.
Yeah,
The
and
tri
this
clubs.
Ironman, yeah. And then, of course, the 70.3 this weekend, including her coach. That's why she chose to be here. And in terms of travel, it was only a 6-hour drive from where she lives. So straight after this, of course, she will head over to the big island in Hawaii to compete at the World Championship. And, you know, we
That's going to be a bigger trip than 6 hours.
Yes, it will, especially from Europe. And now with the day delay, she's probably
Yes.
thinking, oh, my goodness, that's one less recovery
one
day.
less day, yes.
But, you know, Dee Dee, it's like when you're in Ironman training, this is just a long training day.
Sure.
I mean, it's harder because you're racing at race effort, but by the time you get to this point, you know, you can pretty much click off this amount of mileage, no problem, or more sometimes.
Well, Joanna Reeder, who's not who we see on screen here, but since we're chatting about her, she's another young one. She's 28 years old, but because of her swim, she's not a puzzle piece that necessarily fits into ITU racing. So she has come straight to Ironman. At a pretty young age. She was second at Ironman Brazil this year. She was 17th at the Ironman World Championships in St. George, third at Ironman Texas, third at Ironman Lake Placid last year. So she's got a super amount of talent across this Ironman distance, and she's just getting more and more experience. We talk about Ironman racing and the experience that you gain in each time you race makes you a better athlete for the next time you race. And that's why we typically see some older athletes at Ironman racing still being successful, because that experience, they have that wisdom that when something goes not according to plan on a race course, they know how to respond, they know how to react, they can rely on that race experience to help them. So an athlete like Joanna Reeder just gaining more and more experience as we see bib number 28 here making a pass. That is Lena Kristen Schlink moving her way up. Again, we've got our leaderboard here. That will be updated across all of the timing mats. But riding here, let's talk a little bit about her position. She's a little bit more upright. But she's got those hands up so that she can sort of hide her face a little bit behind her hands. What do you think, Michele? Could she get a little bit more aero?
You know, definitely you want to close that gap. You know, as she dropped down right
she
there.
heard you. She heard you.
That's exactly what you want to do. And, you know, she's obviously a little more upright, and maybe that's because she finds that's more of a power position for her. In terms of aerodynamics, yeah, I would like to see her close the front up a little bit. But, you know, this is where it comes down to, like, individual choice as well. Like, what's the most comfortable, powerful position that you can get yourself into? And, you know, these days, you know, people do have access to, you know, getting a bike fit, getting those power numbers dialed in. And then you also got to look at, like, possibly if she did like a lactate test, was this position giving her less lactate compared to a lower position? So you're not just looking at aerodynamics, you're not just looking at power, but also that lactic acid factor comes into play as well. And, we all talk about you got to be able to run off the bike. So be comfortable, run off the bike, be aerodynamic, maintain good power. So many things come into play. And, she's more on the smaller side.
Yes.
So, when you are fitting somebody who's a little bit smaller, it can be sometimes a little bit more difficult, finding a small enough bike. Back in the day, you'd go to 2016 wheels, to get more of a compact frame. And, we talked about a lot this season how disc wheels are making a huge comeback. We see more and more athletes choosing disc wheels as well. And the reason why that's happening is because the technology has made disc wheels more useful, because, a lot of athletes would only use them on one type of course, but now they're lightweight. So they're lightweight, you get the aerodynamic benefits. And I think also another big thing is how many gears we have. We've gone from 6-speed all the way up to 12-speed now. And, the way they've done that is the design of the chain. So, you get a much thinner chain, so then you can support that huge range of cogs on the back.
Well, there you go. We have the evolution of the bike from Dr. McKeely Jones, PhD in triathlon racing, as we take a wonderful overhead shot here of our transition area. Look at all of those bicycles. Of course, we are on a 24-hour delay from the Ironman competition, which was meant to take place yesterday. Unfortunately, dreadful weather in the region forced the cancellation that thankfully turned into just a postponement. So today, we are running the full Ironman distance race alongside the 70.3 race. So much excitement down there on course today. So many fans lining the streets out supporting these athletes on this tremendous day. Beautiful day for racing. A little bit chilly, but really, really fast conditions. Nice, cool temperatures as we look at our women's leader. That is Julie Darren. Again, you might be asking when we talk about aerodynamics, why is she riding a road bike? No disc wheel also, which is unusual for a flat course like this. As we take a peek at Chantal Saint-Cyr, she's got a more traditional long course aero setup there that she is riding, complete with the disc wheel. That is what we are more accustomed to on an Ironman race course. But Julie, coming from a short course background, just not accustomed to the TT bike. In fact, at this point, she may not have fully committed to long course racing, might even not even own a TT bike at this point.
That's what I was thinking. It is quite expensive, these days. There's so many choices, in terms of bikes. But, it comes with a price, that's for sure. And, Chantal Saint-Cyr definitely is the typical look that you're going to see for an elite Ironman athlete, where you have someone like Julie Darren who is coming from short course, so she maybe hasn't invested the amount of money required or hasn't found a sponsorship yet. But she still looks strong on that bike. Her cadence looked smooth. She looked like she was pushing some good power as well.
Ryan Kelly commenting on Facebook that can't be aerodynamic. Of course, he's not talking about Chantal Saint-Cyr. He was talking about Julie Darren being on a road bike. But again, as we're discussing, Ryan, there's more to it than just aerodynamics. Yes, aerodynamics, hugely important. But you can be the most aerodynamic person in the world, but if you stand up and your back is locked up, your neck, you can't stand up straight, you're not going to run very well. So for an athlete like Julie, it's weighing the consequences of, do I ride a position that's less comfortable, that I'm not accustomed to, that I haven't developed yet the muscle memory for, and risk not running to my potential, or do I give up a little bit in aerodynamics? Again, we've seen an athlete like Taylor Knibb ride a road bike with attached aero bars to a third place finish at the Ironman World Championship 70.3 last year. So it can be done. And I think given a certain situation, a certain circumstance, and particularly that for Julie Darren here today, her first Ironman, just hasn't fully committed to Hashtag Aero.
Yeah, or hashtag putting the money in to buy a TT bike. Well, let's find out a little bit more about Chantal Saint-Cyr, and we have her on screen. Keep your eyes on her as we switch over to video.
Hi, I'm Chantal Saint-Cyr. I'm from the UK and I'm here to race Ironman Italy this weekend. Feeling good after racing Ironman Ireland. Quite a different race to this one with a pretty savage hill in it, but I had an amazing swim coming out of the water first, and then had a pretty decent bike until the end where it tailed off a little bit. But I feel like I've recovered really well, and I'm really looking forward to racing here this weekend. Typically, I go to races a lot on my own. I have been very lucky this year in that my family have joined me on race day or the day before. I don't think I'm the best person to be with the few days before the race. I'm a little bit strained. It's probably the best way to put it. But I also love racing when I know other people on the course, so that's been really nice as well for the races that I've done so far this year. I think particularly for Ironman, it's such a long day that at the end it's always great to have someone to take your bike away, carry your stuff. But no, it really does help when you see them out on the course, just lifts you a little bit. Yeah, so 5 things people probably don't know about me. My favourite colour is yellow. I buy pretty much everything that I can see that's yellow. My latest purchase was a pair of yellow shoes. I used to be a rower when I was a teenager and rode for Great Britain for a period of time. I got married earlier this year, and everyone still seems to have an issue working out whether I'm still Chantal Cummings, Chantal Saint-Cyr, or even Charlotte Saint-Cyr, which is my sister marrying my husband, which is all very weird. I am a bit of a coffee snob. My biggest weakness is probably being too nice. I am definitely looking to progress further up the podium. But yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't going for one of those top few spots. And you know, my dream would be to clinch that top space. So we'll see what happens on race day. Fortunately, the rain's coming, so that's in my favour.
Well, there you go, Chantal Saint-Cyr out of the UK. She's had a really solid year. She was 5th at Ironman Hamburg, 7th at the 70.3 Les Sables, and of course, as she mentioned, 3rd at Ironman Ireland, which was not that long ago, but she said she has recovered well. Of interest to me, McKeely, in that piece was she's a former rower, and it's been my experience that rowers that come to the sport of triathlon, man, the power transfer on the bike is outstanding. I just find that former rowers tend to make really, really good cyclists.
No, and I mean, there's definitely a reason for that. Look at the muscle groups.
Sure.
You know, you actually engage, when you're rowing, you actually engage a lot of muscle, right? Not just the legs, but significantly, you know, you are building a lot of glute, hamstring, quad strength, as well as upper body strength. So no surprise, I raced many years ago, an athlete who was the world indoor rowing champion. And she was just strong as an ox on the bike, just super strong, and multiple indoor rowing champion. So definitely it does translate. And it's always interesting because I always look, okay, what type of athlete makes a good bike rider? And definitely, you know, look at the components of what makes a good bike rider. If you look at professional cyclists to triathletes, which athlete, you know, is that power horse? And definitely, you know, you sometimes see athletes who are a little bit more compact because they tend to have a little bit more power. And then athletes like us tend to have because we're taller, we tend to have a little bit more strength just because our levers are a little bit longer. So it's always interesting to see, you know, when you're looking at pro bike riders, how sometimes petite some of the women are. You know, they're still very strong because you've got to have a strong core. And then, you know, in triathlon, it sort of does start to translate a little bit. But then, you know, a taller athlete, I feel, has a little bit more strength.
Well, there you go. And I'm going to throw down and do some crunches to improve my core strength while we take a quick break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
And we are back to live action here at Ironman Italy. Emilia-Romagna, you are looking at second place. That is Chantal Sainter, coming off a third place finish at Ironman Ireland not long ago, looking to improve on that by 1 step to take the win here today. She is a former rower. She looks good and strong swim, not our swim leader, but not much of a deficit. She's down 1 minute 37 seconds out of T1 in pursuit of our race leader, Julie Darren.
And her fastest bike split has been 4:49, and I believe that was in Hamburg. So capable of,
a similar course, actually.
Yeah, flat
and fast.
Yeah, I think this has what, how many feet?
400 meters of elevation gain,
yeah,
which is not a lot.
I mean, they did talk about the tiny little hill on this course.
Yes, there was one climb. They all look forward to, and on a course like this, I mean, I don't want to be dismissive of the one little climb, or if we could call it a hill.
You're gonna love that.
On a course like this, it becomes very valuable, because on a course like this, I would set a reminder almost on my clock to just, even though it's not necessary from a power transfer or a tactical perspective, to stand up, to stretch out the back, to change up the muscle tension. Because on a flat course like this, being locked in aero, even for an athlete that's accustomed to being locked in aero for a very long time, can be difficult. So that one little hill is going to be a little treasure for everyone to stand up for just a second, stretch out the back, stretch out the neck, and then get right back down to business.
Yeah, because you're using the same muscle group over and over and over. And then having a flat run too.
Sure.
Again, that's another level that adds to fatigue. You know, the repetition, you know, the chance that, you know, you go up a little bit of an incline will definitely be significant. You know, the chance to stretch your back, the chance to get out of the saddle, you know, those little things are significant, because in real life, a lot of the times we don't get to spend hours and hours in the aero bars. You know, we'll get stuck at a traffic light. We may be chatting to the person next to us. You know, there's all these things that happen. So practicing getting down your aero bars as much as possible is super, super important, because when you are doing a flat race, there's sort of no reprieve, because you're going to be down in those aero bars for hours and hours. And, you know, that's where the fatigue level comes in.
Yeah, holding that position, even if you are comfortable doing it, holding that position can be quite challenging, much more so than I think people let on.
So this is Johanna Arends that we see on the video. And I think one of the significant things that I see right now is she's quite a tower. So if you see the angle of how she's pedaling, I would call that quite an aggressive tower. And not to say that's bad, it can lead to some Achilles issues, just because of the way that technique is. Typically, I'd like to see a little bit more of a heel drop, just because long-term, definitely that could create some Achilles issues. But she has quite a high cadence. Typically, you know, for an Ironman distance event, I like to see a little bit lower cadence, but she still looks very, very comfortable. In terms of aerodynamics, she's definitely got that more of that angle on the extensions on a TT bike. But one thing, as I said, Dee Dee, that like I find a little bit hard for me to see is just how extreme that toe point is, just because I've seen it a lot over the years, and it does sometimes, a majority of the time, it does lead to some Achilles issues.
Yes, I mean...
And it also could be so tight in the calf that she can't get her heel down.
You get to the point where that muscle memory is so ingrained that even to be able to flatten the foot becomes difficult. I agree 100%.
No, we're back on our leader right now. What a fantastic race for her so far. Julie Duran, first time tackling the Ironman distance, has tackled 2 70.3 distance events already, been on the podium. This year, she did a couple of I2U, just under the top 15. She did do, I think, a challenge race maybe earlier in the year. Actually, I think she did the Canadian Open, the Canadian Open, where she finished 5th. So that was a really, really quality field. So it'll be interesting to see how she does handle this distance. And, we are getting a lot of sort of feedback how she isn't on a TT bike right now. She's on a road bike. But she looks really, really comfortable. She looks smooth, a little bit lower cadence than what we saw a few seconds ago. But what I like about her is how steady she is. Definitely moves around a little tiny bit at the front end. I would like to see her a little bit quieter in the shoulder. But overall, looks very, very comfortable. I like the angle from the shoulder to the wrist. I like where she's sitting over the bottom bracket. Lots of good things. But this rider, this is the one to watch, right? She has a history of dominating the bike. And I think Dee Dee, I think before too long, she'll be in the front.
Yeah, I think so. She certainly has the experience. My big question for Chantal Sainter is, how much is Ironman Ireland still in her legs? I mean, again, in this, I sound like an old person. I am an old person, Michele, but the volume with which athletes today are racing Ironmans, it truly makes my jaw drop. I would never be able to back up an Ironman in that sort of proximity. But she said she felt she recovered well from Ireland, which is a tough course. Let's talk about the difference between recovering from a course like Ironman Ireland, lots of hills, up and down, versus a flatter course. I mean, we talked about sort of the muscle strain of being, holding that TT position, and that's where a hillier course you have somewhat of an advantage, where you're moving around a little bit more, so the muscle fatigue isn't quite as embedded into one particular muscle group. That being said, I think the pounding, particularly of a hillier run course, would leave greater muscle fatigue. But still, to look at Chantal Sainter and back up an Ironman in that kind of proximity. I mean, again, we have Svenja Toos, who we haven't seen yet on screen, doing the exact same thing. She raced in Ireland as well.
And I think it comes down to the type of athlete that you are. So typically, the run is probably going to beat you up the most in an Ironman distance event. So when you are looking at the recovery time for some athletes, so if you're a little bit lighter and a little bit more smaller, not as tall, so, you definitely recover quickly compared to somebody who's a little bit heavier, maybe a little bit taller. So I think you got to look at like the physique of each individual athlete, because I think that's one thing that, you see with runners in particular, right? They're usually like very, very light, because they are doing a lot of run miles, but they're typically lighter and they can handle it. You get a little bit heavier and definitely you just don't bounce back. Somebody who weighs under weighs $115 compared to somebody who weighs $140.
Well, it's just that much more pounding on the pavement,
that's
right?
Significant.
That much more force. Yep.
So
that's an interesting. I had actually I've never thought of that.
I think about that because I know for me, the run always beats me up. It still beats me up to this day. Like every time I run intervals every week, I'm like, how can I be so still fatigued and carry a little bit of muscle soreness from running? But yeah, like some people bounce back quicker than others. And, you know, how you bounce back also is determined by your recovery. Did you load a lot into the first race and then come out a little bit easier? Or did you taper a little bit into that race and then come out with a little bit higher load?
All different strategies for doing back-to-back Ironmans. So that's something for you to think about while we take this quick break. And we are back to the live action here at Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. We are in Servia on the east coast of Italy, a beach resort town in this stunningly gorgeous part of the world. A lot of these athletes commenting, Mikili, that they're excited to have some culinary adventures when the race is over. And this is one heck of a place to do that.
Definitely, it would definitely be why I'd want to go to Italy. The food in Italy is awesome. Nothing better than pasta and some pizza and ice cream. I always love the ice cream in Italy. I don't know, I love like going out, getting some pizza and then looking for a nice ice cream shop to indulge. So definitely we are in the food capital of Italy, as I was told.
Of course, when we talk about Servia, we talk about this region is surrounded by more than 300 hectares of pine wood, as well as 827 hectares of salt pans. It's the salt pans that this region is really known for.
I love my salt, and you'll need a little bit of salt today racing, that's for sure. So, yeah, you know, it's always amazing when we were talking about, you know, when athletes race back-to-back races. And, you know, the reasons why is, you know, always varied. And, you know, definitely, you know, recovery is long for some and shorter from others. So really for Chantel Santier, it's always going to come down to the run. I mean, that's usually where you're really going to feel the amount of fatigue. Sure. And if you are fatigued, yeah, the bike is going to crush you as well.
So if you were doing back-to-back Ironmans, Mikili, would you pace this? I mean, obviously it's a different course, so it's a bit of an unfair question. But would you pace the second one differently than the first one? Would you be slightly more cautious on the bike as a result of knowing that you have an Ironman in your legs?
Well, I think you got to look at the competition as well. You know, what is your goal for this race? Is this race, you know, a race that you want to win? Or is this a race, well, you know what? There's a Kona slot. So can I get that Kona slot if I just have a good steady day and be the first person across the line? So you're thinking about, do I want to win this race? If I win this race, I get a Kona slot. I get a Kona slot early. This is for 2023. So now I have more than a year to train for Kona. So you could look at it like that. But, you know, you can also look at it, I'm a professional athlete. Part of how I make my income is from racing and possibly race bonuses and then the potential to get more sponsorship. So, or I just love racing, you know? It's like training is great.
It beats the pants off of training.
Yeah, you know, I always love racing. So it's a chance to, you know, recover a little bit, you know, get that good adrenaline going to race. And I think that's sometimes the biggest issue that happens with Ironman athletes. They become champion trainers and they love training so much that they don't race as much. So it's always interesting to see, who decides to do a lot of races, because, every time we're going through the list of who's racing and we go, holy cow, how many races has this athlete done?
Yep.
But there's that opportunity now that, a lot of athletes didn't have many years ago, that there was only 5 Ironmans that you could do. And now, there's so many that you can choose. And, sometimes it also comes down to, what? It just fit into my program. I'm just going to see what happens. And, that experience could help down the road.
Well, speaking of so many races to choose from, Makili, on July 2nd, 2023, Frankfurt is once again hosting the Minova Ironman European Championship for the top pro males and age group athletes. The stunning course is one of a kind in Germany, showcasing the region's traditional villages, landscapes, and Frankfurt's skyline. Thousands of spectators will line the streets cheering the athletes along the breathtaking finish line at Rummelburg Square. Secure your spot now. Register at Ironman.com. Totally different venue, of course, when we talk about Frankfurt to where we are here in Servia in Italy. Both great races, taking nothing away from them. Here on screen, we have Johanna Aherns, and we talked a little bit. We don't have a lot of information on her. I believe this is her first Ironman event. So we don't know a lot about her, but we had talked about that bit of a toe point she's got, and possibly losing a little bit of power and not getting that heel all the way down into the pedal stroke, not to mention the shortening of those calf muscles over the thousands and thousands and thousands of repetitions.
Yeah, I mean, if you were being super critical, I mean, you'd be looking at, okay, is she losing power by not having that little bit more heel drop? Is that going to cause issues down the road? And also when you get off the bike and run, you've already pitched yourself so high, that's where that Achilles issues start to come into play, right? Because, dropping your heel is super important because, when we look at the swim, right, we do a lot of towing in swim. So then if we're a little bit more extreme on the bike, again, we're putting a lot of pressure on the front. And then when you get on the run, obviously, if she's a tower on the bike, she's going to be well and truly on the forefoot when she runs. So the risk of getting stress fractures, in the metatarsals is definitely increased. But, it also comes down to, you get stuck in that one technique.
Sure.
And maybe, nobody's addressed it.
Right.
Or, that's where she feels most comfortable. So it's like, we sit back and we analyze and we can only say, okay, well, in my experience, for me, that could create those Achilles calf issues.
As analysts here, that's what you're providing your expertise. So if Johanna is your athlete, you're going to address that.
Yeah, and as I said, it could also be that she just doesn't have that flexibility in the calf to even drop the heel. But that's significant as well too, because that can create so many other issues down the road. So definitely, I know I tow a lot, but not to that extreme. And then, if you're a mountain biker,
I'm not that bad.
when you're a mountain biker, right? What are you going to do? You're going to do a lot of heel drop. Why? Well, one, your seat's going to be a little lower, right? So it's going to give you a little bit more heel drop as well.
Well, let's take a look, because we can compare and contrast now when we look at our race leader here, Julie Darren, very flat through the bottom part of the pedal stroke there. She's getting that heel down, sliding that heel back through the pedal stroke. I would say that is a much, much better foot angle through the bottom part of the pedal stroke.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the one thing, like I said, that if I was going to be super critical is I just don't like how she moves so much around. And that could be a little bit of wind right now. But definitely that, a little bit of core strength, she could be lacking a little bit of core strength. But definitely she looks like she's moving around quite a lot. But, you can see her race number is flapping a little bit in the wind.
Yep.
But, she doesn't have a super deep rin on the front. And there was a lot of talk earlier when we were listening to some of the athletes, as we continue to watch Julie Darren on our screen, is there was the prediction was that they would have this massive tailwind on the way out and then be pushing into the wind on the way back. And, this is a 2-loop course. She's already gone through the 30-kilometre mark. Nobody else has reached that point yet. So that's going to really be a telltale sign of, is she riding faster than everyone else, or is someone like Santier catching up?
Well, of course, we knew the gap out of the first transition between race leader Julie Darren and chaser Chantal Sainter was 1 minute 37 seconds. So by my math skills, Chantal Sainter should be crossing that timing mat any second now, unless she's, of course, losing time. So we will see as our race leaders approach that 30-kilometer mark, Julie Darren, the only one through that, how things will have shuffled. And we would imagine at this point, Mikili, they would have shuffled a bit because there were a couple of packs coming out of the swim together. But of course, as we transition into an entirely new sport from swim to bike, the swim specialists, if they're not outstanding cyclists, may fade out of the picture. And of course, we'll see some of the stronger bike runners who we haven't even mentioned yet, the likes of a Joanna Reaver, Sven Jatos. We would expect them to move up in the rankings, even within the first 30 kilometers. But as we look at it, Chantal Sainter, 3 minutes, 22 seconds down. So for those of you that were bashing Julie Darren in her unaerodynamic position, well, she is getting it done. As we come back to third place.
Well, I think the point that we were making is that the bike is not aerodynamic.
Yes.
Her position looks pretty good.
Given what she has to work with, she's made it work for her. And that's the important thing, is that making the position work for you. This is Joanna Ahrens. We see in the pink kit, she will be the next, presumably, to cross that 30-kilometer bike. As we look at the VinFast performance analysis graphic here, we can see that our athletes coming into a bit of a turn here, but traveling at 36 kilometers per hour as we come back to our race leader. And she has increased her gap. Third place, that is the back and forth between Zelka Sabin and Joanna Ahrens. So those two together pretty much locked in third and fourth position. They are 4 minutes, 23 seconds back of our race leader.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first check. It's very, very early. And, if we're going to put a question mark on Julie right now, has she gone out way harder because she's used to like a higher speed? Normally in a short course race, the type of racing she does, it's like, go hard, slow down, go hard, slow down. And, in an Ironman, it's like that consistent effort over the entire 112 miles. And, I know when I did my first Ironman, it's like, it wasn't so much the bike. I felt like pretty good on the bike. It was more the run. I'm like, oh yeah, I can run a 5-minute mile, no problem. And then it was like, I'm like, it felt easy. But yeah, and I think that's the hardest part, right? Dialing in that sort of enthusiasm. And, she did look super strong on the bike. I like her cadence. It's sort of like, to me, it's around that 80 to 85. I sort of think that's more of a sweet spot for a lot of athletes, because you don't want that 90 to 95.
Why?
Because you're going to burn too much lactic acid. And, you got to push a little bit bigger gear. I mean, this is about strength. Yeah, they ride fast.
I think there's a pedaling inefficiency too. I see with athletes when they get up to that higher cadence, particularly the mid 90s, they almost lose, their feet are spinning so quickly that they almost lose contact with the pedals, if that makes sense. They're not feeling the pedal stroke. They're not feeling the power around the pedal stroke because they're just spinning. And of course, we talked about it watching Julie Darren's stroke rate in the swim, how great it was to have this high rate of turnover. However, on the bike, I think that higher cadence, you lose some of the power transfer, the efficiency. Unless you have an extremely efficient pedal stroke, I think the higher cadence, not only are you going to burn out the muscles faster, I also think it elevates your heart rate a considerable amount, but I think you don't get as good power transfer.
No, for sure. I mean, it's that balance, right? Because you don't want to go too low a cadence and push too big, but you don't want to go too a high cadence because definitely you're going to lose power. I mean, if you're racing a 20K or a 40K, that's different. But, over 112 miles, I don't know about you, I like that 80 to 85 cadence. I don't know, what cadence do you typically ride in an Ironman distance event?
Pretty similar, not necessarily as high as 85. I'd say I'm 78 to 82.
Yeah, and significant too, age.
Yes.
Because as we get older and our VO2 max drops, so then our ability to push that higher cadence is reduced, right? So it's super important that you actually do some high cadence work as we get older and older. But that's significant too, right? Because maybe in your younger years, that cadence was different.
Yes.
But as we get older, doesn't matter who you are, you tend to lower that cadence because we sort of develop the muscular strength to be able to handle that, but we just lack, because your cardio, your VO2 max drops, so much every year. So yeah, it's always interesting when you ask an athlete about cadence because before power, we had heart rate, and then we've always had cadence. So it's a lot of the times we did work off cadence because cadence is energy systems.
Sure.
Right? The different cadence that we do will work on different energy systems.
So as we now have our top 10 professional women through the 30-kilometer marker, I want to take a minute and talk about some of our fastest movers again. It's still early stages of racing, but some of our big movers in the field, we've got a group that is 5 minutes, 51 seconds back. That includes Sven Jatos, Lisa Marie Dormier, and Gabriela Zelenka, and they are the fastest movers out on course at the moment, behind our race leader, Julie Darren, who is still leading the race, as she did since early this morning. Let's take a quick look back at our Roca swim course this morning as athletes took to the water 7:15 a.m. local time after a 24-hour delay due to severe weather in the area. Our athletes got underway a bit chilly this morning. They took to the waters, had some strong currents that they fought, and as we see a little bit of texture on the water, we had a couple of unique, distinct groups that formed right out of the gate, but it didn't take long for our swim leader, Julie Darren, to make her mark on this swim course. There we see Julie separating herself from the chase pack. Included in that chase pack were the likes of Chantel Sainter, Zelka Sabin, Joanna Aherns, and Margaret Elfers. And our nearly 3,300 age group athletes took to the seas shortly thereafter in our rolling swim start, and they will be joined by another 3,000 age group 70.3 competitors. So lots of action out here today in Serbia, but it was Julie Darren from start to finish across the Roca swim course. She was able to establish a new course record of 53 minutes and 18 seconds. That erases the previous course record that was held by Jenny Fletcher of 54:09. So already off to a very fast start here for Julie Darren in her very first Ironman competition. Of course, the other women giving chase through the very long run from swim exit on to the full gas bike course. A little bit of shuffling, a little bit of strategy as the athletes try to be quick but efficient through transition.
No, and it's always interesting when you start looking at the pace. Pace is, a good indicator on what's happening out on the course, who the movers and shakers are. And, definitely around that 39 kilometer an hour is where most of the women are sitting right now. And it was interesting because when we were listening to some of the pre-race videos, the prediction was that on the way out, you would be sitting around that 40 kilometers an hour mark. And then on the way back, when you head back in for the second half of that first loop on our 2-lap bike course, that you're actually going to hit a little bit more wind. So typically what that's going to show us once we sort of get to the next half of this course is who really are the strong bike riders. you know, a tailwind is definitely going to be more probably beneficial to a weaker cyclist. And, you know, when we get back into that wind, that's really where we're going to see who the bikers are. And, you know, I definitely had flagged a couple of the bikers, and Julie was definitely one of them. You know, she's probably the most well-rounded athlete out of everyone, although she's not proven over this distance. But, you know, she's strong on the swim, strong on the run, and strong on the bike. And then you have someone like Svenja Thos, you know, she's a run biker. And then, look at that, was perfect. She was right on the screen.
I was going to say.
From Germany. I did that well. Yeah, she's more of that run biker. And then you have, of course, we talked earlier, who showed up on our screen a little bit later because, you know, her swim time can be anywhere from an hour to an hour and 5. Joanna Ryder. She is a great runner. And then you have Alexander Tonder, who's a great biker. You have Christian Leopold, who we haven't really seen yet, great runner. You know, Chantal Santier, great swim biker. And then, you know, the list goes on and on and on. So it's always interesting to see, you know, who is going to move. Because in this race, I really believe there's a good group of really strong cyclists. So it'll be interesting to see as we get into that headwind, the harder part of this bike course, who actually is having the best day today.
Yeah, on screen now we have out of Germany, that is Jana Uderstadt. She's a pretty well-balanced athlete. I would call her a swim biker, certainly a petite athlete. I do not see results from her across a full Ironman, so this is her first full Ironman race as well. She was 5th at the 70.3 Poznan and 7th at the 70.3 Gdynia. So a lot of athletes getting new experience across this Ironman distance, including our race leader, who has, from transition through the 30-kilometer mark, established an even greater lead. She was so dominant across the swim, came out of transition with 1 minute and 37 seconds on second place, has built that lead to 3 minutes and 22 seconds. But we do have a couple of groups forming here. We had the likes of Joanna Ahrens and Zelka Zabin paired together in 3rd and 4th position. And then behind, we had a group that we saw, we sort of panned through just moments ago, that included Svenja Thos, Lisa Marie Dornauer, and Gabriela Zelenka. So they are, and actually, Jana Understadt is in that group as well. So that is a big group that is formed there, 5 women in that group. So they've got to be careful. These women out in front, a little bit more spaced out in 1s and 2s, but that large group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sorry, my apologies, 6 athletes, there's power there if they can get organized and work together. As you mentioned, a lot of strong cyclists in that group could start to make headway to our race leader. That group of 5 or 6 is traveling. Their average speed is significantly faster than the likes of Chantal Sainter and the pair of Zelka and Johanna. So they could do some damage if they could get themselves organized. We're going to take a commercial break and give them a chance to do just that. Welcome back to Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, brought to you by Full Gas. Less virtual, more reality.
Well, Dee Dee, let's talk a little bit about who the athletes thought were going to be the strong bike riders today. Svenja Thos definitely picked Julie Duron. You know, she does a lot of training with her and she felt like she was in really good shape. And then you had someone like Tara Grosner, who actually picked several girls, and we sort of talked a little bit. So Federica, of course, Julie, Alexandra, Svenja, Chantel. So they were her picks on the bike, who she thought were going to be significant on the bike. So it's always interesting to see, you know, who the athletes think are going to be the threats. And, you know, later on we'll talk a little bit about who they thought the threats were going to be on the run. But right now, this is Julie Duron. She looks really, really smooth. I mean, if we had a power meter on her right now, I'm assuming she'd probably be pushing at least 220, do you think? That would be my estimate.
Possibly.
Of course, it's going to depend on how much she weighs.
I was going to say, I don't think she's a big athlete. She doesn't appear to be very tall, so it might be slightly less than that. But let's take a look here at the VinFast performance analysis graphic and talk a little bit about that. I mean, again, body weight and size plays such a big role in what that actual power number is, and it can be deceiving. So when you see the athletes lined up one next to another, it gives you a little bit more information. But we do know that at the moment, our race leader, Julie Duron, traveling along at 34 kilometers per hour. So that's a pretty solid pace.
And it looks pretty comfy in the car. It looks like it's set at 28 degrees Celsius. On the other side is 26 degrees Celsius. And, you know, definitely she's slowed down a little bit. So it looks like they've got the heated seats on as well in the VinFast vehicle. So obviously...
It was a chilly morning.
Hey, I'd have the heated seats on.
All the comforts in the VinFast vehicle.
Yeah. But no, definitely, you know, you can see she's pushing a little bit more power now. You know, definitely this is probably going more into the wind again. Definitely, again, you know, she is moving around a little bit more. Her speed has dropped a little bit. But, you know, that was the prediction from a lot of the athletes, that you were going to hit that 40 kilometre an hour on the way out. And on the way back, you're definitely going to be facing more difficult conditions with the wind. I mean, the wind prediction wasn't supposed to be significant. But, you know, on a flat course... you know, a little bit of wind in it. Look at the open field.
Sure, there's
no
protection out there.
That's significant because there's nowhere to hide. You know, you're head on. And, you know, if you're in the group, you know, you talked a little bit earlier about, you know, if the girls behind can get into that little group, yeah, that could benefit them, especially in a headwind. Because if they can swap off turns, of course, in a legal way, you know, then you're only facing the wind, you know, so many minutes. So it's always interesting to see, you know, what that back group will do when we get to that next checkpoint, if they are going to work a little bit more together, or, you know, they're just going to rely on somebody to take control. If they're strong enough, they'll take a lead. If they're not, they'll just sit comfortably. So tactics will start to play, particularly when you get into that group situation.
And on camera now, we have an age group male, but ahead of him, was at bib number 11. That was Gabriela Zelenka. Another athlete, interestingly, opting not to ride a disc wheel. Gabriela with a standard wheel on her bike, also choosing not to ride the disc. You know, oftentimes that's a decision based on, well, do I have a disc and do I want to make the investment to get a disc if I don't have a wheel support or a wheel sponsor? Some of the smaller athletes, too, I think, on a course that could potentially be windy, which this certainly has that potential, that they actually might want to opt not for the disc, as Margaret Elfers, who is one of the very strong cyclists in the field here today, also electing not to use a disc. I'm surprised by how many athletes are not using a disc given the topography of this course.
Yeah, and, you know, again, it could be, you know, they don't have access to a disc. So, you know, a lot of the research will show that, yes, the disc wheel, you know, in the past, the disc wheel was significantly faster. But, you know, with technology these days, with a deeper rim, you know, it's pretty close. But now, you know, we're starting to see some more technological advancements with the disc wheel, and we've seen a comeback this year. It's like a couple of years ago, you wouldn't see any, and now, like every race that I know I've commentated on, there's been quite a few disc wheels. So,
well, that's why it was striking to me in this race that there are so many without, and I wonder
especially
if
on
that's
this flat course.
on this flat course. I'm wondering if that's because there was the potential for strong winds that they just had to make the choice before they left home and opted not to bring it. But it is striking to me how many athletes we've seen. I mean, I've counted, I think, 4 or 5 within our top 10 without disc wheels. Interesting.
Yeah, no, interesting for sure, because, you know, it is available now. You know, they are efficient, they're light. You know, if you run a disc brake, you can get a disc brake disc. But, you know, it could be also, you know, a travel thing. If you're deciding on what wheel set that you're going to take to the race, and, you know, you do have sort of limited space and limited luggage allowances, especially these days on aeroplanes. So do you take your race wheels and some training wheels, or, you know, do you throw in like an extra disc wheel? And, you know, definitely if you're going to be traveling with a disc wheel, it's like, well, if it's going to be super windy, then that may not have been the best choice, where a deep rim is way more versatile. So it could come down to basically like, you know what, I just want a wheel that's the most versatile in any conditions.
And race leader Julie Darren has led since the very early stages of our swim this morning, making her way through about 40 kilometers on the bike. My estimate is that she's about, I'm going to say about 40 to 45 kilometers into the bike, and still feeling good at this point. It's hard to differentiate yourself because all of these athletes at this level can ride super strong through 40K, 50K, even 100K. I think it's after sort of maybe 90K where the starts to separate the cream from the coffee, so to speak, and start to highlight who maybe was a little aggressive and where mistakes are starting to show up in race strategy. As we come back to Chantel Sainter, it looks very good to me on the bike. She looks pretty relaxed in the face. And I'm going to take a little bit of a relaxing break right now, and we'll be back in just a second. Back to our live coverage here at Ironman Italy. Emilia-Romagna, we are looking at second place competitor Chantel Sainter, coming off a great performance at Ironman Ireland just a few weeks ago. Said she recovered really well, wanted to throw her hat into the ring for this race. Of course, up for grabs, one slot to the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship to be held next fall in Kona, Hawaii. So one spot up for grabs, so a lot of athletes having that on their minds.
No, definitely, that would have been a factor why people came to this race. And I actually did ask a couple of athletes, since we were talking about, you know, Kona slots and why people race. And, you know, definitely the location, you know, a lot of the Europeans can travel to this race by car was like a big factor. Also the terrain on this course. A lot of the athletes, you know, said it was a fast course here and they really like the flat terrain. You know, some of it was based on, well, you know, this fit best into their race program. You know, we have a couple of athletes doing Kona in a couple of weeks. Definitely Federica De Nicola. You know, she's Italian and she doesn't get the chance to race that much in her country. So she felt it was the perfect race to see her home crowd. And then we have Alexander Tonder. She said, because I love pizza and pasta. She said, no, seriously, never came before, so I'm discovering new places. And then Savenya Thos, she said, you know, it was just spontaneous. It's her fourth long distance this year, and she obviously felt like she was ready to tackle another Ironman.
Yeah, of course, Svenja coming off the disappointment of being disqualified at Ironman Ireland, her last race. And she's another athlete. She's actually qualified for the Ironman World Championship. So a high volume racer. She's had a very successful year minus the DQ, and putting it on the line here, and will make the trip out to the Big Island to see what she's got in just 3 weeks' time.
And, you know, that can be some huge motivation for you. You know, it's like you come across the finish line. I know one time I was racing and I got disqualified for losing my race number right as I crossed the finish line.
Oh,
and my twin sister will tell you that's the first race and only race that she beat me in. But yeah, getting disqualified because lost my race number. So definitely that fired me up, and definitely the next couple of races, I made sure my race number was in place and intact. And yeah, it's always interesting how athletes use motivation, because, you know, you can turn that into something positive or you can turn that into something negative. And I know through my entire career, it's like, for example, my high school run coach, he was always positive. He always used to say after every track meet, McKeely, will you remember me when you're famous? And, you know, it was pretty cool to hear that when you're like, you know, 14, 15, 16, you know, somebody that believes in you. And, you know, we used to all giggle and laugh about it. And then, you know, I had another high school coach that said to me, oh, McKeely, why are you even bothering doing sport? You're just going to get a boyfriend and give up. And, you know, I sort of use that, you know, as motivation and go, you know what, I'm going to prove you wrong.
I hope he got fired.
Yeah. And then the same sort of thing happened when I was going into the Sydney Olympics. There was this newspaper article that came out that said that, you know, I wasn't Olympic medal caliber. And they were sort of debating whether they should show that to me before the race. And I'm glad they did, because, you know, it's like, you know what, I'm going to prove them wrong as well. And, you know, walked away with a silver medal. And, you know, sometimes, you know, turn those negatives that could totally, like, be detrimental to your performance. I always tried to turn them into something positive. You know, if someone said I couldn't do something, and, you know, that's my competitive nature, I'm sure just like yours, you know, starts to kick in. And, you know, it's always important to have that good team around you that really, really can keep you focused and know when to push you and know when to show you something and say, hey, let's use this to our advantage. And that's one thing that I always used to tell people. I go, never give your competition, like, fuel for the fire. Never say anything that's going to fire them up.
As we come back to race leader here, we have Julie Darren. You had an interesting observation, McKeely. Of course, I joked earlier that about how many times I would erroneously call Julie by her sister's name,
I know
Nina,
what you're going to talk about now.
because I'm so familiar commentating on Nina, and Julie is new to our Ironman racing, but she's given us reason to make that mistake, hasn't she?
Yes, she has. I was wondering what your point was going to be, and I was like in the middle of taking a drink, and then I started choking, and then I'm like, oh, I know exactly. Because written on the side of her helmet is, of course, her sister's name. So
Yes.
obviously she borrowed her helmet for today, and, you know, you did make a suggestion that maybe she should have borrowed a disc wheel as well. I'm thinking, how similar do they look? Because I'm thinking, okay, in a race photo, everyone's going to assume that it's not
Exactly.
her, it's her sister. I mean, being a twin, that happened to me a lot. So, yeah, it's always interesting, right? You know, it's how, you know, when you are a family, you know, what's yours is mine, what's mine is yours.
Exactly, except the disc wheel.
Yeah.
Back to Chantal Sainter again. She's having a super race so far. We've talked about her coming off her performance at Ironman Ireland not long ago, and just felt like she was ready to go again. So here she is, very strong swimmer, doing a great job on the bike. She was third at Ireland. I believe that was her first podium performance across the Ironman distance race, and she is hungry for more, looking to improve upon that. And again, we talked about athletes racing again and again and again. They're gaining valuable experience every time they toe a line. So if you're an athlete that hasn't done a lot of racing, sometimes just doing a lot of races is going to give you that experience, good races, bad races, that you can put it all together, and really perhaps in the future focus on less volume of racing and higher quality of racing with the lessons learned from prior races.
Yeah, it's always interesting when you look at experience and how it can benefit you. And it's not just the experience of doing an Ironman, but it's also the experience of going through the training phases. You know, you learn a lot going through the training phases, the build up, and then you learn a lot in the race. And then you learn a lot about yourself of how well do I recover? And, you know, experience plays an important part in once you start doing races. It's where does it best fit into my schedule? How many events can I actually do in a year? You know, what recovery do I need? So, you know, we talked about a couple of athletes coming off Ironman races not too long ago. So, you know, this is a good experience for them, because now that's going to give them knowledge moving forward, deciding on what races to do. And, you know, why this race is important for a lot of the athletes, of course, is that one Kona slot that we have for the women today. Because that's significant, because if you can qualify and be done with your qualification this early and so far out of 2023, that's going to help you, because the pressure's off. If your number one goal is to get to Kona, the pressure's off. You walk away with this Kona slot, the pressure's off. You know, you can concentrate on whatever else you need to do for the year. You don't have any stress about trying to get that Kona slot. So
well, sure, it gives you the opportunity to take a healthy break at the end of the year. If you should choose to race a little bit more, I think you can feel confident taking a nice healthy break to let the body recharge, knowing that Kona slot is secured, that you will be invited to compete at the Ironman World Championship. Makes for a quite lovely off-season, I think, versus an athlete who maybe hasn't had it wrapped up by the end of the year. Then they've got to think about scripting their early season. When am I going to get that rate? When am I going to get that slot? How many times am I going to have to race to get it? It opens up possibility. And that's not to say that these athletes won't compete at other Ironman races throughout the year, but moreover, that it just gives them the flexibility that they don't have to race a particular race because of X, Y, and Z. They have a lot more options available to them. As we take a look here out of the UK at Tara Grosvenor, strong cyclist here, another one, lots of them in the field. She had an outstanding performance, and I'm going to have to grab my notes here. 5th place at Ironman Ireland. She's another one that doubled Ironman Ireland to here at Ironman Italy. That was a breakthrough performance for her, first time in the top 5. She was I remember seeing her running down the finish chute, and the enthusiasm and excitement for her first top 5 was infectious.
And she's actually finished 8 times in the top 10 at Ironman branded events. And her fastest time was a 9:29 in Finland. And, you know, she has run a 3:08. And that, of course, that was in Ireland in 2022. And, you know, on the bike, her fastest time, I believe, was just 5:17 in Tulsa. So it's always interesting when you go back and you look at the splits. Definitely her run pedigree, that 3:08 not too long ago.
Significant.
Yeah, significant when we get to the run course, that's for sure. And, also when you're going through and, you're determining like, okay, this person's ridden this fast, this person's ridden this fast. And, the courses sometimes are so varied and so different. Sometimes it is hard to compare. I try to pick one race that's very similar and see, what the actual comparison is.
As we look at some of our age group competitors here, transitioning from the swim, getting ready to get underway on their adventure through the VinFast bike course. It looks like we have one athlete here with a little bit of a mechanical problem, trying to get that sorted out with the help there. But we're going to take a quick break and we'll come right back after this.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Back to live action here at Ironman Italy. We are looking at race leader Julie Darren. She has led from the very early stages of the swim and continuing to charge her way through this course, actually increased her lead through the 30-kilometer mark on the VinFast bike course here, waiting for her to go through 65 kilometers, which she will do in a little bit, not quite yet, but acting like a seasoned pro, a veteran of this Ironman distance, when in fact this is her first Ironman.
Yeah, she's got about 14 minutes before she hits our next time check. And we always talk about, time checks because this is the chance to see where everyone is. And it gives us a good indication of who the movers and shakers are and who we really need to keep an eye out for on the bike. Because as we know, so many times we've seen races and all this stuff is happening behind us. And then all of a sudden we start talking about athletes that we haven't even mentioned. And definitely in this race, we do have some really, really good runners out there. But, it's always interesting when you look at athletes and the differences on the bike. Again, we talked about disc wheels. Not only does she have a disc wheel, but she's got quite a deep rim. I didn't see what number that was. Did you get that, Dee Dee?
Yes, this is Svenja Toast.
Svenja Toast. Yeah, so she's definitely one to watch, right? We know that she has extra motivation after being disqualified. So she looks strong. She looks comfortable. I don't know who's right behind her, but they seem to be moving quite quick. So those time checks are so important for us, sitting up here watching what's going on, because that really, really gives us an indicator on who we need to start looking at and saying, okay, this person's riding at this speed. It's going to take this much for them to get near the front or as close as they can to the front.
Yeah, I believe with her that was Johanna Aherns, but I didn't quite get a bib number on her. But speaking of Svenja, we had a chance to chat with Svenja before the race, and here's what she had to say about racing here in Italy.
I'm Svenja Toast. I'm from Germany. I live in Switzerland and I came pretty spontaneous to Italy. Yeah, it was definitely a life changer. Yeah, I qualified for the 70.3 World Championship in Las Vegas as an age grouper and won this, and that changed completely everything. When I turned professional in June 2017, I was still a full-time stewardess, like flight attendant. And did that until the beginning of 2018, and then I figured out it's just too much, and I was in a really, really big hole by that time, and then I needed to decide what
is my first priority. And then I thought, well, I can fly until I'm 70 in the worst case, but I can't do professional sport until I'm 70. Dear Ironman age groupers, the best thing is when you go to an Ironman race, just do your very best. It doesn't matter if you win or if you reach a certain time, just at the certain day, give your really, really best. And that needs to be fulfilled. Like, it needs to fulfill yourself and it needs to make you happy.
You know, interesting for me, Mikili, to hear that for a period of time, she did try to balance full-time employment as a flight attendant with being a professional athlete. And it's obviously being a flight attendant, that's a tough beat because you're traveling so much, which makes the consistency of your training harder and harder. But it also, for a lot of athletes, is the only way that they can fund themselves through racing.
No, definitely. And, you know, she was lucky she actually worked for an airline because that's how she actually got into triathlon, right? They were giving away a free 70.3 entry. And, you know, at that point, you know, she just said, you know, she was a runner and she just used to love running with her dog. And then all of a sudden, you know, she gets this 70.3 entry. And then at the 2012 70.3 World Championships, she won the age group 18 to 24. So even though, you know, she understands, you know, that, you know, a job makes money, to be an Ironman athlete, it's very, very difficult to have that type of job. But it's because of being in that job that she actually found about triathlon. So it's always interesting to see how athletes find out. And, you know, she's 31, so still relatively young. She's still got quite a few years left. And I just love the fact that she said, you know what? I can't be an elite athlete in my 70s. I've got to do it now.
Well, let's just see about that. I'm getting awful close, Mikili. I'm
so
getting
funny.
closer.
I was so funny because when she was saying that, I'm like, I got to ask Dee Dee. I got to ask Dee Dee about that because she's proving that age is just a number. And, you know, Dee Dee, talk a little bit about that, how, you know, what motivates you to keep pushing yourself? Because, I mean, that's the hardest thing. Like, I know for me personally, I push myself for the shorter stuff, but, you know, for the long stuff, it's that time commitment as well.
Well, it sure is. I mean, I'm very fortunate in that I think like every athlete out on this course, and including this very enthusiastic athlete from Colombia, I love her. She's so excited. She loves what she does, right? We do it because we love it. I did not quit my otherwise well-paying job to come to triathlon thinking that I was going to become a millionaire. I did it because I was passionate about it.
Yeah.
And I loved it. And that is the spirit of Ironman racing and Ironman 70.3 racing. And we see that enthusiasm. I mean, this might be, you know, we have some room to improve here on this transition, but look at that enthusiasm. She is having a great time, and that's what it's all about. Just so great to see that enthusiasm and so many opportunities to race all around the world. And I would like to take the opportunity to welcome to Ironman 70.3 Venice Jesolo, a perfect combination of the world's most romantic destination, the floating city of Venice, and the Adriatic seaside retreat of Jesolo. Race at the beach paradise on the Venetian Riviera that offers a flat bike and run course, perfect for athletes chasing personal best times. Every journey begins with a single step, and this could be yours. Join us on May 7th, 2023 at Ironman 70.3 Venice Jesolo. You can sign up at ironman.com now. Doesn't that sound wonderful, Mikili? Venice.
It did, because look how, even though we had a little bit of chop in the water today, it was so blue. It was like so clear, you know, and I'm sure
I just want to go on
Venice.
a racing tour of Italy. I want to go to all of the races in Italy and eat all of the foods and see just the passionate people. Such a warm, I'm just generalizing the entire country, but very enthusiastic. What a great place to visit. So whether
And the
you
wine. Don't forget about the wine.
Don't forget about the wine. Whether you get to Venice or whether you sign up for Ironman Italy next year or the 70.3 here in Serbia, great racing opportunities in a beautiful part of the world.
Yeah, it looks like Julie Duran is getting ready to hit that second loop. It looks like she's headed back towards transition now as she navigated through that roundabout. And I mean, when you are going through the course, you know, these athletes are so lucky. What a day we've had so far compared to yesterday.
Yes.
You know, no rain. It looks like a lot of the wet has dried up because, you know, if it gets a little slick out there, you know, going through a roundabout like that could cause some issues. But it looks like we have absolutely perfect conditions. Blue sky. It doesn't look like there's a lot of wind.
Well, that's what I noticed as we saw some of the age groupers exiting the swim, and we were getting awfully close to the cutoff of the swim course there for the full distance Ironman athletes. But the texture on the water had calmed down a little bit, so I actually think the wind has subsided a bit since we started earlier this morning.
Yeah, and you don't see a lot of the trees moving. Definitely, you know, you see a little bit of movement on the back of Chantal Sentier with her race number, but not that much. And that's probably more the wind that she's creating.
Sure.
Because if you look at the trees, they don't look like they're moving at all. Not at all. I mean, we know there is a little bit of wind. I think the prediction was about 9 kilometers an hour, which...
Not that significant.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a fast course. It's flat. You know, with the humidity a little bit higher, that could play a little bit more of a factor. I mean, we started at 50 degrees, 10 degrees Celsius, so definitely it was a little chilly. But, you know, it's always interesting because I didn't see a lot of athletes stressing for cold.
I saw one put a vest on.
Yeah.
No gloves, no arm warmers, no nothing. Yep.
And maybe one other athlete that I may have saw with arm warmers on. So that tells me that the majority of the athletes felt that it was going to warm up quite quickly.
Yep.
And hopefully we can, after the break, we can get a little bit of a temperature check to see exactly what the conditions are right now.
Back to our live action here at Ironman Italy as our athletes in the midst of the VinFast bike course. A stunningly beautiful day here in Serbia along the coast of Italy. Spectacular day. You were looking at bib number 23, Mirella Karlsson out of Sweden, doing a great job of it. She is a bit further back at the moment, but making her way towards our race leaders, who, from the start of the race, very nearly has been Julie Darren in her very first Ironman.
And look at her position. Look how closed up she was at the front. That head to extension was really, really snug. And, you know, on this type of course, I think the more aerodynamic you can be and the more efficient you can be, that really, really suits this flat terrain.
It does, and a lot of people had questioned Julie Darren in the less aerodynamic road bike, but it's what she's used to riding, and she's got it set up pretty well. Our early race leader had extended her lead through 30 kilometers on the bike, and any minute now is going to cross the timing mat at 65 kilometers, and we'll see whether or not she's been able to extend that lead again and how the separation is starting to happen behind her as the swimmers sort of fade and the cyclists come into play and the stack gets shuffled here on the bike. And this is where nutrition's starting to play a role. Sort of the excitement of the race has dulled a bit. You're sort of in the doldrums of the bike course at the moment. One thing I've noticed in this stunningly beautiful countryside, not a tremendous amount of crowd support out there. So the athletes really on their own and having to keep that motivation, that energy level up all on their own.
But, you know, they're used to no crowds when they're out training.
Sure.
But definitely, I mean, for the run, that's going to be a completely different story, and they'll be able to use the energy of the crowd, particularly with all the terraces around on the run as well. But, you know, what I liked about Julie straight away is as soon as she got on the bike within those first few miles, she was straight on to her nutrition. You actually saw her go into her little bento bag and get some calories. And I mean, that's super smart because you've just swam, you have burnt some calories. So to take those calories in as quick as possible is super smart. Just like we're seeing right here through the aid station, took the time to get that bottle.
Well, here's a Morton move here because I believe that is Svenja Tos and Johanna Ahrens. Those two had been biking together, and that is Chantel Sainter. So they haven't crossed the timing mat now, but we do know that Svenja Tos, because I saw her, has closed the gap to Chantel Sainter. And I believe that was Johanna Ahrens with her. I did not see the likes of Zelka Sabin in that group. So I know the two of Svenja Tos and Johanna were riding very, very strong with Svenja at the front. There goes bib number 21. That's Johanna. So I'm not sure who the other pink kit is, but this group was part of the group of 6 before, has overtaken Chantel Sainter, who was in second place. We see Chantel sitting up now, a little bit frustrated perhaps that the gaps weren't, I think now she's decided to make a move. Let's talk about this. She's got 25 seconds per athlete. She cannot slot in between the athletes if they are riding legal distance. She's got to go all the way to the front, which it looks like she's trying to elect to do, but that's a big ask. She's burning a match here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I would have done that because obviously they've been riding at a faster pace than her.
Yes.
So.
And she just dropped a bottle.
Yeah, and I was going to say that bottle didn't go in very well after she went through that aid station when this group passed her, and I think she just reached back and realised that may have happened. I don't know if somebody may have told her. So in this situation, you're probably better to sit back a little bit, you know, see what's happening, see who's working hard, because obviously this group is working well together. You know, they've been together for quite a while now, and, you know, the pace is obviously up there because, I mean, they went past Santel very, very quickly. And, you know, she is definitely being very, very aggressive right now, trying to get back towards the front of this pack.
You know, it could well be that she saw the size of that group and didn't want to be in the middle of it.
Yeah, for sure.
We talk about, you know, there is a certain benefit to being on your own or not being in the midst of that group. It requires a great deal of focus to make sure you're not drifting into the zone. It could also be a little frustration with herself that she's gotten caught by this group and sort of is trying to re-engage herself to get back on it. But I agree with you, Michele. I think that was a questionable move to try to go back to the front that quickly. As we see Svenja Tos go right back by her. Svenja's not having any of it. She's saying, you know what? We caught you. We're moving faster. Get back there.
Yeah, but it also can be good for her because now she has the energy of that group. So if she's smart about it tactically, she could definitely use it to her advantage. Because, you know, sometimes when you're out there riding alone, you're sort of not quite pushing as hard as you would. So now you get that group energy, that group atmosphere, so you could use that to your advantage. But, you know, you talked about it. I mean, the thing is you got to be careful is that draft zone. Because now you have to concentrate on everyone else around you as well, where before, you know, she was riding by herself. She only had to worry about where her positioning was. That's it. That's all she had to worry.
It's a bit of a double whammy because now they've got they're on the second lap now, so they've also got age group competitors sharing the course.
Yes.
And not just the full Ironman athletes, the 70.3 athletes as well. So lots of heads-up riding at this stage of the race, right when fatigue is starting to set in too, so it gets a little bit more complicated.
But I don't think the age group, the 70.3 athletes are going to start till 11 o'clock.
There you go.
I believe. I think there was like quite a gap, if I remember correctly. And that looks like, is that Katharina Gorman that we
Yes.
see on the screen
Yes.
right now? So I don't know what place she's in, but she possibly could be one of the movers and shakers on the bike right now.
Definitely, and she's got the advantage that she's got some experience on this race course. She is one of the few competitors in our pro women's field today that has race experience here in Serbia. She raced in 2019, finished 6th place. So she has course knowledge, which I think can be helpful. It's always exciting, Michele, to go to a new place and experience a new course, experience a new culture, experience a new part of the world. But there's also something to be said for going to somewhere that is familiar, where you have experience, where you have positive experience. She was 6th place in 2019, so she's got a good result that she can recall. And she can use, again, we talk about experience and how important experience is. She can use that experience to her advantage to know she's got the course familiarity of when she can sort of attack, when she's got to be a little bit more patient, and she knows exactly what to expect out on the day.
No, exactly. That definitely is to her advantage. That's before. And, she knows this is a fast course and she definitely likes those type of courses. And, she felt that as fast as the bike was, she sort of felt that the run might be a little bit of a disadvantage to her because she wouldn't be able to maintain a rhythm. But, her big goal was to use her disc wheel and her deep rim on the front. She came prepared, definitely probably for course knowledge, right? She came prepared to come with the fastest setup that she could.
Absolutely. It looks like our race leader is going up the hill. The one hill we have on the course, it looks like she has come to it, and a couple spectators out to that is just so stunningly beautiful. Look at that backdrop. That is remarkable. Just takes your breath away. And we've got some locals out offering our athletes a little bit of support out there. As we come back to Katharina Groman, who is coming through the first loop there. We saw the other athletes go through moments ago. So she is giving chase. She's a very strong cyclist, Katharina is. And she is looking to close down that gap. She had a little bit of work to do after the swim, but it looks like she is making her way closer to the front of the race.
And, it's always interesting when we look at our predictions. So we expected the women actually to be through that checkpoint 65 kilometres almost 7 minutes ago. So to me, that's telling me that the second part of the course is significantly harder. So definitely, as the athletes said in the pre-race interviews, that, you were going to be flying on the way out and then you would be in a little bit more of the hurt box because of the conditions and the wind in your face rather than being at your back.
And this battle continues. That's Lisa Marie Dornauer. That is the other pink kit that I was getting confused with Joanna Aarons. But look at the congestion here on the course. These athletes cannot sort themselves out.
And they're going to have to be very careful.
I think if the athletes could get a little bit more organized, they seem to be fighting for who wants to be in the lead of this pack when they're not really separating themselves by doing so.
No, and then you risk the chance of getting a penalty because, it doesn't matter if you're climbing on a hill or you're on the flat. The rules clearly state how far you're allowed to be from one athlete to the other. And definitely they got a little bit tight through there. And, you definitely, at this point in the race, it's silly to be riding a little bit closer and risk a penalty. I mean, obviously you're in a group. It's a little bit harder to maintain sometimes the distance, but, particularly on a hill because, you're slowing down so you can catch up to people and all of a sudden be in that draft zone. And as soon as you get in that draft zone, you have to pass. It's not like you go, oh, no, I can't do it. The rules clearly state as soon as you go into that draft zone, you have to make the pass. And you have only so many seconds to make that pass.
And a bit of congestion. I mean, again, these athletes just absolutely back and forth with one another. Can't seem to get themselves sorted out as we look at Sven Jatos there going past Lisa Marie Dornauer. I think this group, again, they're going to get to that timing mat. Julie Darren has just crossed that timing mat. her average speed 34.4 kilometers per hour. So that has dropped pretty significantly from the first 30 kilometers. And assuming that Katharina Grohmann is closing down on this, we're spending a lot of time on her. So I anticipate that she is making a Morton move towards that larger group of chase women as she makes her way through. I think this is the stretch of road that the other athletes were just on. But again, all of the athletes making their way to that 65-kilometer mark, and we will get some more information as she goes by bib number 3 there. Was that Svenja Toast? That didn't look like Svenja. I might have misread that bib number. My apologies.
No, it's always hard sometimes when those numbers are so small to actually identify the athletes. But Didi, we did talk about like clothing choice, right? What athletes were gonna like wear. And, you know, definitely she like has the calf sleeves, she had the arm warmers. So, you know, she felt as an athlete that she needed to be well prepared just in case, you know, it was super, super cold still because, you know, we did start at 10 degrees early this morning.
Yeah, and those are the decisions that particularly arm warmers are easy to shed. You can take those off and discard them at an aid station. The calf sleeves, obviously not necessarily there for warmth, there for calf compression and mitigating muscle fatigue there, but definitely a choice you make. That's one that you're going to stick with for the entire race versus the arm warmers. And we are getting word the swim course cutoff is coming, and we've got the last athlete from the swim. We're going to share that with you just momentarily as we look at Julie Darren descending through. It looks like she's done with that hill and back out into the flatter section of the course, waiting on the chasers. We do know at 30 kilometers, she had a lead of 3 minutes and 22 seconds. We know there has been some convergence from the groups behind her. Whether or not they have gotten all together into one group, we are about to find out as they get to 65 kilometers.
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be a nice little chase pack because we did have Santier, who was second at that 30K kilometer mark, and then we definitely had a little bit of a group. So now we know that Santier was caught by quite a few of those riders who were sort of that third chase group. So, you know, if they can just work together and be a little bit consistent in making sure that they are keeping up the speed, definitely it can be there to advantage. But definitely if they also get caught up in keeping an eye on each other and not progressing, that is going to be to Julie Darren's advantage. So, Didi, I can't wait until we see the next time split because I think it's getting super exciting.
And back to the action here, and we've got an update, McKeely.
We sure do. It looks like we have at least 8 athletes through the 65-kilometer mark. Of course, Julie Darren, our leader from the start of the swim, she has 350 on that pack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 athletes. So in that chase pack, we have Zelenka, Those, Donna, Elfus, Santia, Udenstalt, and Herens. And, you know, the gap back from that second place down to 8th place is less than 20 seconds when they went through the time check.
Right. So essentially what has happened is that group of 6 has swallowed Chantal Sainter. So Chantal Sainter was caught by that. It had been a group of 6, and I think they've just picked up Chantal Sainter now. So a very large group in pursuit, but great for Julie Darren that she's holding on to that lead and holding on strong.
Yeah, definitely, she's lost a little bit of time because when you look at the 30K split, that sort of that main pack, when we look at Savenya Thos, she was about 5:50 back, and now
That's
she...
a minute 20-ish.
Yeah. So still doing really, really well. I mean, definitely that pack is moving about 1 kilometre an hour faster than Julie Duron. So if we do our calculations, I think maybe towards the end of the bike, there's a chance that they could catch her. I mean, we're on lap 2. We still have a long way to go. 1 kilometre an hour isn't super significant. And, the biggest question mark now is that group going to continually to work hard together and be efficient? Or is it going to start to getting a little more tactical, particularly during the closing stages of the bike?
Well, certainly visually, we saw a lot of attacks, a lot of inability to sort of settle into a group. Nobody wanted to settle in. Everyone wanted to be at the front of that group, which to me is an unusual desire. I think if someone wants to do the pace setting at the front, typically it is best to let them do just that, to not necessarily do the work and to let that happen for you, at least for a period of time. So there seemed to be a lot of attacking, establishing of pecking order within the group. Again, we don't see the group dynamic quite as much in professional women's racing, and we see smaller bunches. We're used to seeing it on the men's side, where we'll have groups of 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 men together. The women tend to be a little bit more spread out. So it is great to see the level of racing where essentially 1st through 8th place are, well, not first obviously has a gap, but 2nd through 8th place, the race is on, and we're sort of deep into the bike by this point, and it's a very, very competitive race.
Yeah, and when we were looking at the field and seeing, where everyone's weaknesses and strengths were, we saw a lot of girls, a lot of women who were quite strong on the bike, and that's what we're seeing right now, that group of 2nd through 8, that's exactly what you're seeing. There's quite a few girls that, if we look at what they've done in the past, they all ride very, very similar. So if they can get their nutrition diet on and continue with their pacing, we could see a nice group come off the bike, and, that would make for an exciting run.
As we look at our VinFast performance analysis here, we're looking at bib number 11, Gabriela Zelenka. She is at that front of that pace group and had about a 20-second lead. So she took advantage. She sort of attacked up the one hill on the course and was able to establish just a little bit of separation. I want to see the camera angle to see if that gap holds, because that would be indicative that she is clearly distancing herself from the group and that there is a little bit of separation even now.
Yeah, and this is where it comes down to tactics, right? As an athlete, when you are in a group, am I faster than the people I'm riding with? Do I make the decision to push a little bit and see where everyone is at? And, that could be purely what she's doing now. You know what? I'm feeling good. I know I'm strong today. I've raced these competitors before. I want to get a little bit of distance from them. Let's see who is fresh and ready to push. And then there's the other part, right, where it's like, okay, if I push a little bit harder, there could be a couple of people who, are hurting a little bit more. I could get rid of them. So then there's less competition when we actually get out on the run course.
It's interesting. I don't personally know a lot about Gabriela Zelenka, but looking at her results, she posted a 3rd place finish at Ironman France in June of this year. So that is a demanding bike course is what comes to mind. So we know she's a pretty strong cyclist. Back in 2021, she was third at Emberman, which, again, non-branded race, but known as a very, very difficult course.
It
so
probably takes the same time to ride that bike course
as it does to do a full Ironman.
112.
No, absolutely. It's just what's notable is that she does tend to choose the challenging bike courses, which speaks to her bike strength. There we have Svenja Tos, also was fighting very hard to stay at the front of that chase group. And I don't know if that's Gabriella right in front of her or if that's somebody else in the lead, because at the timing mat, Gabriella had a 20-second lead. So it looks like either Svenja has closed that down or that's just a different athlete in that group.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a little bit more of a camera angle and figure that out. But, you know, this is where the action's going to happen, right? If you're on a 2-loop bike course, you know, this is where that nutrition component comes in, that level of fatigue, you know, really starts to seep in every kilometre that we keep ticking over towards that 120-kilometre mark, because that's when the action really happens, right? That's when your body's like, yeah, it's not going to be your race today, or it's like, you know what, I still feel strong. I've done everything I should have, and I'm going to finish super strong on the bike. And this is sort of, for me, the exciting part of the 112-mile bike. You know, once you get close to that 70, 80, and 120K, that's where I really find that, you know, you see who is going to be strong on the day. And, you know, Julie Duran has been unbelievable so far. This is her first Ironman. She got first out of the water. ITU athlete. We predicted that, you know, she would be first out of the water. But, you know, she's holding her own out there by herself with 7 girls trying to chase her down. So when we come back, we should get a little bit more of an update on the action that's happening out there.
And welcome back to the live action here at Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. You know, Michele, when we come to these great communities around the world, it's not just about the racing for me. I like to learn a little something about our host communities. And for me, this was a fun fact. When you think about old famous universities, you probably think of Oxford, maybe Cambridge. But actually, did you know that the oldest university in Europe is based in Bologna? It's in the heart of Emilia-Romagna. It was founded in 1088. That is a long time ago, 1088. The university boasts some famous alumni, such as designer Giorgio Armani went there. So from popes to fashion designers, the university has been influential in shaping the culture of Europe right there in Bologna, just adjacent to, in the central part of this region here in Italy.
I know, coming from Australia, it always blows my mind
how old is.
Old the rest of the world is.
Yes.
I mean, in terms of, you know, in Australia, it's like, you know, the British settlement, the British settlers came in like the 1800s, and here we are talking well before that. So always interesting. And I mean, that's, I think, one of the things that I really love about Europe is how old everything is, and the history, and how far we have come, and how beautiful the regions are in Europe. I love Australia. It's so beautiful, but it's so different.
Yes.
It's like, this is old, so much history. I love the huge castles, the landscape, just everything about Europe. And I've got to race in Italy a few times, and the hospitality is always amazing as well.
As I said, I was generalizing the entire population, but it is a very warm community, very affectionate, very gregarious, and athletes enjoying their time that they're spending here in Italy. Back to our race leader, Julie Darren. And again, on a course like this, one of the things for me that's interesting, she probably isn't getting a lot of information about what's going on behind her, which I feel like for your first time in an Ironman might be a little unsettling. Certainly she went through town and might have gotten a split at that point, but she's not getting a whole lot of feedback on how her day is going so far, which I think is exciting that she's finding herself still in the lead, but also a little unnerving because you're sort of unsure about your surroundings. Do you remember back to your first Ironman? It was a little bit later in your career. As you said, you transitioned a little bit later, but do you remember what was going through your mind during your first Ironman and some of your sort of thoughts, concerns, stresses? What was your primary concern?
It's interesting. My first Ironman race that I did was actually Ironman Florida. One of the longest Ironmans that we have on the circuit, right? It's been around for a long time and very similar to this. Very flat. So
one hill, the overpass.
Yeah.
Yes.
No power. Couldn't rely on power. It was more for me on speed. During those training days, it's like I sort of figured out, well, this is what I want to ride. This is the speed that I needed to ride. And that's what I really concentrated on. Just, I was in the same position. I was all by myself on the bike. I didn't really get a lot of feedback because you don't really see anyone on that course. So it's always interesting, when you see an athlete who is sort of facing those same things. I wasn't really worried about where everyone was.
I'm going to just take a moment there, and I'm not the official on course, but Svenja Tost there just made an unusual move and one that might actually warrant a penalty, and I think it's a teachable moment. Whether or not she gets one. She went to pass the athlete in front of her and rode up right to the back wheel. There was a large group of age groupers coming the opposite direction. Perhaps the road got a little narrow. There was a moto there, but she fell back out of the draft zone. Technically, that would be a penalty. You have to complete the pass, as we've said, and she did not do that in her first attempt. She rode up and fell back. Now, it is up to the discretion of the official on site, the official riding along with them. They do a great job, those officials. They don't want to assess penalties. It's not like they get their giggles penalizing the athletes. They do judge intent, so maybe they figured that it was not safe for Svenja to complete the pass there, but I saw it on camera and I thought it was worth mentioning. That's a no-no.
No, for sure. And, I think you're right in thinking that the reason why she pulled back because it wasn't safe, definitely with those age groupers coming towards her, because it was pretty dramatic that she pulled back. She got there and she's like, something in her mind got her to pull back. So if I was going to work that out in terms, actually, let's switch over to our feed because this looks like it's the last athlete from the swim. Well done today. Any time that you can finish a swim is tough in itself. And in an Ironman swim, so great that she's made it out of the water. And this is our last age group female out of the water. So
she's checking that Wahoo element, making sure she locks in that swim split.
Yeah, hey, splits are important.
I was going to say, you made it, girl. You made it. Make your way into transition. Big smile on her face. Good for her. Makes it out. Now she's she's showering off again, taking advantage. Comfort is king. You want to get that salt water out of your face. So good for her. We always celebrate every athlete from the first to the very last here at Ironman. So congratulations to this athlete for making it out of the Roca swim course, and she will get to experience the full gas bike course coming up when she makes her way through transition.
Yeah, let's go back to that point, about being safe on the course, because definitely when you're racing, that's part of it. And I think if the officials rule that as she did the right thing in terms of safety and she wasn't trying to go against the rules, I think that would be the up to the decisions of the referee.
Right.
But I think you're right in thinking that I think the age group is coming head on. She didn't feel it was safe to pass. And, she did move back very, very quickly. So, it did look like...
I don't think, technically in terms of the rule, it doesn't matter how quickly you do it.
I
But
know.
yes, I mean,
But you
do
also
hope-
have to look at, it was dangerous. So
Judging intent, yes.
Yeah.
Judging intent.
So, sometimes that could be a discretionary up to the officials. If they are a bit more lenient, then, it's up to their discretion to see if that was like breaking the rules or not breaking the rules.
And as we celebrate our last athlete here, making her way through transition, she is going to get out onto the full gas bike course. Needs a little directions there in terms of how to get into transition. But I want to take a moment, Makili, and talk about our friends at Full Gas. They are the official indoor cycling training platform of Ironman. Full Gas features over 1,500 real-world routes, including over 50 official Ironman routes. Enjoy 4K video, real-world terrain, and world-class training programs. Report workouts from Training Peaks and today's plan, or upload your own. You can download Full Gas today at Full Gas, that's FULGAZ.com, and use the promo code 30Ironman22 to claim your free 30-day trial. So Makili, you or this athlete we have on screen could have done her training virtually on the Full Gas platform and biked this very course in the comfort of her own home. So great platform
don't worry.
there.
I actually ride Full Gas 3 times a week.
There you go.
I love it. I'll pick an Ironman. And the nice thing that I love about Full Gas, right, if you only want to ride 40K of it, no problem. You can actually save it at that
but you
point.
do the full Ironman course 3 times a week. You do a different Ironman 3 times a week.
I'm just telling you how it works. If I only want to ride 40K, I can save that section and then I save it for later and then I can join that part of the course, or you can join in also on part of a course as well. But yeah, great training. I love it. As I said, I get on 3 days a week.
I tell you, a lot of athletes, I did it because for a long time I lived in Boston, but a lot of athletes, age group athletes that do their training in the pre-dawn hours and the post-work hours, usually in a virtual platform like Full Gas, it is absolutely the way to go. It makes indoor riding so much more tolerable. It makes it downright fun. And the fact that you can ride these virtual courses, the courses that you're going to be racing on, I think gives you that real world course experience without having to leave the comfort of your own home. So tremendous technology there. Definitely worth checking out.
And I've actually ridden a few courses that I did a long, long time ago in Australia. And it's like, I love it because I'm like, oh, I remember this, I remember that.
It's a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like if you have done some of these races before, it's like you get on and it's like, oh, I remember that. I felt this. So, I definitely love the Full Gas platform. And as I said, I get on it at least like 3 days a week. It's very addictive.
Yes, I would say. As we come back to our group of chasers, we have Lisa Marie Dornauer in there. I know we've got Svenja Tos in there. It looks like Gabriela Zelinka might be up the road. I can't tell if that's her right in front, but this is a large group with a lot of back and forth going on between these women. And the important thing here for these athletes, especially as fatigue builds in, is maintaining that focus so that you're maintaining that draft legal distance. As we have camera here on Lisa Marie, we had a chance to chat with her before the race, and here's what she had to say about competing here in Italy.
My name is Lisa Maria Dornauer. I'm 30 years old. I'm from Austria and I'm here to rock Ironman Italy Emilia-Romagna. Yeah, that day for me was awesome because I had no expectations because there were so many other good athletes like my role model and a good friend Emma Palland. I was on the front of the race in my hometown. It's just 1 hour away from my home, so it's my home race. For me, it was unbelievable to be at the front of the race at a 70.3 with that field. So yeah, going to full distance going to Ironman was harder than I thought. Yeah, the hardest part was definitely the nutrition for me. It's so different than 270.3 and I made many mistakes there. Yeah, and then for me the hardest part is always the marathon. It's not the swim and not the 180k bike, but the marathon for me. So I really like Italy and it's only 5 to 6 hours away from my home. I can go here with the car and not by plane, so I think it's very easy for me to go here. My goal for the weekend is to have a good race in all 3 disciplines. I will do my best from the beginning and then we will see. I wish I could do a good marathon in the end. So, and then I will be satisfied.
So similar to so many athletes in that getting the nutrition right is such a big struggle. It's such a big part of Ironman racing, and certainly for Lisa Marie, they're saying that it's been her biggest struggle from 70.3 coming up to full distance Ironman racing. And not surprisingly, therefore, McKeely, that she finds the marathon the most difficult part, because in order to have a successful marathon, you know, if you're sort of a runner and that's your background and that's your strength, you can sort of fake it with some questionable nutrition, at least for a time. But usually when the mistakes happen on the nutrition front, we see those cracks in the proverbial armor come to fruition on the run. So it's really hard to put together a good marathon if you haven't gotten the nutrition right.
No, and you know, some people have no issues with nutrition, and then other people really, really struggle with it. And part of the reason why a lot of triathletes also struggle with nutrition, and I think this could be a course where we may see some issues, is because they're in the aero bars the entire time. So when you look at the anatomy of the human body, to be hunched over like that in that aero bar aerodynamic position, look at how all those internal organs are sitting. And then you get off the bike and you run, and not only have now you changed the positioning of those organs, but then you're also shaking them around from the pounding of the run. So it's like you actually do see a lot more nutritional concerns on these flatter courses because of that. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see if we have any issues like that on this flat course today.
Well, we will find out, but we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Back to our live action here as our athletes making their way around the full gas bike course here in Italy. You are looking at second place athlete, that is Gabriela Zelenka. She is leading a chase pack of women that includes this woman, Lisa Marie Dornauer. We just heard from Lisa Marie before the break how she really wants to she wants a good performance overall, but she wants to nail the marathon. She's had some struggles there, primarily due to her nutrition. So looking to clean that up a little bit and put together a great marathon today.
Yeah, you know, every Ironman you do is definitely a chance to fine-tune your nutrition. You know, and, you know, in these conditions, you know, if it's not going to heat up significantly on the run. The humidity is a little bit higher, but, you know, the big concern for this type of climatic conditions is getting enough liquid in, because you don't you're not going to feel as thirsty because it is a little bit cooler. But it also should mean we should see some fast times. I mean, this run course does have some turns, so a lot of the athletes felt that was going to slow them down. But this is a fast day, you know, in terms of what we're going to look for on what's a fast course. Flat, tick, no wind, well, very little wind, tick, you know, that temperature range, you know, it's not too cold, it's not wet, tick. So we should see some really good times on this bike course. I don't know, Dee Dee, if you've seen what the bike course record is on this course. I don't know if we can quickly look that up, but it will be interesting to see if one of these women can break the bike course record. And, you know, that chase pack, they definitely have to keep the pressure on to ensure that, you know, they do ride at the speed that they're capable of. But, you know, what's significant, I think, that may be to the disadvantage of riding super fast on this course is the fact that, you know, they are riding out at about 39 kilometres an hour. And then on the way back, it seems like the speed drops to 34 kilometres an hour. So if that can sort of balance out, we could see a course record maybe.
We could. That course record is owned by Carolyn Learhider back in 2019, a time of 4:40.42. So that's a quick bike split, but this course is deserving of that kind of split. As we mentioned, it checks all of the boxes, and particularly today, it is flat. There's not significant wind, and the temperatures would seem to warrant a fast performance here today, in that athletes won't be overheating. No dehydration, no cramping, things like that typically tend to plague athletes on different types of courses. So yeah, we could see that course record fall. We've already seen it in the swim. Jenny Fletcher's time of 54:09 was erased by our race leader, Julie Darren, here this morning. So could we see the bike course record go as well?
Well, right now, if we look at the predictions for our leader, Julie Darren, you know, they are saying that her estimated bike is going to be 4:54. But then let's look at some of the other athletes that we know are riding a little bit quicker. And, yeah, around that 4:51. So, as we said, you know, the athletes that first to 8 are riding very, very similar. But, you know, what a fantastic effort for Julie Darren to be pretty consistent with her effort right now. And, you know, we did talk about that, you know, she's only riding about 1 kilometre slower than that chase pack.
And on camera, we have Margaret Elfers. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about her, but another outstanding cyclist. She is another athlete doubling off of Ironman Ireland. I think the entire field just got in a bus together and came over here to Italy and said, hey, ladies, let's go to Italy next. Quite a few athletes doubling Ironman Ireland here, but on a very challenging bike course in Ireland, Margaret was able to bike 5:08. Ironman South Africa, she was 8th in South Africa earlier this year, biked 5:07 on that course. And I know when we're talking about a course record of 4:40, these times the 5:08 and 5:07 don't seem that good, but very, very different courses there. So very strong cyclist, and we'll see her do her best here. She drops off a little bit when it comes to the run, at least historically, but a very strong cyclist. As we come back to our race leader and Julie Darren foregoing the aid station here. A lot of congestion there with some of the age group athletes, so she's taking a pass on this one. She's still got all those battles on her bike. It looks like she's got her calories there on her 2 frame-based bikes. She's got a between the arms aero bottle there that she's using, I would imagine, primarily for water. So she's got a nice setup with the real estate that she has. Doesn't have a cage behind her bike. Again, probably I'm not used to using that. It would take a trip to the wind tunnel. Typically that can be more aerodynamic than having the bottle on your frame. But she's making good use of the real estate she's got riding the road bike.
But here's a point for you, Dee Dee. So typically on an aero bike, you don't always get that second water bottle. On this canyon, you actually do get that second water bottle, and she does have the cages on the back. So typically, if she's got that front bottle and she's got the two, I mean, 3 bottles is definitely enough. She didn't have to go to that rear mount. So, you know, it's always interesting to see, you know, which companies actually do put 2 bottles on the frame of the Aero TT tri-bikes. You know, a lot of companies don't because sometimes for one, there's not enough room. On 2, it can create a weak point on the frame as well.
Well, and here Lisa Marie is using Aero bottles on the frame, so that is increasing the aerodynamics by using those Aero-shaped bottles. We have an update with our weather here in Emilia-Romagna after a dreadful 24 to 48 hours before a delayed race day today. We've got a gorgeous day, sunny, pleasant, 61 degrees Fahrenheit, 16 degrees Celsius. The humidity has dropped down to 76%. So that's going to be nice for the athletes as they make their way to the marathon in a bit of time. Wind is dropping, only now 4 miles per hour, 6 kilometers per hour. UV index has dropped a little bit down to 3 from 5 earlier this morning. So really, really great conditions for these athletes. So while our weather people are calling it pleasant, I'm calling it downright great.
Well, great for fast racing.
Great for
that's
fast
for sure.
racing. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, we went from chilly to pleasant.
Chilly
I'm
to
going
pleasant.
chilly to fast.
Yes.
No, these are absolutely perfect. You know, that 60 to 65 mark is definitely, especially on the run. On the bike, it's not going to have as much factor except for with the wind chill, right? When we start at 50 degrees or 10 degrees Celsius, that's significant on the bike, particularly when we're coming out of summer and, you know, we're so used to that warmer climatic conditions. So typically if this was a race at the beginning of the season when you're coming out of winter, then a little bit of colder race wouldn't have that much of an impact because you're more acclimatized to the cold weather. So that's why, you know, it's always interesting, you know, when you are looking at races and deciding how many days before you would come in, what clothing you're going to use, you know, if you're coming out of a very humid environment into a 10 degrees climate, that's going to feel really, really cold. But if you're coming in from a climate that's, you know, around that 18 to 25 summer, then this is definitely going to be ideal conditions for you. You're going to probably acclimatize a little bit quicker. And then, of course, it also just depends on the type of athlete you are because, you know, you have athletes that are very sensitive to the hot and very sensitive to the cold.
And that is a physiological issue that we can talk about when we come back from this quick break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Back to live action here at Ironman Italy. And before the break, McKeely, we got talking about athletes who are good in the heat, athletes who are good in the cold. And you can train your way out of that. You can try to acclimatize to be a better athlete in a different kind of environment. But to a certain extent, there are physiological limitations that acclimatization is only going to take you so far. Talk a little bit about that. And it doesn't necessarily, it's not like athletes that come from warm climates do well in hot conditions. It's actually a physiological thing.
Yeah, and it can be a number of factors, and one of the factors that play into it is your body fat composite, right? If you typically carry a little bit more, definitely you typically will do a little bit better in cooler conditions. And then if you have a little bit lower body fat, then you'll freeze a lot quicker. And then in the hotter climates, technically you do better. But, one question I wanted to ask, so a lot of people in preparation for Kona will go and do hot yoga to sort of try to really, really help. And I sort of have two minds about it, because I think sometimes, you go to the extreme and your body doesn't really recover. You're already in full Ironman training. It's still summer for a lot of us. For some, definitely we're starting to see the changes for fall. So would you recommend doing something like that? Or do you think it jeopardizes you in other ways because, you're definitely going to have more mineral loss?
Well, I think if you're I think that it comes down to just that. If you're in an environment that stays hot, I don't think you would add hot yoga onto your training regimen in the middle of Ironman training. That said, if you live in an environment, we'll take the northeast of the United States, perhaps the UK, where they are getting into fall as the athletes are doing their Ironman training, their Kona prep, and you're not able to travel to a warm environment to keep that stimulation, then I think jumping into a hot yoga class is a great way to teach the body to remember how to sweat. Because at that point, a majority of your training is going to be in a cooler climate, so you're not suffering the same mineral loss that you would in the peak of summer. So you're supplementing that with a hot yoga class. So I wouldn't necessarily add it if you're in a place where you get to experience training in the heat up until the Ironman World Championship. But I do believe if you're in a place where it's a cooler environment, if you can teach the body to remember how to sweat, I do think adding it can be beneficial. When I used to live in Boston, it's something I would absolutely do, and I think it helped.
Yeah, I think that was the other question that I had for you, right? Because a lot of these professional athletes will go so many days into Kona, so for every day they're there before the race, they definitely start acclimatizing. So I think that always plays into it as well. Like, how many days before are you going to get to an event? And based on that, then I think you could decide on whether, a hot yoga class would be ideal as well.
Sure, if you can travel super early and do all of your acclimatization there, that's great. But there's also something to be said for staying in your home environment. You've got to time it for how many time zones you've got to change, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of the athletes here today are talking about how much they wanted to come race here because it was a car ride away. And there's a certain benefit to not having to pack the bike up, put it on a plane, no air travel, not exposure to large crowds, just jumping in your car and coming to a race.
Yeah, and then there's also, when you do go to a race, so many days out, then you sort of have less home distraction as well. So, one way is beneficial and the other way can be beneficial. So it's just outweighing, I guess, personally what works best for you. But, it's always a good question that I like to ask about, how do you best acclimatize based on where you live? And, there are lots of little tricks that you can do as well.
As we come back to our race leader, this is Julie Darren, and we can tell we are getting deeper into the bike split here because we can see the sweat marks starting to appear on her kit. Again, the cooler temperatures can be deceiving, and that the athletes don't necessarily realize that they're perspiring as much because it is cooler, but important to stay on top of the nutrition. Again, they don't need to overdo it, I would think, with the sodium, with the cooler temperatures, but still important. The body is working awfully hard for a long period of time, so it's important to stay on that electrolyte. As we can see, Julie losing some electrolyte there from the sweat marks on her kit.
No, and I think that's significant because what that is telling me is, she has quite a high sweat rate in these conditions. So, Nutritionally, I would be...
Or conversely, she has a high sodium content to the sweat that she has. So it could not be a high volume of sweat. And both of those things are important for athletes to keep tabs on. Do you sweat a lot? Like, do you pour with sweat? And that needs to be factored in, but it's the type of sweat, how much sodium is in that sweat. And there are home tests you can get now to do that. And I think that's
Gatorade has the home test.
A very important part of your nutrition programming and easy to do at home now.
Well, one of the reasons why I brought that up was exactly that, because like if we were looking at that athlete and she has already so much sodium, right? I was questioning, has she been taking in enough of what she needs, or is she right where she needs to be because she's done everything she needs to do to prepare herself for this race? And, you know, obviously when you are seeing that much sweat concentration on an athlete, that does concern me a little bit because it's not extremely hot today. That's one of the reasons why I brought it up, because yes, sweat does have different levels of concentration, but two, it makes me personally a little bit nervous when I see that much sweat in these conditions.
Again, I mean, even though this is Julie's first attempt at the Ironman distance race, she is a seasoned professional across shorter distances, but the impact of an Ironman is significantly different than the impact of a short course ITU race that will be over for a sprint distance in a matter of an hour, just over 2 hours perhaps for an Olympic distance. So new territory here for Julie Darren, but she will have good advice from her sister Nina, who has raced this distance quite a bit. And we're going to take a quick break and we'll come right back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And back to live action here in Italy. Our race leader, Julie Darren, had extended, is holding her lead. The chase group had put a little bit of time into her, but still holding strong with a nearly 4-minute lead. That was back at 65 kilometers, but there's a lot of riding, a lot of racing still to be done.
No, there's lots of action ahead, that's for sure. And our next checkpoint isn't going to happen probably for another 10 minutes or so. And that's when we're really going to see what that pack, that chase pack, is doing to our women's leader, Julie Darren. But, you know, up until this point, Julie has been doing a fantastic job to stay in the lead.
And here we have our first look at Tessa Kortekas out of the Netherlands. Tessa's a little bit back right now, currently riding in 14th place. She gave up a little bit, one slot through that last timing mark, but we had a chance to talk to Tessa pre-race, and here were her thoughts on racing here in Italy.
My name is Tessa Kortekas. I'm from Lanzarote, representing the Netherlands, and I'm here to race Ironman Italia, Emilia-Romagna. I started to do triathlon about 6 years ago, after a long break of not competition from ice skating and cycling. I felt I needed a goal, another challenge, keep doing sports. After winning Ironman Hawaii in my age group, there was nothing more left for me as an age grouper, so that's why I turned pro. During the pandemic, I raced my own Ironman on Lanzarote to raise money for a pool hoist for SwimLab International. SwimLab International is a company that works with disabled kids in the pool, and they work in the center where I train on Lanzarote. They used to carry the kids in and outside the water, and they really needed a hoist, a pool lift to get the kids in and out. So now that hoist is on the side of the pool where I swim every day, and it feels pretty amazing. After racing World Champs in Utah, I didn't really have a plan, so I just looked at the calendar. I came out here in Italy. I didn't really check the course before I actually decided to sign in, and then I saw it was flat, and I thought, well, but that might be nice to see how I will race on a flat course, because it's actually the first flat race I will do. I hope I'm going to be fast on every part, but yeah, I think it's going to be a PB.
Dee, we have some interesting information as we hit bike 100 kilometres. So Julie Duran came through not too long ago, but only 49 seconds back. And the reason is they're riding at 44.7 kilometres an hour compared to Julie Duran's 41.48. And that is bib number 13, and that is Marguerite Effers. So she definitely is powering through. She's at 49 seconds, and then you have Svenja Thos at 106, and then you have Zelinka at 117. So I would definitely say the big Morton mover right now is Elfers.
Absolutely.
Riding at 44.75 kilometres an hour.
And to me, the thing of interest is that group that was as large as 7, that included Lisa Dornauer, Saint-Thierre, Aherns was in that group, Uderstadt was in that group. That group has effectively ruptured and spread out a little bit. So we now have separation between second, third, and fourth, only about 15 to 20 seconds, but separation. And the size of the group has been cut in half since the last timing marker. So certainly the strong cyclists are making their way through the field, and we're having some separation from that big group.
No, and I mean, she's a powerhouse. You can see by her physique, right? A little bit bigger through the glutes and the quads and the hamstrings, and that's why I think she's been the one that has really put a big move in, and that's why you're now starting to see that separation, because only Svenja Thos has really been able to match her, but she's losing time as well. She's about 16 seconds back when we hit that bike check at 100K. So definitely I think we're going to see a lead change not too long if Elfers can continue at this pace, when we have Julie Duran at 41.48 and Elfers at 44.75. And, our next bike check is a while away, and the prediction is showing that we could have a new leader. And she does look so strong, so powerful on this very, very flat course here today.
Yeah, you can see she's carrying quite a bit of speed, and yet another athlete not riding a disc. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the discs aren't necessarily faster. I hate to keep coming back to it, but it's just such an interesting thing to me as we take a look here at the VinFast performance analysis with our athlete Margaret Elfers. Another athlete not riding a disc, and again, she's carrying great speed. And you can see she's putting tremendous power into those pedals. She has been our Morton mover. She moved up 3 slots position-wise since the last timing mat. So she's having a great go of it here on the bike. But just of interest to me that another athlete not riding a disc on this course. And here we have back that rest of that group that included Chantal Sainter, Jana Uderstadt, Joanna Aherns, and Lisa Marie Dornauer. Those four are still very tightly bunched in 5th through 8th place, but they are 4 minutes and 30 seconds back from our leader, Julie Duran. So this group of three, Margaret, Svenja, and Gabriella, who's trying to hold on to the back there, definitely making a move towards the lead. And to your point, McKeely, we could have a lead change in not too much time.
Yeah, definitely Elfers is the one that has really shook up this race right now, you know, on the bike. You know, she actually hasn't been racing that long, I think only since 2021. And I believe she didn't finish in 2021 Ironman Lanzarote. Unfortunately, she got a top 10 also in 2021. And, you know, as you mentioned, an 8th at Ironman South Africa, a DNF at Ironman Germany, and a 7th at Ironman Ireland. But, you know, she's the one that really has made everyone stand up and take notice on the bike right now. Definitely, she shook that chase pack up, and you're seeing that, right? Where we have those that's sitting, you know, that 15, almost 20 seconds back, and then you have Zelinka right there with those, but then 4.5 minutes back to Santia. So absolutely amazing ride for Elfers right now to be chasing hard on our leader, Julie Duran, who has done such a fantastic job to stay in the lead for as long as she has. And, you know, she's just got to fight it out now. You know, if she does get past, you know, she's not going to be able to stay on the wheel of Elfers. You know, Elfers is just riding 4 kilometers faster per hour.
And that is absolutely true. But let's remember, this is multi-sport and there are 3 sports involved.
Oh, yeah.
And I think a lot of these athletes will have done some research on the field to know, at least on paper, the various strengths and weaknesses of the other athletes in the field. And I don't think Julie Duran is going to be too concerned about Margaret Elfers, super cyclist. But the thing that's important here is that Elfers made the move to splinter that very large group of 7, and she is toting Svenja Tos with her, and Svenja Tos is dangerous for Julie Duran. She's definitely one of the race favorites. I don't necessarily think that Margaret Elfers, she's a key player in this equation, but I don't know that she factors once we get to the marathon. But the fact that she has brought Svenja Tos with her up to Julie Duran, I think is significant.
But that also, I'm going to look at the other side of it as well. If, you know, she's significantly riding faster than everyone else. She's moved up through the field to be in 2nd. So we know she was moving faster than those. So is those making a big mistake by trying to hold on to her, and that could impact her run? Or is this the perfect scenario for those, and unfortunate for our leader that's bringing up someone that has a history of running really, really well in a marathon?
Well, again, we know Svenja is a pretty solid cyclist in her own right, but to have the motivation of other athletes around you, and Margaret at the front of that, sort of doing the work of the chasing, and Svenja just sitting far enough behind that she can use Margaret as a carrot. We saw Svenja at the front of the chase group in pursuit of Julie Duran for a long time, but now she's got help. She's got help in Margaret Elfers, and Gabriella Zelenka certainly holding on to the back of that group of 3, trying to take advantage as well.
And, you know, Gabriella was doing a really good job to push the pace in that chase group. So definitely you're seeing, like, the 2 athletes that were super, super competitive and strong on the bike, you know, more towards the front of the bike. And then when we had Elfers catch up, they've definitely been the only ones to be able to stay. So I'm looking forward to the closing stages of this 112-mile bike. you know, I definitely think that we're still going to see a nice little group come off the bike. So I think the run is going to be a real showstopper, and we'll be right back to catch more action.
Back to live action here as we look at the German Margret Elfers making a charge towards the front of this race. It has been Julie Darren at the front since early into the swim, but now her lead is being threatened by this woman and the two she's got chasing with her. It's Margret Elfers chasing down Julie Darren, and she is bringing Svenjatos and Gabriela Zelinka with her. So Svenjatos and Gabriela Zelinka, both really strong runners. Margret Elfers, super strong cyclist, and she has made the move to shatter the large chase group that we had going early on. So now the groups are smaller. Julie Darren in the lead, a group of 3, and then a group of 4. It was out of the swim. It was Julie Darren, as I said, onto the bike all by herself with a comfortable lead in her very first Ironman, electing to ride the road bike. It's what she's used to. It's what she's comfortable with. It was Chantal Sainter in second place on to the bike course. She sat in second place by herself throughout the entire first loop of this bike, but was caught by the larger group as we got to the second loop of the bike. But Julie Darren been holding strong the entire bike course, only now, just recently, being threatened, just 50 seconds in the lead as we watch our inspiring age group athletes make their way out of the swim. We've got over 3,000 athletes competing not only across the full Ironman, but across the Ironman 70.3 distance as well here in Italy. It is a busy, busy day of racing here at Emilia-Romagna. Very, very exciting. As we came through the lap, it was Chantal Sainter grabbing that bottle at the aid station, and this is right when she got caught by that large group. It was a group of 7 for a very short period of time until the German Margret Elfers went to work. She splintered the group into 2. The chasers in that group, Svenjatos, Gabriela Zelinka, all in pursuit of our early leader, Julie Darren. Chantal Sainter, Jana Uterstadt, Johanna Aherns, and Lisa Marie Dornauer, all still riding together 5th through 8th place. And it was our final age group competitor out of the water making that swim cutoff. So excited, a big smile from her and a big inspiration to everybody watching.
No, Dee Dee, that fantastic racing so far by our women professional athletes. You know, definitely Julie Darren, who we see in the lead right now. First ever time doing Ironman distance, borrowing her sister's aero helmet on a road bike, which you don't see a lot from our professional athletes. Obviously, she comes from an ITU background, as we mentioned, raced a couple of ITU athletes already, races this year. But, you know, she's, I think, the luckiest one out on the course because she's been able to ride her own race. And I think sometimes that's important, particularly when you are doing your first Ironman, that you can totally focus on yourself.
Well, we have a special treat here, Michele, someone who has experience racing here in Italy and someone who has a little bit of a different race going on in her life right now. A familiar face upon Ironman racing. We welcome to the show Michelle Vesterby. Michelle, I have one very important question for you. Are you in labor?
No, you're still there, but if you say something fun, I might, pop the water. Who knows?
Well, we appreciate it that baby Vesterby has not made the appearance so that you could join us today, but I'm sure you are anxious for the arrival. Do we know, is Marcus getting a brother or a sister or just a surprise?
No, he's getting a little brother, so a lot of extra trouble at home. I was hoping for a sweet, nice little girl, but yeah, dream on.
Well, I don't know if the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I don't know that girl would have been sweet. She could have been a little bit of trouble as well. She had a big personality like her mom.
Yeah, for sure. She probably wouldn't have sitting there droning anyway, so yeah.
Well, bring us up to date a little bit on your life. Obviously, expecting your second child, which is a huge focus and a great deal of excitement. What else do you have going on right now?
So right now I'm crossing my fingers that he will arrive today, not later than tomorrow, so I can come to Hawaii and watch the race over there with my 2 boys.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but I have a deadline. My deadline was 14 days before the departure, so right now I'm crossing my fingers. I'm watching all the racing around the world, and I'm just looking forward to be back myself, to be honest.
Well, hopefully the excitement of all the racing around the world will induce labor. And not that I have any experience in this department, but I've heard some spicy food might help as well.
Yeah, I've been trying everything. I've just been out walking the stairs. I've been eating pineapple. I have American oil. I have everything, so.
Well, you had the opportunity to race here in Italy back in 2019. Share with us some of your memories, not only of the course, but the entire experience of racing here in Italy.
Yeah, so it was actually 4 months after giving birth to Marcus that I raced in Italy. So it was special for me, breastfeeding in the morning, getting down to the race course. Everything was really nice put together. So I was living at a hotel. I could watch more or less down to the swim start and the transition area. So my memories was that it was really easy for me to handle. It was a great atmosphere there. I wasn't my best shape. So in that way, I couldn't perform the top level that I wanted. I had a great swim, came out of the water first. And then the bike course is a bit challenging because you have the age groupers, passing you on narrow roads. So you also have to be smart when you're racing there as well, for sure.
We'll talk about the course in terms of it's deceiving because people tend to think that these flat courses are, and I'll do this in air brackets that you can't see, but easy courses. But tell me why that's not true.
That one is definitely not that easy because you also have a bit of bumpy roads there in Italy, and you also have a hill that it's actually a hill, right? So you're coming up and it's a bit technical, the downhills from there, and you also just have to push the big gear. You know everything about that, Didi, so you have to stay focused all the way, and you don't have these kind of breaks that you have on a more hilly course where you have some downhill pass where you don't have to think, but you actually have to think and push all the way.
Great insight, Michelle. One of the questions that I wanted to ask you, you've been watching the action. Who is impressing you most right now?
Oh, I actually haven't been watching that much, to be honest, because, I'm in this baby focus at the moment.
She's trying to have a baby, Michele. She's trying to have a baby today so she can go to Hawaii.
All right, I have another question for you then.
But I will tell you something. The girl leading Julia right now on a road bike, that's damn impressive. I think it's I did watch a bit, don't worry. But again, this big group of ladies, it can actually be a really exciting also race, also because you have a really friendly watching run course as well later in the game, which also will make the competitors see each other a lot as well. So, but the big mover there in front doing her first Ironman, laying on a road bike, she will be dangerous coming onto a TT bike as well, for sure. So
So
that's-
Michelle, the other question that I was going to ask you, you're busy, was, okay, so what type of athlete do you think is best suited for this course?
So you still have a fast course there, so you still will get a lot out of the aerodynamic you have on your bike racing there. But right now you can also see you also need some power because you need to push the big watch all the way through. You also have to be smart in some of the sessions, going downhill from the town where you have the climb, and you also have to be smart there. So I will still say a power horse would be a good race for you, Didi, as well to race. So just coming down in the aero position, and that was also what we saw when I raced there. We had Anya winning. No, not Anya. Daniela from Germany,
Yes.
winning that race, and she was really strong on the bike. And she just had to keep going on the run as well. So it is kind of a biker's race still, this one, I would
Okay,
say.
so that means, Michelle, next year, you and me in Italy, and afterwards we'll drink wine and eat some pasta.
Sounds good, but definitely the wine.
Oh, Michelle, we so appreciate you joining us here today when you have some other things going on in your life. I will be so excited if you go into labor today that we'll be the last ones you spoke to before having baby number 2. We wish you all of the best. I hope baby arrives before the deadline and that we get to see you on the big island of Hawaii, because it wouldn't be the same without you there.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it. I'm so sad if I cannot come. Just watching the pictures from over there now, I'm super excited to hopefully go, or else definitely for a comeback there next year. Yeah.
Okay, well, jumping jacks then. You sign off with us and start doing some jumping jacks. Let's get baby to come.
Exactly. Should I do that? Okay, you ready?
Ready?
Okay.
Here we go.
And then, I'm actually really.
Michelle Vesterby, you are one of a kind. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your insights with us today.
And good job, girls.
Thank you. What great insight. And I love the fact that, she talked about you had to be a powerhouse on this course. And I mean, that we're seeing a little bit of that, well, a lot of that, right, from Margaret Elfers. She definitely is a powerhouse on the bike. She definitely has shaken it up. And, but she's also right that Julie Duron is doing such a fantastic job to be in the lead. And, she is a fast runner. We know she's a fast runner. Can she be a fast runner over an Ironman marathon? I mean, that's the big question mark, right? When you come into an Ironman as a rookie, there's always a big question mark. But she can run. If you look at some of the times that she has done, she can run. And, I think she's a good build to be able to run well in an Ironman marathon. So we'll catch more action as we head into a little commercial, and maybe we'll join Michelle in some jumping jacks.
Birds flying high. Sun in the sky, I'm happy. And I'm feeling
Welcome back to Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together. So back to our action here in Italy. We are waiting for our female professionals to cross the 135-kilometer mark. We've had a bit of separation in the chase group on the strength of Margaret Elfers, Margaret Svenjatos, and Gabriela Zelenka. are in pursuit of Julie Duran. We expected that pass to happen. I have not yet seen it, which means that Julie Duran is putting up a pretty good fight.
No, I mean, she's put up a great fight so far. You know, to be doing her first ever Ironman, to lead the swim that we expected would happen with her I2U background, and still having a super bike. You know, if it wasn't for Margaret Elfers right now, she wouldn't have anyone near her. She was definitely holding her own, like losing a little bit of time, but this is sort of where the race starts to happen, right? This is when we're really closing in on that fatigue level that happens, doesn't matter who you are. So as we see Margaret, you know, taking nutrition, and, you know, Michelle Vesby talked about navigating through the age group athletes, and that can definitely slow you down a little bit as well. So being in a little bit of a group will definitely slow you down if you are in this situation. So Julie Duran is still in the best possible position to be out front right now. I don't know how far Julie is in front, but definitely it was like, 48 seconds? So it'll be interesting to see if we can see like a lead motorbike up front. That's going to be our first indicator how quickly Margaret Elfers is catching her, because we do know that she had significant speed, about 4 kilometres per hour faster than Julie. And it'll be interesting to see if Gabriella Savenya can hang in there. Our next checkpoint is quite a while away, but I think that's what I'm most interested in, to see if Margaret has done any damage on Gabriella and Savenya, if she can stay with them. Like, we see a little bit of a gap right now, so definitely she is putting the power down.
She is, and what I liked through that section there, and we heard Michelle mention that some of these narrower roadways on this second loop, you have to be very heads up with the age group competitors. What I like what Margaret did there was she saw a little bit of congestion. She sat up, took the opportunity to get some nutrition on board, right? She didn't power right through. She just took a moment of pause, got some nutrition on board, waited for the age groupers to sort of line up and clear out of the way there and give her the avenue to pass. And that's a thinking athlete. Like, you don't have to power right through. You can take a half a second, as we see here. Svenja Tos still riding with Gabriella Zelenka in close pursuit on the same stretch of road that Margaret Elfers was on, but it is quite a ways up the road to Margaret Elfers, so it looks like she is trying to, again, do some more damage to this group and be alone in the pursuit of Julie Duran. But you're looking at a very strong cyclist in Svenja Tos, and Gabriella Zelenka is certainly taking advantage there and trying to hang on here, letting Svenja do the work. But it does look like Margaret has put some distance between herself and these two women here.
And it looks like Svenja Tos is getting a little bit too close to that motorbike. You know, if I was a referee and I saw an athlete move across to where the motorbike is, I would definitely question that. Because it didn't look like there was any age groupers around her, and it definitely looked like she was trying to take advantage. So she's definitely got to be very, very careful of that, because if the race referee sees that, that would be a penalty. And it should be a penalty, because obviously you are making an effort to not abide by the rules today.
Well, definitely. And the motos are out there, I think, to a certain extent, also trying to help the professionals. They can alert the age group athletes that the pros are coming through. Sometimes the age groupers get caught up in their race, trying to pass perhaps another age group competitor and forgetting to keep to the right there. So sometimes the refs are trying to help the pros in that they will alert the age groupers that the pros are riding through, just give them a little bit of a heads up there. But in that particular case, yeah, it's a tough stretch of road there. But we've got the officials out there, again, doing a great job at judging intent. And it's hard to do. I mean, I can't say that firsthand because I'm not an official, but, you know, an official will assess the situation and say, is this athlete gaining an advantage? And is the advantage is their behavior right now essential to the safety of the race, and be able to judge the intent of the athlete and what the athlete is doing. Are they doing what they're doing out of concern for safety, or are they doing it to gain an advantage? And the officials don't like giving penalties. They realize that the pros and the age groupers alike have worked very, very hard for this again. And you see the age group athlete there alerting the pros that, hey, there's a bike in distress on the side of the road. So it's great to see the pros interacting with the age group athletes out there. It's one of my favorite parts of our sport.
No, it is a family, that's for sure. And, for the age group athlete to, make the effort to make sure everyone has a safe passage is definitely what we're looking at, right? I mean, that's exactly what you were talking about with the motorbikes. It is great to have our motos not just filming for us, but then you also have course marshals, and then you have the course referees. And I mean, that's all we want, right? A safe passage. And, definitely we're sitting up here making some judgments, that's for sure. And, my perception was that,
Observations, I prefer to call them.
Yes. But I definitely felt that, it was a little bit obvious that she was trying to move over a little bit. But, she seems to be riding fairly clean. There's no doubt about it. She's been on the front, pushing hard.
Oh, they have passed.
Yeah.
They have passed, because that is Julie Darin right there. And Svenja Tos and Gabriela Zelinka are ahead of her. So the pass has happened. There, it could have been during the time we were on the phone with Michelle, but we have had a lead change here. A Morton move would put Margaret Elfers at the front of the race by my observation. Svenja Tos in second, Gabriela Zelinka in third, and perhaps Julie Darin now sitting in fourth place. So we have had some movement in our professional women's field here today by observation. Again, we need confirmation on the timing mat. But I believe I caught a glimpse there of Julie Darin. Svenja is ahead of her with Gabriela in between. I only can assume that Margaret is still up the road.
No, I think that's really good, a really great observation. Obviously we did see the pass, and we do know that Julie Darin was in the lead, and we did know that Margaret Elfers was moving faster than everyone else. And we do know that Thos and Zelinka are definitely moving fast as well. So, the three athletes that we're watching right now, Margaret Elfers, we're assuming she's going to be first into transition. We still have some time. But, the really people that we're watching, right, when we look at, who's really going to make a big impact on the run, I mean, Julie's just got to hang tough. But, she could make a technical error as well and burn too many matches trying to stay with them. It's unknown for her. She's never ridden 112 miles in a race situation. And then you got Svenja Thos, who we know is, almost brilliant on the run, right? She's very, very strong. And then we have Gabriela Zelinka, who is a great bike rider. We're seeing that right now. And, she's built to run. So is she going to be able to run at her ability today on this course?
Well, Gabriela Zelinka hasn't done, to my observation, as much work on the front as the other women have, so she may be a little fresher, but we'll find out when we come back from this quick break. And welcome back to the live action here at Ironman Italy. Emilia-Romagna, we've had a shakeup in our women's race with the German Margret Elfers taking the lead. Svenja Tos, also out of Germany, sitting in second, with Gabriela Zelinka in third. And our previous leader from Switzerland, Julie Darren, making her debut at the Ironman distance, has fallen to fourth place, and I believe is actually off the back of this group. So a lot of action here in the later stages of the bike as the athletes make their way through the VinFast bike course and head back towards transition. Still a bit of riding to go, and we won't get an update on the splits until 135 kilometers. But Michele, I wanted to share another fun fact in connection to Emilia-Romagna is the legendary Luciano Pavarotti, the opera singer, the tenor, famed for his incredible voice. This region is the birth palace for one of Italy's most influential composers as well, Giuseppe Verdi. So food, history, nature, and culture. This amazing region has something for everyone.
And a lot of history, that's for sure.
And a lot of history. And a
and
university
famous
that
people.
opened in 1088. I
And
get
lots
so
of famous
smart
people
doing
come from
commentary.
this
I
region.
learned so many interesting things.
Yeah, the food capital, wine,
Fast
castles.
cars,
yeah.
fast motorcycles.
Hey, it is Italy.
All made in this
It
area.
is Italy. There's
Yeah,
a lot of
it is
fast
Italy.
stuff going on.
Ferrari, Lamborghini, Ducati, Maserati.
And talking about
God,
fast right now.
We'd be so slow without Italy.
And, somebody who's moving really, really fast is Margret Elfers, who we have on camera right now. And when we talked to Michelle Vesterby, she talked about which athlete would be perfect for this course, and it was a powerhouse. And definitely Margret Elfers is a powerhouse on the bike. I mean, we know she's not as good a runner as Gabriela Zelinka or Svenja Thos. Definitely Svenja Thos is the one that's probably, if she loses on the run, we'd be a little bit surprised. But Gabriela Zelinka, has run a 3:06. Svenja Thos has run a 3:01. They finished first and third recently. And then you have the unknown, Julie Duron, who was our leader for a long time until Margret Elfers really shook up this field. That's what I'm excited to see. I mean, Julie's just got to hang on. But, we do know that Gabrielle and Svenja were moving a lot faster than Julie. And, this is where experience really pays off as well. These three athletes, Margret, Gabrielle, and Svenja, they know what it feels like to ride 112 miles. Julie doesn't. And,
Well, presumably she's done so in training.
yeah, but in a race situation,
Yes.
That's different.
It's very different. You're correct.
Riding in training and then getting into a race, there's so much more that goes into it. So we've got a race on our hands. There's no doubt about it. You talked a little bit about, they're going to know that Margret Elfers is the one on the bike. No problem if we let her go because, we've ran so much faster than her. And, this is a question that I'm going to ask is, okay, so if you're in a race and somebody who is significantly faster on the bike at that moment, but you're significantly faster on the run, do you try to stay with them or just calculate, I know I can outrun them even on a bad day?
I can say with certainty, Michele, that never in my life have I been on a course with someone that I have been significantly faster on the run than. So it hasn't been something that I have experienced personally. I am more in Margaret's position where I'm the athlete that they let go because they know they can run me down. But yes, I think, it would be silly right now for Svenja to get too worked up about what Margret is doing. There's not enough real estate left in this bike course based on what Margret has been able to put together running. Now, you never know. There's always that day. I wake up every day hoping for that day that I put together a marathon that represents what I can do in training. And maybe today is that day for Margret.
Yeah.
And I can only hope for her sake that it is.
But
on paper, I would say Svenja isn't getting too worked up because I don't think Margaret's going to be able to get that far away from her that Svenja's going to be worried about the fact that I know I can run 3:01. I know today's a fast day. If I'm Svenja, maybe I'm thinking, hey, I just raced Ironman Ireland. I've got the Ironman World Championship coming up. Do I want to go to the well in the marathon to chase this woman down? So certainly not creating more work for herself. But I don't think she's too fussed necessarily about Margaret at this particular stage of this race. But there's another race, Michele, that I want to talk to you about, and that is the View Sport Ironman Lake Placid. Because Lake Placid is a place where champions are crowned and legends are made. Nestled in the mountains of the Adirondacks, View Sport Ironman Lake Placid, part of the VinFast US Series, is 140.6 miles of breathtaking views, challenging hills, and the ultimate finish line at the Olympic Oval in the center of Lake Placid. Set your sights on your own miracle journey. Join us on July 23rd, 2023, and you can register today at Ironman.com.
Another great race. Lake Placid had great performances again this year, and, the tradition of Lake Placid, and I just love the vibe of Lake Placid. It's a tough course, it's a fair course, and the people of Lake Placid really, really get behind it.
No, absolutely. As we take a look back here to Federica De Nicola, making her way through, again, a smart athlete. She's trying to get through, but she's got to be patient, sit up, wait for the athletes to make their way around this turn. Again, you can get frustrated by it, or you can just be a little bit patient. And there's a bottle launch. So yeah, got your wits about you, and that's not easy to do when you get into this state of fatigue.
And, that's why she went to her base bar. She got out of her aero bars and she got into her base bar just for a little bit more control. And, if she had to brake, she was in the right position to do that. And this is our local, right? She talked about she wanted to do this race because the opportunity to race an international competition in her home country was something that really motivated her. So if she could get a top 10 today, I think she'd be pretty ecstatic about that. Margaret Elfers is in the lead right now, just crushing this bike course. Just the amazing power. I'd love to see her power numbers right now because, she is riding super, super fast. But talking about our local, Federica De Nicola, we caught up with her earlier in the week in one of our Fighting Chance segments.
Hi, I'm Federica De Nicola, I'm 29, I'm from Milan, and I'm here in beautiful Cervia to race Ironman Emilia-Romagna. This year I became Frederica in most of the races I've raced, and my name is actually Federica, but apparently this R is going to follow me all over. Yeah, well, it's a home race, so it's very special for me, and this is the race I was targeting this year because I've been injured for 1 full year last year, and I started carefully to keep to run again, etc. So I needed some miles to really get into the rhythm. Now I feel fit and ready for this race. And of course, having a home crowd is pumping, and it's a big plus. And it's nice because everywhere I go, I meet people, and sometimes they even recognize me. When I started as a pro, I froze my studies for a couple of years just to focus on the pro life and see what it was like. But then with COVID, etc., I decided to take up my studies again. Out of luck, I entered this team of transplant surgeon, and I got really passionate about this. So during the winter season, it's more like studying traineeships and medical stuff. During the summer, I try to race a little bit more and train a little bit more, and this has been working so far for the past 2 years.
So people here, what do they shout when you run past them?
Yeah, probably they will say "die, die, die," especially in this region, because it means go, go, go.
Well, die, die, die there, Federica. What a great thing to be a local countrywoman racing in front of a home crowd. I think that's got to be absolutely exhilarating for her. She's stuck in a little age group traffic here, but obviously familiar with this race and knows that she's just got to keep her head about her and make her way through it. As we come back to our race leader, this is Margaret Elfers out of Germany, an absolute powerhouse on the bike. She has distanced herself from the rest of our professional women's field here, absolutely crushing this bike course, putting it in the big gear and showing these women how it's done.
And, super smart through the aid station then, took her time, got the nutrition she needed. We see her, and we've seen her do this several times, right? Slow down, get her nutrition in, super, super smart. And then you'll see her power away once she gets all the nutrition that she needs. And, that's a super intelligent athlete, understanding that, take a few seconds, get the calories for the energy that she's going to need, especially during the closing stages of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Always got to be mindful of that nutrition, particularly as you get more tired. You tend to get just a little bit forgetful. Some of the details that came a little bit clearer earlier in the race tend to get a little bit foggy. When's the last time I ate? When's the last time I sipped on something? And that's why it's so, so important, Mikili, as you well know, to set up a nutrition protocol that's easy. Maybe it's every 10 minutes, maybe it's every 15 minutes, but whatever the timing is, it's just so ingrained that when you see your race clock hit X, you know to drink. When you see your race clock hit Y, you know to eat, so that you don't sort of get lost in that fog of Ironman fatigue and sort of the fogginess that comes when you get deep into the bike leg.
Yeah, that mental awareness starts to diminish, right? Because, that fatigue level isn't just happening at the muscular level, it's also happening in the brain. So that's an opportunity to maybe use a little bit of caffeine to make yourself a little bit more alert.
Ooh, good call. When do you go to caffeine? And how much on the bike versus saving it for the run? So what is your caffeine dosing strategy advice?
Okay, so it really depends on the individual athlete in terms of how they handle the caffeine load. Some people's stomachs are a little bit more sensitive. So for them, I would tell them a little bit later on the bike. And then you have people that have concrete stomachs and they can start like caffeinated gels straight away. But I always tell people, here's how you decide. It's like, be aware that caffeine is your frenemy.
Your frenemy.
Your frenemy. It can be very, very beneficial, but it's quite harsh on your stomach. So you definitely have to build up that level of the ability to deal with it. And, some people will do like totally stop their caffeine intake so many days before. And then someone like me, I don't do coffee. I've never done coffee. So I don't need as much caffeine as somebody who is used to taking regular amounts of caffeine. So really, like if you're thinking of a protocol, the two things that I would think about, do you normally take caffeine in or you do normally not take caffeine? And then, okay, should I stop taking caffeine so many days out and deal with a little bit of conscious, but sort of like freshen my load up. So when I do take caffeine, I get that extra bang for the buck.
But biggest key takeaway, make sure you practice it in training before
Yes.
you try to execute it in a race. Great advice from Mikili Jones. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Back to our live action here in Italy. We are looking at one-time leader, Julie Darin. At last check, she had slid back to 4th place, but still in firing distance of the podium, certainly, and all is not lost. There's still a lot of racing left to go. Waiting for the athletes to cross the 135-kilometer timing mat to get an update on what the gaps are. But if you're just joining us, it's the German Margret Elfers in the lead with Svenja Toes, Gabriela Zelenka, and then Julie Darin in 4th place. Some exciting racing. Here we have Julie Darin in her Ironman debut. No doubt would have gotten some advice from her sister Nina, who is more experienced across this distance, but Julie, a very successful short course athlete, making the leap up to long course racing.
So, Dee Dee, do you think there's some bets on the table between those two? Hey, I did an Ironman. This is my debut time. You did an Ironman. This is your debut. Do you think there'll be like
you know, in a family full of athletes, there's got to be a little competition there,
there's
right?
always competition, right?
So yeah, I would venture that, but hopefully a little bit of support too. Hopefully Nina sat her down and told her what was what in terms of Ironman racing, what to expect, coached her up a little bit. On some of the highs and lows. Yeah, she did lend her helmet to her as well.
Her helmet to her because we did see her sister's name on the helmet that she's wearing.
Yep. And here we come back to our second chase group. That group was together as a group of 4. Johanna Aherns out of Germany. She at one point was accompanied by Chantal Sainter. Jana Uderstadt and Lisa Marie Dornauer was also part of that group. So we are waiting again for that timing mat. It does look like that group is at least largely still intact. Actually, that's Chantal Sainter. Yep, yes. Chantal Sainter is still a part of that group.
Yeah, so that's really good because, you know, they rode up to her and, you know, for her to hang in there with those riders, you know, that can really, really help get you through the later stages of the bike. Here we have Lisa Marie Dorna. You know, she was in part of that group, right? They were the first chase group until Margret Elfers sort of rode through the field and really, really separated this race on the bike. You know, she has now gone past Julie Darin quite a while ago. So we have Margret Elfers in the lead. And then, of course, the other 2 athletes that really benefited from Margret Elfers' attack was Gabriela Zelenka and Svenja Toes. They were definitely able to hang on for a little bit, but it's the powerhouse of Margret Elfers is the one that really shook up that bike leg. You know, she's in the lead. We do know that she's not the caliber of runner of Gabriela and Svenja, but she was the one that really split this race to what we're seeing right now. You know, she really, really broke up that pack of 7 athletes who are riding behind Julie Darin. So I definitely give her kudos for being the strongest by far bike rider today.
Well, and interesting for me that this group is largely still together of Chantal Saintier, Jana Uderstadt, Johanna Aherns, and Lisa Marie Dornauer. They seem to be riding really, really well together and keeping each other motivated, which is important in these late stages of the full gas bike course when fatigue starts to set in and the focus starts to drift a little bit. Again, somewhat risky because you have to be mindful of the draft zone, but great to have that incentive of other women around you in the race to keep you focused as they make their way through a tight little turn here. This was the aid station that we saw Margret Elfers go through quite a bit of time ago. We see the second chase group of 4 making their way through it now.
Yeah, and, you know, this is a good opportunity to pick up your race nutrition for the later part of the bike. And, you know, we did hear Michelle Versteby, who was our guest today, who finished this race in 4th a couple of years ago. And she talked about this section, right? You come up through town and then you have the climb and then you have the descent. And, you know, she also talked about, you know, being careful of the age groupers. So, you know, definitely these athletes have to be their heads up when they're coming down through that descent. And, you know, because these roads are a little bit narrower, but I really thought that was really, really good insight on Michelle's part, you know, just explaining this part of the course, how, you know, the hill is significant, and then the descent down, you know, you have to be attentive to what's going around you, not to the fact that you're just descending and there's corners, but also the fact that it's narrow and you are amongst the age groupers.
Look, talk about putting it in the big gear. Like, this almost makes me wonder if she is stuck in a big gear. She was absolutely grinding up that hill. It looks like we lost the camera on her, which is too bad because that was just such a display of power as we saw Margaret Elfers attacking that hill, presumably in her big gear. But we're going to take a quick break and we'll come right back. Back to the action as we take a look at Svenja Tost here going up the hill, which, according to Michelle Vesterby, our guest earlier on the show, is a significant hill. This bike course only has 400 meters of climbing in total, and I'm assuming it comes all from this hill as we take a look at Svenja Tost climbing this hill. We had footage just a second ago of Margaret Elfers making her way up this hill, putting so much force into the pedals. I thought the cranks were going to snap off the bike. Such a strong rider on display, but Svenja Tost doing a nice job of it, keeping that cadence relatively light for a climb here, taking the opportunity to, as I said, sit up, which helps stretch out the back, change up that position, which you don't often get a chance to do on a super flat course like this.
No, and what's hard about this hill is the fact that, you know, you've been on flat terrain and then you all of a sudden, you know, your heart rate's going to skyrocket. You're going to be engaging more muscle fiber to get yourself up the hill. And, you know, that's a little bit of a shock to the system because the body sort of likes to be set in like a nice rhythm. And then all of a sudden you hit this hill, it's like you hit a brick wall, you know? So it's like that's tough on your muscular system. And then, you know, it's tough also on the heart because all of a sudden it spikes. So we talk about burning matches, right? That would definitely, doesn't matter how, you know, what you do, you are going to burn something on that hill just because you've been so used to being on that flat terrain and then all of a sudden you hit. But then mentally, it's a nice reprieve, right? Because it is a chance to sit up a little bit. It is a chance to get out of the saddle if you needed to. And then when you get over the top, you could also stretch your back a little bit too with that opportunity of maintaining speed and not losing any performance gains.
Sure, it's the one opportunity with the little bit of a descent there is off the backside of that climb to coast a little bit, which a flat course like this doesn't lend itself to. Not a lot of opportunities to sort of reset, take a break from movement and be still for just a minute, as Margaret Elfers, our professional women's race leader, has gone through 135 kilometers with Svenja Tost just 54 seconds back. So Margaret has made a move, but Svenja is definitely hanging tough.
No, she is, to be only 53 seconds back. And then I just saw in third is actually Julie Duron. She's 113 back. So she's definitely holding, you know, her strong enough to get that third place. So I don't know if we missed Gabrielle Zelinka or our timing.
I think she's off the back. I think she
Yeah.
may well be off the back. So that is of significance as well, is that those three still in generally the same real estate, just a minute 15 separating our top three. But it looks like Gabriela Zelinka, there she goes through 147. So she's leaking just a little bit of time off the back of that group.
Yeah, and, you know, she was riding so strong, but this is what happens, right? Those closing stages where the action happens.
We had said before she was at the front very early on of a small chase group, but since then we did not see her. She was always sort of on the back.
Yeah, you're right.
Hanging on the back. So was she overreaching given the women that she was riding with? Could be. It looks like that elastic has finally snapped, and she will finish out the rest of this full gas bike course, certainly on her own, but still well within it. I mean, she's only a minute 47 back from the leader. Certainly we know she's a strong runner, so in contention absolutely for a podium. To me, and still a lot of racing left to go and still a lot of question marks, but the podium may well come down to Svenja, Gabriella, and Julie. And I'm going to back Julie. She's never done an Ironman before, but I know she's a great runner from her short course racing. There's a big difference, I know, Captain Obvious, between running a 10K and running a marathon, particularly after an Ironman bike, 112 miles. It is no joke, but I think that's going to be the fight for the podium right there.
I agree with you 100%. And this is why I agree with you, Dee Dee, is the fact that when she got caught, she sort of like realized that, you know, they were going a little bit quicker than what she needed to go based on what she felt. And we saw her, like, you know, not try to like go too hard too early. She sort of like just kept settling into her pace. And then we've seen it again now at that check, right? She's only lost 1:14 to an athlete, Margaret Elfers, who was riding 4 kilometres faster than her. And to be only 1:14 down at this checkpoint, that's telling me she's doing her own race. She's totally 100% focused in what her race plan was.
And as we see our women professional biking amongst all of these super inspiring age group athletes, we had a chance to chat with one of our age group athletes. His name is Pascal Fumeau. Sorry if I mispronounced your name, Pascal, but he is an age grouper, and he is out there today achieving his dreams. Have a quick listen.
Hello, my name is Pascal Fumeau. I have 13 Ironman with 2 legs, and it's my first with 1 leg. Yes, I was in service policeman. I have seen one man with a phone in her auto, and after I make a turnaround, and another auto come back, and it was the accident. My motivation was, I was in 2004 in Hawaii with 2 legs. I think I must all do for going maybe in Hawaii a second time with 1 leg. When we have a dream, we must make all what is possible for make this dream. I'm here in Italy for a beginning of my dream. It's a very good parkour for me. I think for the race, the best place is the mountain in the bike course. The bike is flat and it's good for me. I bike only with this leg.
Oh, sure. So just 1 leg on the bike?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I am so inspired by that story. Raced in Hawaii in 2004 with 2 legs and wants to go back and prove what is possible following his accident. What a great story. Oh, I love it.
No, and you know what's interesting about his comment about only riding with 1 leg when he bikes, and the reason could be is because a bike leg is significantly heavy. And then if you aren't engaging that leg and creating any power, and then you have this huge amount of weight that you have to take around on the bike, that's detrimental to your performance. And it's actually better just to have that single leg doing all the work on the bike.
Super inspiring story. I wish you the best, Pascal. We hope you make it back to the big island of Hawaii and achieve your dreams. What a great, great story. So everyone give Pascal a shout out down on the race course. As we come back to our women's leader, Margaret Elfers, making her way around the course here. That to me looks like 140 kilometers she has just passed. So we are getting to the business end of this full gas bike course. Things are getting real. Athletes, when do you, Mikili, in a race start to transition your thoughts towards the marathon? Would it be this early, or are you still entirely focused on the bike?
No, there's still 40 kilometers to ride. That's still a significant amount of time. So for me personally, I would be recommending for athletes to keep concentrating on the things that they can control at this point, and asking the right questions in terms of how am I feeling, how's my nutrition, how's my pacing, and then like within that last 10 kilometers, you maybe start to go,
am I drafting off the age group competitor in front of me?
She's trying. But, they're the sort of things that you want to ask. How am I feeling? How's my pacing? And then you get to that 10K and then, you might go, okay, what do I need to get through the run? Because we all know the calories happen mainly on the bike for that energy that you need for the run. And then as you get closer to the transition, do I stand up and stretch my back a little bit and, maybe try to cool myself down, particularly if it's a hotter day. So they're the type of things that you would think about. But when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more also about mentally what's happening to most of the athletes at this point in the course.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back. I just also wanted to remind everyone on Facebook that part 1 is ending, but part 2, it will be starting up shortly. So please stay with us as our Facebook viewers. Part 1 is ending, and then you can join us for the most exciting part of this race in part 2. Right now, we are watching our women's pro leader. Of course, this is our women-only pro field here today. And this is Margaret Elfers, who is absolutely crushing this bike course. Obviously, she's a powerhouse. She has the perfect build to really power away on this course, but not powering away as much as, some people would have thought. Definitely she's the one that has really, really shook up this race. She caught Julie Duron, who was our women's leader, out of the water and for a long, long time on the bike. And then there was a group chasing her. It was Gabrielle Zelinka and Svenja Thos, but then it got too much for Gabrielle Zelinka, and she's dropped now into 4th. Svenja Thos is definitely riding steady within a minute of Margaret Elfers. And of course, our rookie, Julie Duron, who we talked about, was leading this race for a long time until Margaret Elfers just powered through. She's holding her own in third place right now, Dee Dee.
Yeah, and of course, it's what's going on behind the lead group of 4 who are spread out 1 minute, 45 seconds. The next 5 athletes behind them have converged with some new additions. Federica De Nicola has joined that group. Katarina Groman is our big Morton mover. She's moved up 5 spots into 5th place since the last timing mat. So in just 35 kilometers, Katarina Groman has moved up into 5th place. But that group of 5, 5th through 10th, Katarina Groman, Federica De Nicola, Lisa Marie Dornauer, Jana Uderstadt, Chantal Sainter, and Joanna Aherns, 5th through 10th. All of those athletes super bunched up, all 10 minutes to 10 minutes, 12 seconds back. So a big group of women. I tell you, Mikili, there's a big separation there, but our top 10 women only 10 minutes apart, which when it comes to Ironman marathon running, that's nothing. This is one heck of a race. We're going to see a lot of place changes and a lot of great racing coming into part 2. So we're going to make that switch over momentarily. Part 1 is ending. Please join us. Click in to part 2.
No, Dee Dee, this is the part of the race that I really, really love to see. You know, this is where we really see who the strongest athletes are in the later stages of the bike. And I mean, that's what we're seeing, right? We're seeing that Margaret Elfers is on the front, Svenja Thos, another strong bike rider holding her own. And then when you look down at the rest of the field, I mean, they're all riding pretty similar times. You know, as I said, Elfers was riding at about 37.01. That's her average pace. And then Svenja Thos was a little bit slower at 36.63. That's why she was only 53 seconds back. And then Julie Duron was 35.72. I mean, obviously, Gabriela Zinka, we know her average was 36.17, but we do know that she dropped down. She was sort of in that group with Svenja Thos. And then when we look down, you know, through that 10th place, you know, they are riding very, very similar. The one athlete that, you know, moved up 3 places was Federica De Nicola. You know, she's riding at 34.55. So slightly ahead of the rest of that chase group. So we have our leader, then we have a chase pack, well, a chase of 1, and then we have a chase of 1, and then we have a chase of 1, and then we have that 5 through 10. They're stacked pretty close together right now.
And it's always deceiving because that is at one timing mat, and obviously it's a dynamic situation with athletes moving up and moving back. But certainly across that timing mat, that group did look pretty formidable in terms of its size with all of those athletes bunched together. But certainly the women at the front starting to spread out a little bit, all on their own through the end of this full gas bike course, with this woman, Margaret Elfers, continuing to power her way across this bike course. She is putting down some serious power and building up quite a gap against Svenja Thos, hanging in there tough, 53 seconds down. If I could run like Svenja, I wouldn't be too worried about Margaret at the moment, but anything can happen, and maybe this is Margaret's day, and she turns in a brilliant marathon. That's why we don't race on paper. We come out and race on the course. So that we see, again, an age group athlete passing another age group athlete, sort of forgetting that other people are coming through, but obviously gives respect and a wave to our women's leader and gets himself out of the way, and Margaret carries on.
And, you know, we were talking about the mental aspect of racing and how that impacts your race and the level of fatigue it happens. And one thing when you are on a looped course like this and you get to go through age group athletes, for me personally, as long as, you know, you're not in any danger and it's safe, you sort of like can mentally play these games. Okay, I just want to get to the next rider. I just want to get to the next rider. And, you know, it can really change a little bit of your focus compared to if Margaret Elfers was out here all alone by herself. So she could use this as motivation, and she's got to stay a little bit more alert right now as well. So that mental focus is important because there's a lot of age groupers coming at her, and there's a lot of age groupers that she's got to ride through. So super important to stay within the moment and be very, very wary of your surroundings, because, you know, sometimes we get in that zone, we just put our head down and go, which if you're on a course that...
Not on this course.
No, that's
a
what
bad
I
idea.
mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like you can't just put your head down
Right.
and go. You have to be very, very alert. So my question to you is, how much energy do you think that's taking in this particular circumstance?
Again, I think it depends on the state of mind of the athlete currently and the amount of fatigue that they're currently carrying. I think if you're tired and you're a bit low on calories, you could start to get bothered by this, annoyed by this. But I think if you're up on your nutrition, your energy is good, perhaps, and I'm speculating because I don't know if she's led in other Ironman races, but for Margaret Elfers, you're leading an Ironman race, which has got to be pretty exciting. I think you're pretty fired up, and so you're stoked to be, hey, I'm lapping these athletes. This is great. They've got to go out and do this all over again. I'm nearly done with the bike. So it can be exhilarating. I think it just depends on the mood, and we know that those mood swings in Ironman racing get more severe as we move through the race. What wouldn't bother you in the opening 40 kilometers will bother you a lot in the closing 40 kilometers of the bike. So it really depends on the state of mind. Certainly the focus has to be there. And in order for that to happen, the nutrition's got to be solid. I think you get into that haze, that sort of brain fog, if the calories aren't what they should be. So if you are finding that you're sort of spacing out a little bit, that your focus isn't as good as you feel like it was 20 kilometers ago, 40 kilometers ago, maybe a good indication that you need to up your calorie load.
No, that's a really, really good point. Again, it's like asking yourself that question. How am I feeling? How's my pacing? How's my energy level? How focused am I? Really, really good points, Dee Dee. I love it. It's always awesome to sit here beside you, and, you know, you have so much experience. How many Ironmans have you done now?
Oh, I've lost. I can't
Lost
count.
count. See, that's when you know you've done a lot.
I can't count that high.
I'm sure you can. One day you'll have to sit down and we'll have this little conversation. But
I'll
you know,
need an abacus.
All right. So why we continue to watch? We are going to go on a little break, and while we're on that break, Dee Dee's going to calculate how many Ironman events or not. We will be right back.
Birds flying high. Sun in the sky, I'm happy, and I'm feeling
All right, here we are back with the action. And what a race we have. I'm just going to do a little recap. Of course.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think that was Julie Darren going back past Margaret Elfers. Again, we'll have to go back to our leaders, but just as you were bringing it back in from the break, I saw a road bike, and it looked like the kit of Julie Darren, and she was going back by Margaret Elfers. Maybe I'm seeing things. I don't know. I was so busy counting up my Ironmans that I got a little dizzy myself.
Yeah, that would be really, really interesting to see if that is the case, because I would assume then Svenja Throws is just getting stronger and stronger, and then this is Svenja Throws that we can see right now. So if she actually is in the lead and has made that pass, definitely, you know, she's being very, very smart about her pacing. But right now, we'll just assume that
my
has
spotters are
happened
telling me that was not.
otherwise.
See, it's an age group athlete. Sorry,
Okay,
I saw the
there you
kit
go.
and I thought it was. I saw the road bike and I thought perhaps it was Julie. That was my eagle eye that was just a little blurry.
That's okay. You know, we all make mistakes, and you know, sometimes it happens. You know, we don't always know what is going on, so we see what you see. But right now, this is Margaret Elfers. As I was saying, you know, she's in the lead, looking super, super strong. We definitely know Svenja Throws is in second, also looking fantastic. And then we have Julie Duron, who is in third, was our leader for a long time. And now I want to see what Gabrielle Zelinka is doing. Obviously, she slowed down. Obviously, the pace was a little bit too much for her, so she dropped down into fourth, but still a significant gap to that fifth place of a grown man. You know, nice little pack there. Let's see, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. They're all riding together. But that was a while ago. That was at the 135K mark, and we're just waiting to get the next time check.
And here is Julie Darren. Again, I saw the red kit and the road bike, and I thought she had made a move back, but she did not, but still riding super strong. Has to be exhilarating to be so in the mix in your first Ironman. And at this point, going through her brain, I can only speculate, but wow, 112 miles really is a long way. And what was I thinking when I signed up for this Ironman? But pretty sure she's going to get off the bike. She's going to have a little change of scenery, change of pace, change of discipline, and the world sort of refreshes itself. And that's the thing through Ironman racing. I think one of the biggest challenges for these athletes, yes, there's obviously the physical challenge of covering the distance and racing it hard, but it's managing sort of the highs and lows that come with throughout the day. And those tend to get bigger and more significant shifts. The highs become higher, the lows become lower, the deeper into the race you get. And I think managing those emotional swings, if you find yourself in a dark spot out on an Ironman course, just hang in there a little bit because the next high is coming around the bend.
Yeah, it's definitely a roller coaster, and you know, I call that your chimp brain. So your chimp brain is sort of chats to you, and then all of a sudden it'll start yelling at you. Why didn't you sleep in? Why did you sign up for this race? We could have been having breakfast now, having our second little snooze. But you know, that's a natural occurrence. Doesn't matter if you're in first place or you're in last place. That mental fight, that little chimp brain is always sitting right there telling you that you are stupid and why do you want to do this? But, you know, that's part of the roller coaster of dealing with the emotion of an Ironman. And that emotion comes from fatigue, it comes from nutrition. And that's why you have to have a good reason to be out there, right?
Well, but that's also a key point, that if you are feeling those emotional swings and they're becoming more and more severe, it's a really good chance for you to sort of check in with your nutrition. Is it just when you get apathetic out on the race course, you get more emotional out on the race course, and not in a positive way, in a negative way? You get apathetic. You just don't care anymore. I don't care. I didn't really want to do this anyway. Yes, you absolutely did. You dragged yourself out of bed before work every morning to get the training in. You sacrificed your weekends, time with your family, all of those things to be out there racing. You absolutely do care. So your first tip, when all of a sudden you don't care anymore, get some Morton gels on board. Get a little bit of a hit of caffeine to lift those spirits, because it's probably your blood sugar playing games with your brain.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where, how do you deal with that, right? And that's exactly how you deal with it, asking yourself that question, how's my nutrition? And it's like, for the swim, a lot of people get anxiety for the swim, and that chimp brain is telling you something completely different. But this point in the race, when, your mind is wandering and, you're like, questioning why you're doing it, you're exactly right. It's usually more that nutrition, something's happening that there's not getting enough nutrition through the brain, and you need that as well as you need it for the muscles. So everyone goes through it at some point, and I always tell athletes, try to figure it out as quick as you can, and when you're feeling good, make the most of it, and when you're feeling bad, get through it as quick as you can, because it doesn't matter who you are. It's definitely a roller coaster.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But you can mitigate, I guess, our point, the severity of some of the peaks and valleys by managing that nutrition and keeping that blood sugar as stable as possible. It's not easy. I mean, this is a long day out there. We're talking 8.5, 9.5 for some of the age groupers, 12, 13, 14, 15 hours. And keeping that blood sugar stable for that amount of time, not an easy ask. But we're going to try to figure out during this quick break, and we'll be right back.
Birds flying high. Sun in the sky, my heartbeat, and I'm feeling
And, sorry, back to live action here. Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. We are looking at Sven Jatos, currently riding in second place, chasing down her fellow countrywoman, another German, Margaret Elfers, currently in the lead as the women make their way towards T2, where we will have one heck of a race on our hands.
We sure will. Now we've gone back to Julie Duron, who is in third, had a fantastic swim, led a lot of the bike until Elfers smashed through the field. But Sonia throws, I think, I'm impressed. I think she's super smart today. She can I say she let Elfers go? Definitely, I'm sure she did her research and has raced her many times before. Knew she was very strong on the bike. Definitely, I feel she used her to her advantage to sort of break up the pack. And now we're just waiting to see what's happening with the rest of the field in terms of, can Julie Duron hang on and maybe finish third in her first ever Ironman, or move up to second? And then Zelinka, big question mark on her. She definitely was up there and then started losing time. But I think we all know right now that the run is going to be very, very interesting. I mean, on paper, we definitely know who the strongest person is, but it doesn't matter what you did on paper. It's what you do on the day. And I think that's what I love most, Dee Dee, about Ironman racing, because no guarantee that you'll get across the finish line. You never know what fate is going to deal you on the day. And all you can do is tackle whatever conditions and whatever is thrown at you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know what certainly your potential is, and we know on paper who our stronger runners are, who's got the potential, but you've got to get the job done. You absolutely have to get the job done, and the complexity of that, it's not as easy as it sounds to race consistently and race to your potential every time you toe the line. And here we're looking at a woman who has done an awful lot of racing this year already, and is also preparing simultaneously for the Ironman World Championship in just 3 weeks. But she was second this year at the infamous Alpe d'Huez Triathlon, which, again, non-branded race, but a very challenging race. She won Ironman France, second at Marbella. Again, she raced in Ireland just a few weeks ago, crossed the finish line, disqualified after the fact. But that's a lot of racing during these summer months, and she's just keeping that momentum going.
And, one thing that I like about her, she's very, very consistent, to get on the podium. In her career, she's had 10 podiums at Ironman branded events. And what's that telling me is consistency. If she races to her potential, you can almost guarantee that she will be on the podium. And then to have Kona just around the corner, I mean, when I was racing, I always liked to do sort of like an Ironman training day or throw a race in anywhere from that 6 weeks to 3 weeks out. I always find that was like sort of, for me, my perfect prep. Get that final race in that last 6 to 3 weeks.
And as I said, Sven Jitos second at 70.3 Marbella. Another interesting fact about Marbella is that on May 7th, 2023, Ironman 70.3 Marbella opens its gates to host the European Tri-Club Championship. Start the season with a hint of summer weather and an alluring adventure on the Costa del Sol in Spain. Surrounded by the Mediterranean Sea, the beautiful Andalusian mountains, the European Tri-Club Championship will bring together and celebrate clubs from around Europe. So get your crew together, get your Tri-Club mates together, and start planning now. You can sign up at ironman.com.
Another great race.
Another great race. There's so many races.
No, there
so
really
little
is.
time.
But there really is. It's like every time we look at a race, it's like even I get a little excited. I'm like, oh, Spain? Okay. Andalusia? I'm like, oh, maybe I can go ride some horses as well. Do a triathlon, ride some horses. I'd be in my happy place.
You'd be in your happy place. All of the best things all at once. Right now, Margaret Elfers in her happy place leading Ironman Italy.
No, doing a fantastic job out here today on the bike leg. She's definitely built for this course. Super strong through the core, the glutes, being a little bit bigger on a flat course. It's like I know when I'm racing and the guys with the big legs come past me on the bike, I'm always like, I got skinny legs for the run. So it's, whatever piece of motivation you can use, that's what I always say. But, definitely, on a flat course, you got to push big power, and having that sort of muscular build is definitely going to suit this course. If we're on a much hillier course, that's a very, very different situation where typically on a hilly course, that power to weight ratio comes into play. And, when we're watching the Tour de France, it's like watching all the Tour climbers. It's not the big muscular guys that are crushing the hills. It's always the littler, smaller, more agile guys carrying up less weight.
I tell you what's impressed me a lot about Margaret today is how smart she's raced and how patient she's been. When there's been congestion, she takes on nutrition. She's been careful through her aid stations. She's really paying attention to all of those details, which at this stage of the race tells me her nutrition's got to be pretty good because she's making good choices this deep into the bike. Safety first, always yielding to the age groupers when she needs to, smart through the aid stations, getting the nutrition on board. I just think she's making good choices, and that's going to set her up well for the marathon.
And the same thing could be said for our third place female right now, Julie Duron. We just saw her take her nutrition in, It looked like she took some gel in and then she took some water in because, that's super important that when you do take some gels in, you need a certain amount of hydration to help with that absorption. That's super, super important because, the calories and the hydration, you've got to get it down your system as quickly as possible. So very, very smart for Julie to be in her first ever Ironman. And she's sort of been the same, I feel. She has been patient all day long.
She looks exactly the same as she did in the opening kilometers.
Yeah, like she looks smooth. She looks comfortable. I don't see any signs. I mean, we saw a little bit of sodium on her clothes earlier, but that seems to have gone away. But, she's been super smart. From as soon as she got on the bike, we saw her take some calories in. We just saw her take more calories in when right before she even hit that aid station, she was well prepared to get the calories in and then get the hydration as she went through that aid station.
Well, it's so hard to calculate because it's very rare that a race that you do is going to have the exact same conditions as the last race you did. So you might feel like you've got your nutrition protocol completely dialed, and you go to the next race and you do that exact same thing and it doesn't work. Conditions can be so variable on the day, and you can estimate, you can nip and tuck if it's going to be super hot, maybe you get some more fluids in, maybe you up your electrolyte balance a little bit. If it's going to be super cold, maybe you increase your caloric load because the body's going to be working so hard to stay warm. So you can make those logical tweaks, but even when you feel like you have it dialed, you never, ever, ever have it dialed, and it's maddening. And I'd like to speak to somebody about it right now, please.
No, it's definitely tough. I mean, there's no one strategy that works for every athlete. It's so varied. And here's some of the reasons why it's varied. Okay, so of course the climatic conditions makes it very, very different, what you do for nutrition in a warm race to a hot race. And then sometimes your level of fitness plays.
Sure.
And then for a female athlete, also where you are in your cycle. A lot of people don't talk about that, but that is super important because that can have a significant impact as well.
Excellent point. Absolutely excellent point. And I think it's inspiring that people are starting to talk about that because it is significant. But we're going to talk about it when we come back from this quick break. Back to the action here. We are within 10 kilometers of the end of this full gas bike course where the athletes will dismount in T2 and take to the Hoka run course. But it is this woman, the leader of our professional women's race. If you are just joining us, professional women only today. The professional men sitting this one out. One qualifying spot for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship on the Big Island of Hawaii, a full year away. So the athlete that claims that slot, what a luxury to have the entire year to script the way you want to, no pressure to obtain that qualifying slot. So that's a big relief. So a lot of the athletes, that's a big motivator for them today.
No, and I think that's another reason why you've seen several of these athletes coming across to this race, having raced not too long ago.
I was going to say half of them raced Ironman Ireland.
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons.
Took a party bus over to Italy together.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly one of the reasons why, because, we're getting close to the end of the season. If you aren't doing a world championship event, it's a chance to get in and get another race. But it's also, you know, we've got a couple of athletes in here who are actually racing Kona,
right,
in not too far future. So, you know, it's always interesting when we look at, you know, the reasons why people do races. And definitely when you look at all the races around the world right now, this is probably going to be one of the easier, if I can say easier, places to get a 2023 Ironman slot.
Well, in that so many of the athletes are currently focused on the 2022 World Championship, but the fact there's only one slot available
makes it competitive.
It makes it super, super competitive.
Yeah, no, definitely. I totally agree. You know, this time of the year, it's like there's so much focus towards the World Championship events. It does open up a little bit for some athletes who maybe were unlucky and didn't qualify.
And here's a look at what the athletes will see. And of course, it will be coming into T2 at the conclusion of the VinFast bike course. They will enter T2. Again, that long run through transition, rack the bikes, grab their gear bags, and change into their run shoes and make their way out onto the Hoka run course.
Yeah, and this is the part where I love to see as well. You know, how does that athlete look when they get off the bike?
Oh, the judgment zone, my favorite part of every
The
race.
judgment zone. That's right, you call it the judgment zone.
I call it the judgment zone.
No, it definitely is the judgment zone, just like the 18-mile mark is your judgment zone too. But, you know, this is a chance for us to see who looks great straight out of transition, who looks good when they step off their bike. But I always have this theory, right? I think when you're a little bit taller, you never really look that great when you get off the bike.
It takes you a little while to
the
find
blood's
upright.
got to pump a little bit longer down into the muscles the taller you are. That's my theory, being 5'10".
It's a good one. And here we have Margaret Elfers. She will be the first one to go through the judgment zone as she exits the full gas bike course, making her way out onto the Hoka Marathon course. She has absolutely lit this bike course on fire. Again, the bike course record 440. I don't know that we're necessarily going to see that today, but she certainly has distanced herself from the competition. She absolutely exploded a group that included up to 7 athletes at one point. She was the one that really splintered that group. Svenja Tos, hanging tough, was only 53 seconds back. I don't think Svenja still looks very, very strong to me, so I don't think we're going to see that much of a difference in that gap. If it's any more than 90 seconds, I'll be shocked. But full credit to Margaret Elfers, who's had a tremendous bike ride here today.
Well, you know, her predicted bike split, 4:38.
Is it really?
Yeah, so if she can continue to ride strong, not get caught up in too much traffic coming into the T2 transition, I think we saw a swim course record. Potentially, if she could keep up this pace, we're going to see a bike course record.
That would be phenomenal as we take a look at Svenja Tos. And again, she looks great to me too. And we know that, as we've said, on paper, Svenja's the better runner. In fact, in the entire field, I think Svenja, on paper, is the strongest runner in the field. So currently sitting in second place, she's got strong potential. If I was in Vegas, I might put my money on Svenja Tos. But a lot of racing still to go. Gabriela Zelinka, very strong runner. Julie Darren, completely unproven across this distance. We know she's a very good runner across short course racing. She has the speed. Can she contain it? Can she control it? And honestly, we're cheering for Margaret Elfers, who's done such a great job on the bike. To lead into T2, we hope she can have that marathon day she's dreamed about.
No, what a fantastic day that would be for her. But, you know, as I said earlier, I really believe that she was the one that really shook up this race. You know, she was the one that came from the back of the pack and really threw it down and broke up that group of 7 athletes we had. And I think that was to the benefit of Svenja Tos, that Margaret Elfers was riding so strong. You know, she was the one that broke up that group. And then it was Gabrielle Zelinka along with Svenja Tos that sort of could hang there. But Svenja Thos has done a really, really nice job of making sure that deficit is sort of staying fairly tight. Last check was like within a minute. And Svenja Thos does look really, really strong. And then, of course, we have Julie Durand, who looks so smooth still. First ever time doing an Ironman. She just looks like she did at the start of the race. And I mean, I really believe part of that is because she's racing her own race. It's like when all the action was happening, when she got past, she didn't panic. She didn't try to like go any faster than what she was doing. And then once that group started to break up and she was amongst it, she's holding her own in third place right now.
Some of the athletes we haven't spoken a tremendous amount about to date because they're a little bit back on the bike, but they are extraordinary runners. Joanna Reeder comes to mind. I stand corrected. Svenja Thos is a great runner, but on paper, I think of our competitors today, and our statisticians might have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Joanna Reeder owns the fastest marathon time in an Ironman of anybody out on course. So that is in itself significant. And I think Kristen Leopold is another one who is a brilliant racer. She, at the last time we met, 11 minutes, 51 seconds back, which seems like a tremendous amount. But again, she's another one that has a marathon PR in Ironman racing of just over 3 hours at 3:02. So if those women are able to capitalize, given the conditions on the day, it's not particularly hot, it's a flat, fast course. An athlete like Svenja Thos, great runner, 3:07, if she falters a little bit, she had some stomach problems in her last Ironman. If that plagues her again, the door is open for women we haven't even talked about yet.
No, I definitely think you're right. And I mean, that's the thing about the marathon, right? It's like these days, you know, in a very competitive field, you've got to run under 3 hours. You know, there's no doubt about that. And we know that Joanna Ryder has run, you know, under that. We know Svenja Thos' best was in Ironman France at a 3:01. So that's significant. I mean, we do not know what Julie Durand can run. I mean, she's definitely run under 120 at the 70.3 distance. And then when
That's moving.
Yeah. And then when you also look at Kristen Leopold, she has run a 2:41 back in 2011 at the Ironman UK, but that's significant. So definitely,
240.
Yeah, 2:41. Yeah, 2:41. That's her fastest marathon time. So when we look at, like, with only, you know, some of these athletes only a 10-minute deficit, and, you know, you've got athletes who can run a very low 3 hour or under 3 hours, that's where you're going to see a lot of action happening as people move up through the field. You know, particularly for someone like Margaret Elfers, we know her best is probably around like a 3:28, you know, at best. So when you're competing against someone who can run that 3 hour, that's 27 minutes faster.
Yep.
So, you know, Margaret Elfers has just got to, like, have the best run she's ever had by far.
And it could happen.
Yeah.
That's our motto. Anything can happen.
And we see it all the time.
Well, it's always sort of funny, and not haha funny, but more ironic funny to me that we've now 5 hours and 22 minutes into racing. And we've spent so much time talking about these women on the bike and their potential and what's going to happen on the run. And then all of a sudden you get onto the run and you think it's sort of, well, it's got to be one of these top 4 or 5 women who's going to be fighting for the podium. And then all of a sudden someone has a blinder of a run and other people, like, it's some cramping or have some stomach issues or whoever knows what. And all of a sudden an athlete we haven't spoken about comes out of nowhere at mile 21 of the marathon and wins the whole darn thing. So my point to everybody watching, don't go anywhere, because this is a fantastic race. There are so many great athletes. And, you know, really, relatively speaking, kind of tightly bunched. I mean, our top 10 within that sort of 10-minute mark, and 10 minutes across a marathon is nothing.
No, and I mean, that's what we were just discussing, right? How quickly that time gap can go down very, very quickly. Because, you know, we know the fact that the run portion of an Ironman is the most fragile part for everyone. And, you know, we've talked about, doesn't matter what you did at your last race, it's what you do on the day. And we've talked about a number of these athletes raced an Ironman not too long ago. So the big question mark, okay, are they recovered? And then we've got someone like Svenja Thors, like this is preparation for the big dance, the Ironman World Championship. So a lot on the line when you throw in, this is the first Kona slot for 2023. So you get a chance, you know, if you can get across that line in first place, you've now ticked off a victory. You've ticked off your whole year goal for 2023 if you get that slot. So you're way ahead of everyone else already. And then you've also, there's a couple of these athletes that are coming into their last race of the season. How awesome is it that you walk away with a victory at the end of the season and you can use all that momentum to get you through the off season?
And we had Margaret Elfers making her way back into the center of town. She will be exiting the full gas bike course momentarily, entering into T2, and will be our first athlete out onto the Hoka run course. Of course, we will check out her transition. We call it the judgment zone to try to assess how her body is feeling as she sets foot on to the ground following this epic bike performance that Margaret has put in on the day. And we'll be watching all of these women fall in behind her, getting a final time gap coming off of the bike into the run. But we're going to take a quick break, but all that action here to come soon.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Welcome back to Ironman Italy. And what a fantastic race that we have on our hands right now, Dee Dee. Fantastic effort right now for this athlete, Julie Duron, who is sitting in 3rd place, her Ironman debut. Coming from an ITU background, she was our leader out of the water and is hanging tough right now. She looks just as comfortable as she did at mile 1 as we hit the closing stages. You know, the big question mark we talked about for her is like, she hasn't run an Ironman marathon yet, but that will happen today. And, you know, I talked about how smart she has been. I feel like she's racing her own race, and I think that's super important.
Oh, it's extremely important. And again, at last timing check, she was only 1 minute and 13 seconds behind our race leader. So this race is so far from over. Again, the big question mark for us and for her, she's just never covered this distance before. And it's just not that easy. And the things that could go wrong, the list is long. Now, hopefully she's done her homework and training. She's prepared for all of those things to come. She's been well coached. Her sister, Nina, has helped her out along the way, offering advice, offering insight. But it's always a question mark to do something you've actually never done before. Everybody else in the field has some experience across Ironman racing. So, or I should say, most of the contenders that we know of have experience at Ironman racing, and that experience is valuable across this distance. I mean, there is something to be said for ignorance is bliss. She doesn't know what's coming. She doesn't know how bad it's going to get yet. Kind of feel bad for her in that regard. But there is something to be said for ignorance is bliss. You only get one first Ironman, and so for her, it's a whole new world. She doesn't know what she doesn't know, but particularly for Ironman racing, that experience can be so critically important.
Svenja does know that she's a danger horse. She picked her out as one of the athletes to watch. You know, as we mentioned, they do train together a lot, and she felt she was in really, really good shape. So definitely Svenja knows that she has to be maybe a tiny bit nervous about someone like her because she is unproven, and coming from an ITU background and to be able to finish top 15 in an ITU event, that's significant. That's telling me that you do have good run speed. And the question mark, as we said today, does she have the endurance and the strength to run a marathon off the bike?
Right. Can you bleed that out and be patient enough in the opening, I'll even say 20 kilometers, so that you can still maintain across the entire marathon course? And that is the big question mark. And that's where, even Svenja's got to back herself in that she's got gobs of experience across this distance, across every level of Ironman racing. And so she has experience on her side and talent. But again, we talked about some of the other women in the field, great runners. We know Katharina Grohmann, very solid runner. We know that Joanna Reeder, very, very good runner. So as we've said before, this race is far from over, and it's going to be an exciting marathon. I mean, again, you talk about the setup of the course, multiple loop course. We talk about the dynamics of this race weekend, how this race was meant to happen 24 hours ago, was postponed due to severe weather. So now we have Ironman athletes and 70.3 athletes / fans out on the course at the same time. Obviously, the Ironman athletes, or the 70.3 athletes, starting a little bit later in the day, but their support crews are going to be right in town where these athletes, it's going to be next level crazy down there on the course.
And next level crazy because they were probably all locked away in their hotel rooms yesterday with the bad weather, and now like absolutely stunning weather out there, perfect racing conditions, I'd have to say. So everyone's going to be out in force on the streets. The one thing about this run course, it's 4 laps. There's 4 aid stations for each lap, but it's going to be really, really tough to get into a good, steady rhythm. There's lots of tight turns and corners, and there are some terrain changes, well, surfaces rather than changes. So a lot of the athletes were mentioning that the run may not be as fast as you think. So this is a slightly different run course than previous years. So they brought it more into town. But the energy that you'll be able to get from the crowds, I mean, all the athletes always talk about that on the run course, how much energy you can get from the crowd. And, with these conditions, even though there is speculation that this may not be a fast run course, I think the conditions alone right now, with the temperature not being too high, the humidity had dropped a little bit, I think we're going to see, and not to mention the caliber of some of the runners in this field. There's a number of athletes who have run under 3 hours. I think it's going to be a lot faster than these athletes have calculated.
Well, point of fact, our Hoka run course record is held by one of the women in our race today, and that's Joanna Reeder, who ran 2:58.19 back in 2019. She is more experienced now than she was then. I dare say she's faster now than she was then. And I'd have to look back at our historical notes to see what the conditions were on the day back in 2019. But certainly we know that the conditions today are setting up pretty ideally for some fast running. So it could be, we've had a record-setting day in the swim. We will be very close to possibly a record-setting day on the bike, and it could be our top two women coming into transition together. As you're pointing at the screen, Margaret Elfers, and it looks like Svenja Tost has caught back up to her, and the two women are heading into transition together. So Svenja Tost with a late course push here on the full gas. She went full gas the last 10K. She's stretching out that upper body, taking a couple of arm circles, or maybe that's just a big fist pump from Svenja Tost to say, hey, I am not out of this thing yet. Looks like she is just trying to loosen up that body and get ready. She's trying to make her debut for our judgment zone. She wants to look pretty for us when she makes the dismount there and not have us judge her too harshly that she looks good. But huge push from Svenja Tost to shut down that 53-second deficit she had to Margaret Elfers as they make their way into T2. We will join that action in just a minute. We'll be right back. Exciting developments here as our professional women head for T2 at the conclusion of this full gas bike course, readying themselves to tackle the Hoka run course. It is Margaret Elfers who had put in a hard charge on the bike in the midsection miles and kilometers, had extended a lead of 53 seconds on Svenja Tost, but Svenja said not so fast. She has come back, riding into T2 on the wheels of race leader Margaret Elfers. Of course, our course record we talked about, 4 hours and 40 minutes. We will see if that course record falls today. 4 hours, 40 minutes, 42 seconds from Carolyn Learrider back in 2019. We will wait for our racers to get across the timing mat to see if that record will fall today as Margaret and Svenja make their way into town to the cheers of this crowd. And here they come.
Yep, this is where we call Dee Dee's judgment zone. So it'll be interesting to see who gets out of this transition fast. But it looks like we have some splits coming up. We'll get to those as soon as we get through the transition.
Unofficial course record 4:33:01, Margaret Elfers. So,
that's fast.
That's a smoking fast time, guys. So what a performance from Margaret Elfers. Svenja Tost not far behind, 4:33:30. Again, this is unofficial, but it does look like our course record of 4:40:42 has fallen. We'll wait for the other women to come in to see if somebody else has bested that. But right now, I think this is telling. Not that this is indicative of what's going to happen the rest of the race, but Svenja Tost through this very long transition, up on her toes, striding out, and has already distanced herself from Margaret Elfers.
And, that's no surprise. We know that Svenja is by far the faster runners. And, what a fantastic job she did to actually catch back up to Elfers, who was riding so well and so strong. And what's that, again, telling us? It's like pacing. Don't get caught up if somebody, charges through the field. Stick to your race plan as we see her changing into her run shoes. I mean, she looked so good running through transition. She looks like she's going to have a pretty speedy transition. And, you know, what I'm looking for now is to see how far the rest of the field is back. But definitely they're not moving at a super speedy speed, but they are making sure that, you know, they're getting their socks on, getting their nutrition. Of course, they've got to get everything back into those Ironman bags so they don't get penalised. And now we're seeing Svenja go back and hang her bag. And now she is off to run the Ironman marathon.
And of course, we will take a look here at the Wahoo Element bike split, 4:33:01 for Margaret Elfers. Unofficially a course record there. Again, the bike split brought to you by Wahoo Element, 4:33:01 from Margaret Elfers. Unofficially a course record, but it is this woman, Svenja Tos, who has overtaken Margaret Elfers in transition. She will be the first out onto the Hoka run course. She is out on the Hoka fly zone on her way out to run the marathon.
And looking very, very smooth right now. Just collecting everything that she needs. You can see that she had something in her hand, whether it was a gel, just to make sure she was getting that little bit of extra nutrition in as she heads out on the run course. Fairly long transition as we see. I think that's an age group athlete.
Yep.
So obviously their transition was probably a little bit further down from the professional athletes, and their changing tent, I'm assuming, is a little bit further down as well. Just adjusting her watch there just to make sure it's comfortable. So sometimes when you're racing, you know, when you first do your watch up in the morning, you know, it feels like quite loose. And then as you progress through the day, you know, you start to get a little bit more, like a little bit more of a bloat, right, in your system. Everything starts to swell. And then that's pretty typical. I know when I used to race, I used to always have to readjust my watch because it would get tight as I progressed through the race.
And as we saw in age group male, I thought it would be a great opportunity to check in with some of our top age group males off of the bike. First off of the bike, or first out onto the Hoka Marathon course, is Herbert Enzinger. He is the first out onto the course, followed by Michael Whitecrick. Sorry, struggled with that name. And in third place, out of the United Kingdom, that is Jack Allison. So a handful of our age group men out on the course, but it is our pro women who are making their way out onto the Hoka Marathon course, and they are led by Svenja Tos.
Yeah, and she definitely looked very, very comfortable. Definitely we saw a big difference in run style with our second place athlete right now. That's Elfers, you know, a little bit bigger. Obviously running is not what comes easy to her. Definitely her technique.
Given past performance, today could be the day.
Yes, it could be. But definitely, you know, I'm just looking at how their form looked. And definitely, you know, those looked like a runner. And Elfers looked like she, you know, it was definitely, we know it's her weakest.
She looked more labored coming off of the bike for sure.
You know, she had her head tilted back. She didn't have that beautiful.
It was a different energy level when she entered into transition. You could see visibly the difference in energy level, how Svenja seemed to bounce through transition, and Margaret was definitely working and sort of trying to regain some of that energy and sort of fire herself up for the marathon, whereas Svenja looks like she's been waiting for this moment all day long.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the difference in physique, in the difference in, you know, what their strengths and weaknesses are. And then you also have to also look at, you know, the physique is super important to look at because, you know, we definitely know if you're a little bit lighter and then you have good technique, where those definitely had that more upright run form. And you know, when you're fatigued, everything's going to be even more exaggerated. Those weaknesses really, really start to show.
And here we have Julie Darren in off the bike. Her bike split unofficially 4:45:04. So Julie Darren, our early leader, she has got a 6-minute deficit to Margaret Elfers off the bike. We'll see if she can pick up a little bit of time here In T2, she is our third athlete who will tackle this Hoka run course. Again, here in the judgment zone, she looks very, very good to me. I would say visibly, possibly not quite as good as Svenja did, but possibly slightly better than Margaret in the opening steps coming off the bike.
Yeah, and this is a long, long transition. So really, we don't want to look at that split at the beginning. I want to see that split towards the end, because this is significant. It's like such a long transition. And we saw when Svenja Throws came through, she was so much more efficient than Margaret Elfers and made up a significant time just in the transition alone. And this is what we're going to have a look for. How quickly can Julie Duran get through that transition and get out on the run course?
Super interesting to me. It looks like Svenja Throws, the thing in her hand, the yellow thing in her hand, was tucked inside of her kit. It looks like Svenja might struggle. She thought maybe she was going to be cold out there today because, remember, she had a vest on in the early going. She obviously has a base layer under her race kit. And I believe that yellow thing that she's carrying might be, sometimes athletes will put a kind of like a Mylar coating underneath the base layer, again, to protect themselves from the wind and the colder temperatures. And she's just peeled that out from her race kit. So that tells me she was significantly concerned about the colder temperatures this morning.
No, I think that's great observations, actually, Dee Dee, that the fact that, she does have that undershirt on, and she did have that extra layer, and you saw her completely unzip her race uniform. So it'll be interesting to see what she does with that base layer as well, because, we talked a little bit about the humidity that, it had dropped, but it's still around 76%. And we do know that the temperature has gone up from 10 degrees. I think we believe now it was in the 20 degrees. Maybe we can get a check sooner rather than later just to see what that weather situation is, because obviously we saw a lot of salt content, sodium on a lot of the athletes. So, that is telling me that it's probably a little bit warmer than like maybe some of the athletes predicted. Just for one, the content, what they were wearing, especially with Svenja Throws, definitely it looked like she was prepared for way colder conditions, because it was definitely cold. When they were standing on the beach this morning before the start, you saw some athletes shivering, and I think that was way more than just race nerves.
So we now have 4 athletes in off the full gas bike course. Of course, we said Margaret Elfers in the lead. Svenja Throws overtook her in transition. Julie Darren we see running out, and of course Gabriela Zelinka also now into transition. This is Julie Darren as we see her as she makes her way out of transition, out to start the Hoka run course. Of course, it's the Hoka fly zone here for Julie Darren as she starts her marathon run.
No, and definitely Gabriela looked really, really nice running through transition. She looked comfortable, she looked relaxed, and, the one that everyone's going to be chasing hard to get on that podium, I mean, they've got to get past Svenja, but Svenja we know is a great runner. We do know Elfers, isn't as fast as some of the other girls. And then, we've got the unknown in Julie Duran. So there's still like a lot of athletes who haven't come in that have the pedigree to run up onto that podium.
Yep.
I mean, right now, if we were further into the race, we know that Elfers is going to drop down. We know that's a given unless she has an absolutely cracker out there. So you've also then got to look at some of the other athletes. Is someone like Leopold way too far down that we know has by far the fastest run split out there?
Yeah, we know Leopold is a great runner. We know Reeder is a great runner. And the problem they face right now are the conditions on the day are pretty ideal. So I think the explosions, the big mistakes are going to be fewer. You're not going to see as many meltdowns when you have ideal race conditions like this. Yes, you'll still see some nutrition problems. You'll see some people that mispaced, and that is true everywhere. But I think there is greater opportunity for sort of what we'll call the run specialists to run through the field on days where the conditions are slightly more extreme. We saw it last weekend at Ironman Wisconsin, for instance, back in the US, where so many things happened on the marathon because the conditions were horrendous. Had this race actually been held yesterday, I think we would have seen a lot more potential for some of the runners to make their way through the field, as we see Gabriela Zelenka here making final adjustments to her kit, getting the race number fixed, heading out through the Hoka Fly Zone, making her way out to start her marathon run. Again, she looks very, very good. Not as good as Sven Jatos. That is our standard right now. Sven Jatos looks fantastic. But so I guess my point is that the problem for the likes of Kristen Leopold, for Joanna Reeder, who are sub 3 hour marathoners or just over 3 hour marathoners, yes, on paper could be faster on the day than Sven Jatos, but the conditions right now are favoring Svenja because she's going to have to make some pretty serious mistakes, or those women are going to have to put in sort of even next leveler performances than they've already done in order to chase her down. They've created a lot of work on a day with conditions that isn't going to yield itself to massive explosions necessarily on the marathon.
But I'm sort of going to go throw a little bit of a spanner in that theory. I mean, I agree 99.9% that is all factual. The only little question mark that I'm going to throw out there, and that little spanner I'm throwing in the works, is in perfect conditions, you're not as cautious.
Yes.
You're not as cautious, right? In the heat, you know, those athletes that are smart and dial it back a little bit are usually the ones that are most successful. And then, you know, in those colder climates, you know, it's a little bit different because, you know, there's other things you got to worry about. Sure. Hypothermia, getting enough calories in because you're going to be burning more calories. And then in these perfect conditions, there's no little red alarms going off, right? It's not like, oh my God, it's too hot, it's too cold. You know what? I'm feeling good. I can push it. I'm not overheating. So, you know, it can also be detrimental. But, you know, these athletes are experienced. These are the sort of conditions that you want. No doubt about it. But, you know, you still have to put it...
You can't be reckless.
No,
Yes.
and that's what Ironman is about, right? You know, we talked about being patient. You know, we talked about, you know, running our own race. And then, you know, you throw in, well, how do you feel? You know, well, how quickly did you get through the roller coaster of Ironman? So I'm just throwing it out there that, you know, it's 99.9. Yes, I agree with you. And then that 0.1, sometimes with ideal conditions, you know, people are like, you know what, I'm going to go for a PR today.
Yep.
I'm going to get the fastest ever Ironman, you know, flat course, you know, the conditions are good. This run is a little bit harder to maintain a nice steady rhythm, but that will suit some athletes as well. And, you know, as we come through, there is a little bit of shade that we can see. So that's always a positive for the athletes as well.
Absolutely. Gives them the opportunity as we take a look here at our transition times brought to you by Morton. These are our transition time of our top 3 athletes. Julie Darren with a combined transition time of 7:51, followed by Sven Jatos just 7 seconds behind that, and Margaret Elfers with the slowest transition of our top 3 at 1 minute 23 seconds. But that just gives you a sense of how much time can be gained and lost. Particularly in this case, I think a lot of that was based on the distance of the run.
Well, yeah, you know, I mean, it's almost 8 minutes.
Yeah.
8 minutes in transition. Normally, if you're 8 minutes in transition...
Something's gone wrong.
Yeah. It's like, normally, you know, you're like, maybe you sat down and questioned, do I really want to go out for the marathon? But, you know, this is a long transition. And we talked a little bit earlier Is that the logistics that we had to have a delay of this race because of weather yesterday? So this race was supposed to happen yesterday, it happened today. So in order to fit all the Ironman athletes and all the 70.3 athletes on the course, did they have to extend out that whole transition area?
This is significant, Michele, as we go through. Our leaders have gone through 2 kilometers, and in just 2 kilometers, Svenja Tos has already put 1 minute and 11 seconds into Margaret Elfers. So that just goes to show you the difference in run speeds, that through just 2 kilometers, that significant gap has been built up between 2 women that effectively came into transition together. As we look here at Julie Darren, she is our dark horse, so to speak, because we just don't know an awful lot we don't know anything about her ability across this distance.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, when we have rookies come in to an Ironman race, you know, some get through the race and it's like, congrats, you know. But sometimes, you know, it's like I always think, you know, when you come in as a rookie, sometimes, you know, having those struggles will really help you. If you have the perfect debut at an Ironman race, sometimes you don't learn as much if you have to struggle a little bit. So, you know, you can always look at it 2 different ways. Right now, our cameras are on Margaret Elfers, who came into transition. And, you know, one thing that I like to point out, Dee Dee, is like she has lost like over a minute, but her transition was significantly also slower. Yes. So a lot of the beginning of her time loss actually happened through that transition.
Yep, absolutely. As we take a look back at our new women's leader, Svenja Tos, taking to the front of this race for the first time all day. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. Back to live action here as we take a look at second place, Margaret Elfers out of Germany. Her stride is starting to open up to me a little bit more. She was a little bit bent over, took her a little bit of time to get upright, but it looks like she's getting a little bit better hip extension now that she's settled into at least a couple of kilometers of running. She's doing something funny with her left foot from time to time. She'll flick it kind of back and sort of over bend the knee. I wonder if she's got a little bit of a quad cramp going on. I saw her do it prior to the break and she just did it again. So I wonder if that's indicative that she's got a little issue with her knee or the quads is feeling a little cramped. But here we have a look at Julie Darren, currently in 3rd place, making her way. I think it will be a matter of time. She threw out of transition. She was 6 minutes and 13 seconds down on leader Svenja Tos, but only 5.5 minutes down on Margaret Elfers. So she has her sights set first on Margaret Elfers to see if she can reel her in as quickly as possible.
No, and, you know, that's what she needs to do to get on the podium, right? There's a lot of fast girls behind her. So for her, she's just got to dial in that pace. We'll get an idea of what that is, if she's capable of running a low 3 hours or a faster than 3 hours. I mean, we just don't know. And we know, like, if that chase pack is only 10 minutes back and they're capable, some of those athletes are capable of running under 3 hours, you know, she may not get on the podium. But, you know, she's worked hard all day long, stayed right in her comfort zone, I felt, you know, didn't panic when she got caught. got off the bike, looked very, very smooth when she came out of the transition.
And here we have Svenja Tost making it look easy as she goes through an aid station, calling out the things that she needs, getting some personal nutrition on board, getting the rest from our wonderful volunteers out on course. These races don't happen without the literally thousands of volunteers that help our athletes get around the course. Svenja having a chat to our camera person there, either trying to get some information or perhaps a little bit of instruction, but she's settling into pace pretty well here.
No, like I love her arm swing, nice and relaxed. Her shoulders are down. You know, she's taking her nutrition in. You know, it's always deceiving when you're seeing someone run to like what sort of pace are they running. And, you know, someone like her we know can run around that 3-hour mark. And that's fast. That's fast. There's no doubt about it.
You heard it here. 3 hours off the bike in an Ironman is fast.
No, exactly. It's like, you know, and then those athletes that can go under that, you know, that just takes another level. But, you know, in this race, you know, we are going to look at someone like Joanna Ryder. We know she's by far the fastest runner in the field, but, you know, she hasn't come into T2 yet. So, you know, Julie Duran just has to keep running her race. Svenja Tost is super, super competitive. You know, she's got Kona in a couple of weeks. You know, she came in, this is her final race prep. So is she going to go at 100% of effort? Of course she is. You know, when you toe the line and you get to the front of the race, you're going to do everything in your power to maintain that first position if you are physically able to do so, right? Because that's what it comes down to it. It's like at some point, you know, you can totally crumble in a race, and we've seen it so many times where we're like, there's no way that athlete can lose the race, and, you know, they might get a cramp. They might have a little stomach issues in the cramp or muscular cramps. You know, you just never know, and that's why we always say it's not over till it's over. But right now, she has definitely put herself in the winning position, steady all day long. I felt another athlete that sort of got stronger and stronger as the day went on. And, you know, our second place getter, Elfers, did a fantastic job on the bike. But then we saw in the closing stages, Svenja Tost actually caught back up. So that was an amazing performance because we don't always see that, right? If we see an athlete make a pass that's riding faster towards the end of the race, all of a sudden they're right there. You know, that shows me that, you know, she really, really dialed in exactly what she needed to do today. And that's, you know, use the athlete she needed to use to get herself to the front of the race. And then when you had Elfers who really threw it down, she didn't panic. She really stuck to, I think, a pretty solid race plan.
And looking at Margaret Elfer's run form here, again, I think she's getting better hip extension now that she's settling in. The one thing I'm noticing, her head movement. She moves her head sort of, she almost looks a little bit, and I don't mean this in an unkind way, but in ways to help her improve her run form, a little bit like a bobblehead doll. The head is moving around quite a bit. Of course, and you compare that to Julie Darren here, who's got good posture. She's nice and relaxed. The shoulders are down, good arm carriage. You look at that and compare it to Margaret Elfers, who's got a lot of just movement in her upper body as she's running. I think if she cleaned that up, that's just wasted energy. It's not helping to propel her forward.
No, and, you know, just like swimming, run form is important. And it's particularly important at the end of a marathon because you're already carrying this huge amount of fatigue. And the more fatigue you get, right, those weaknesses really start to show. So you really want to, in your training, you know, find out what your weaknesses are. Technique is super important because you're going to lose less energy. So that little bit of a head throwback really comes from the fact that she just hasn't quite got that grasp of pushing from the hip, that hip drive, and, you know, feeling like you're running downhill where right now she's a lot more upright, and that's why you're seeing her throw her head back. And, you know, I always do some drills with my athletes where you've got to run with your head back, you've got to run with your head down to really give them a little bit of awareness how gravity plays a huge effect in being faster and using less energy.
I want to put you in the hot seat for a minute, because looking back to T2 and some of our athletes making their way out onto the Hoka Marathon course, because she is our course record holder in the marathon, Joanna Reeder, 16:29 down on our leader and 10 minutes out of third place for a podium spot. Too much or still a possibility?
I still think there's a possibility just because of the conditions. You know, when you're a fast runner, you know, you are a fast runner. And, you know, we know Svenja Thors can run, you know, right around that 3 mark. And, you know, if Joanna Ryder can have her A game on, and, you know, she has run quite fast. But in reality, I think Svenja Thors would have to have something significant happen to her, because I think their run splits over the course of their careers have been like pretty close.
Fairly comparable. Again, we get an update to our weather here. 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius. Still pleasant. I'm still going to call it amazing. We can see that the wind has died down just based on the texture of the water. At least the wind direction has changed, because the water looks a lot calmer than it did this morning during the swim. Of course, we've got the wind at 8 miles an hour, 13 kilometers per hour, and the UV index back up to a 5. So athletes better put that sunscreen on in transition.
Yeah, and look at the humidity.
Yep.
So why are we looking at humidity? Normally we talk a lot about high humidity. But when you start to dip down in the 30s, you know, the opposite happens. You get that dryness.
Yes.
So you don't sweat as much. So if you're not conscious,
you don't feel yourself sweating as much. Yes.
Because
it evaporates
so quickly.
Yes.
And that can really be a sneaky factor that creeps up on you, because, you know, you're used to feeling that moisture of your skin. So the same sort of thing happens, right? You dehydrate very, very quickly because you're not getting those normal perception cues that would typically mentally tell you you're cooling down, as well as physically, because you want to sweat. You want to feel that moisture.
Sure.
So what do you do in these, you know, lower humidity conditions? You got to keep the skin moist.
Yep.
So it's going to be super important when you go through each aid station is to make sure that, you know, you're not just taking it in.
You're putting it on.
Yes. You're also making sure that skin stays moist.
Yes.
So, you know, we did talk about perfect conditions, but the athletes really, really have to be conscious what that lower humidity is going to feel like, because they're not going to feel like they are sweating, even though they are. So, you know, it's going to creep up a little bit quicker.
Right, that dry air. And I think that drastic change in humidity that we're seeing is just on the heels of that horrific storm that blew through in the last 24 to 48 hours. Obviously, you know, that brought some humidity in, and the further that gets out to sea, the humidity dropping pretty significantly and causing a change in the conditions on the day. So you had the humidity on the bike, now you don't have it on the run. And are you even aware of that at this point? You can, maybe if you don't have all of those things going on, you went out for a walk in the morning, you're like, oh, it's pretty humid today. You go back out later in the day, oh, it's a drier air now. But with all they've got going on in their heads, they may not be aware of that as being the fact that they're not sweating as much. They might think, oh, okay, I'm really well hydrated. Everything's really good. But when in fact it's just the drier air, and it could be an opportunity for disaster if they're not cognizant of their nutrition and hydration. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Welcome back to Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. Brought to you by Hoka. Fly, human, fly.
Well, somebody who is flying on the course right now is definitely Sylvania Thos. And we do have a split through the 6 kilometre mark. We actually have 2 athletes through right now. Of course, our leader, Sylvania Thos, her pace is about 3:48 per kilometre. And then, of course, we have in second place, Elfers, who is running at about at 3:56. So, you know, sometimes run styles can be very deceptive.
Deceiving.
You know, it's like, you know, that's still a nice effort. But you know who is actually doing the best out there right now?
You
Is
tell
our
me.
rookie. Julie Duron is running at a 3:38. So very, very interesting to see that Julie right now is the fastest runner out there. And, you know, we did mention this a little bit early because I did mention my experience of my first Ironman. It definitely went out a little too fast. It felt great. I'm like, oh, yeah, 5:20s, no problem. But that quickly changed.
When did you realize that it wasn't an Olympic distance race that you were doing and that maybe 5:20 was a little rich?
Well, you know, back in the day, we didn't have all the instruments to tell us about pace. So, you know, you went a little bit more on perceived effort. So at some point, it definitely caught up.
It is my dream, Akili, to one day have 5:20 pace feel easy. If 5:20 pace could ever feel like Ironman race pace for me, that would be my dream come true. But yes, Julie Darren of interest at 6 kilometers now, just 3 minutes back of Margaret Elfers. So our podium remains unchanged as it was coming off of the bike. But we do have some movement. Julie Darren making her way to the front of the race, or at least into second place. Margaret Elfers putting up a good fight. And of course, behind that, Gabriela Zelenka, she is running pretty solidly as well. And Katarina Groman in 5th place, but they are back at 3.5 kilometers. So waiting for them to get to 6K.
Yeah, you know, we're still very, very early. You know, we're at around kilometre 6. We have 3 athletes through that. And our rookie, Julie Duran, is the fastest right now, sitting in 3rd. But, you know, she's 5:03 back from our leader, Sylvania Thos. So, you know, it's always interesting when you start seeing the splits. You know, it's like I'm always interested to see, okay, who was feeling good when they got off the bike? You know, that's the early part of the run. And then you start to see, okay, who's the mover and the shaker, right? Who's like moving up through the field? That's the other set of athletes I want to see. And then the third is when they get to that 18-mile mark.
Sure.
It's like, okay, can somebody...
Who's managing the fatigue the best?
Yeah, managing the fatigue the best. That's exactly right. Because we all know, you know, in the marathon, you know, that 18-mile marker is where, you know, you hit the wall and you've really got to dig deep. And, you know, part of overcoming that is definitely ensuring you got all the calories you needed on the bike, because on the run, you know, it's hard to get a huge amount of calories in. You know,
Sure.
you can never catch back up. It's sort of like you had to top up the tank all the way through the bike, and then whatever you have, that's what's going to get you through the run.
As we look at Julie Darren looking very, very good. But, you know, I have to give it up. We had Margaret Elfers on screen a moment ago, and to me, she is looking better and better and better as she settles into this marathon. Her posture is better. She seems to be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit settling in. It looks like she's found her run form. And one thing I was noticing when we had her on screen a moment ago, she's deceptively tall.
Yes.
So while it looks like her turnover is certainly slower and possibly more labored. I think part of it is her size. She's getting more distance per stride, so she's a bit of a, it doesn't sound like a very nice term, and I don't mean it in a derogatory, she's a lopier runner. So she doesn't have the quick turnover, but she's getting good distance per stride, and she's hanging in there tough.
And that's where the deception comes in when you're analysing run styles and like working out, who is actually, if we didn't have a timing system to tell us who's running faster, it's very, very deceptive. It's like I always was told, Michaela, you didn't look like you were running that fast.
Right.
Because I'm a much taller athlete, and then, you get somebody who has a much higher cadence than you, it's like, but what you want to look for is, are there any changes in their form, in their technique?
Right.
Are there any glimpses of extra fatigue coming? So up here we're watching and we're looking how they looked when they came off the bike, the first few kilometres of the run, and then comparing that as they move down the marathon course. I mean, that's what we're looking for. We want to see, okay, if we see that style and that technique, how long can they maintain that? Because, that's the secret of us analysing, the fatigue level and where they're falling apart. But we also, because of technology, have the splits.
Sure.
So that's going to give us the true picture of how fast somebody is actually running versus how we think they're running just based on how they look.
Right.
And that rate of turnover.
Sure. So here's a question for you, Michele. We're looking here, our Hoka marathon course here in Italy, 4 laps, 10 kilometers each. Prefer the laps format or prefer the single loop format? Mentally, what do you think? Strategically, is there a benefit for a particular type of athlete to a loops format versus a single loop? And mentally, which do you prefer? As we take a look here at our Hoka marathon course, as you mentioned at the top of the race, 4 laps, lots of crowd support out there. Going to be a lot of athletes out there at some point, so that's something else they have to contend with.
Yeah, so on a looped course, yes, you can use it mentally to your advantage. Here's why. Because I always like to break my run down. I'm not going to get off the bike and go, I have to run a marathon. That's not what I'm thinking.
It's the same way you eat an elephant, just one bite at a time.
Yeah, exactly. So you're not thinking about the entire distance at that point. You're sort of breaking the race down. So on a looped course, sort of the first loop is like you get a really good idea of where you can push and where, there's a little bit more fatigue that starts to creep in, for one. You get to know very quickly where those aid stations are. There's 4 per lap, so they'll get to hit that 16 times, which is really, really important because, just keeping that core temperature down is significant. And then you've also got to look at how that motivates you, right? The first lap usually goes past pretty quick. The second lap, you're still usually in a pretty good rhythm because you're only at 20K. The third lap, I always find, that's the mental lap in a 4-lap course because, yes, you're not close enough, but you're into that range where you really, really start to get worn down just by how many hours you've been racing. By the 4th lap, as Paula Newby-Fraser always used to tell me, 8-time Ironman world champion, you can always get yourself to the finish. So that's why I like 4 laps.
Not
There's
always.
Hey, I'm trying to be positive here. But yeah, things can still go wrong. But I'm just saying, if you're going to break it down, I sort of like the 4 laps because, as I said, really the 3rd lap is the worst.
3rd lap is the worst. You heard it here first. If you are enjoying this race in this beautiful beach community, there is another tropical race that awaits. That tropical race adventure in Langkawi, Malaysia. Located in an archipelago off Malaysia's northwest coast, Langkawi is known for its beautiful beaches and crystal clear waters. Enjoy the splendor of the island with both Ironman Malaysia and Ironman 70.3 Langkawi. Race through traditional villages, stunning rainforests on your way to a finish line at the gorgeous Cherry Nang Beach. Ironman Malaysia is the only race in Asia for your chance to qualify for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship. You can register now at ironman.com.
Dee Dee, you know what I love about this race is how many splits we're going to get for the run.
Oh, I know. It's wonderful.
It's fantastic. Right now we have 3 athletes through the 7-kilometre mark. And, you know, it's really interesting when you start looking at the pace. You know, in the lead is Svenja Thos. She's running about a 5:01. And, you know, we talked about how the perception of a taller athlete when we have Margaret Elfers. She's running a 5:20, so only 19 seconds slower, which, you know, she looks like she's running a lot slower than that if we put them side by side, just based on technique.
Because the turnover is so different,
exactly,
right? Yes.
But that's what I mean. It's, you know, 19 seconds is significant.
Yes.
But it looks a lot worse than that. And then when we go across to our rookie, Julie Duron, in third, she's running the fastest at 4:43. So that is like nearly 15 seconds quicker than Svenja Thos. So it's interesting when we get the next split, because we are going to get a lot of splits. So, I mean, we're still looking at a 4:38 split from Svenja Thos to Julie Duron. But, you know, 15 seconds, you know, that's significant when you look. We're only at 7 kilometres, so 15 seconds. So if every kilometre she can take out 15 seconds, we could have quite the race on our hands.
Well, and what is of interest to me is to go back to 6 kilometers and see some of our run specialists who, granted, have given themselves a bit of work. But Kristen Leopold, currently in 6th place, she's running 3:38 pace. So that would be similar to Julie Darren, matching the pace of Julie Darren. And then right behind her, Joanna Reeder, who we had talked about, running 3:33 pace. So she currently is the fastest mover on the course. Now, granted, she is 15 minutes down from Svenja Thos, so that is a tall order. But right now, she's doing the work to start to chip away at it.
Yeah, and I mean, all that needs to happen at the front of the race is to have a significant slowdown, right? If something happens at the front of the race, those minutes quickly come down.
Right.
And that's why, you know, we keep talking about it's not over till it's over, because we know that you never know what's going to happen out there for each individual athlete. And it happens at the front of the race as much as it happens, you know, behind the race, that, you know, sometimes there's significant issues that these athletes face because, you know, I talked a little bit about earlier how being down in those aero bars and the way that your intestines sit, because there wasn't a lot of chance to sit upright, you know, that does have a significant impact when you get off and you run, compared to a hillier race where you get to sit up, and then all of a sudden, you know, those internal organs then get put upright, and it's almost like the intestine doesn't know what to do because it was sort of in that aero position, and now all of a sudden you're like stretching it out. That's my theory anyway.
That's the theory. You heard it here first as we watch Svenja Thos lead the way in our professional women's race here on the Hoka Marathon course. Julie Darren, the rookie, making it look pretty easy for her first Ironman. She looks relaxed. She looks confident to me. She's got nutrition in both hands, which to me says that she's doing the right thing. She's got those calories on board, access to them, and she looks great.
And, you know, Svenja Thos did say that she was the one to watch. You know, she's trained with her. She knew she was in great shape. And, you know, this course, yep, it's 4 laps, but there are parts in this course where they go up and they go back.
Right.
So you will get an idea of every time you come around to those out and back sections, are you catching up? And one thing that I always used to do if there was like some out and backs, I'd actually count or look at my watch to see, okay, last check, it was this amount of time. Okay, now I'm getting a little bit closer, and that can really, really motivate you. Just like if you start losing time, you know, it can go the other way as well. But that's the thing. It's not, this is the course where, yeah, there's going to be lots of sections where you're not going to be able to see your competition. But on some parts of the course, there are some out and backs. So then you're going to get that visual of the other athletes on the course. So you can use that as motivation as well.
See, I always found it difficult as you sink deeper into the marathon. I find it difficult to do the math required to figure out now, what was the split the last time I was at this spot? So I actually use the landmarks. I say, okay, last time that we were at this out and back section, I saw her here, and now she's here. To me, for my simple brain, that's just the way I have to do it, because again, when the blood sugar starts to tank a little bit, I find the math increasingly difficult to do. Which is glad that I'm glad now that we've progressed in terms of technology, that smartwatches do things. Your Wahoo Element will auto lap for you, so you don't have to calculate your run splits. Back in the day, we didn't necessarily have that, McKeely, and we had to do math out on the run course, and it got so hard. I couldn't even remember. I was like, the last mile, what was my time? I have no idea. So now I just put on the Wahoo Element, and it all becomes very, very elementary.
No, it definitely makes it a lot easier than trying to calculate. And then I remember one race I did, it was a world championship, and the course was like super short. It was actually Olympic distance, so it was supposed to be a 10K, and it ended up, eventually we had no idea, it was only 7K, and we got to the finish, and all of a sudden the journalist was saying, oh, you just broke the men's 10K world record. And they're like, well, didn't you know? I'm like, when you're out running, you have really no idea what the time is. You know, you get so focused and, you know, you run. And yeah, you have an idea, but like 7K to 10K, you know, if I run the course, I definitely would know where that mark was. But, you know, back in the day, we didn't have GPS, and a lot of athletes didn't even race with a watch because they wanted to get their wetsuit off a lot quicker because they felt that sometimes it got caught. So it's like we said to the journalists, like, no, because that's not what we're focused on. We're just focused on the competition and getting out there and running the fastest we can over whatever distance that is. So it's always interesting, you know, when you listen to somebody's perspective as a non-athlete compared to as an athlete. And I mean, these days it's much easier with all the GPS, and of course the Wahoo Element does so much more than just provide your pacing. Just brilliant. The triathlon mode is just brilliant, that, you know, you just press start and, you know, you'll get all your splits at the end of the race.
Well, someone who's got some great insights as an athlete. She was second place at Ironman Lanzarote in May of this year. She's currently preparing for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in just a few weeks' time. I'd like to welcome to the broadcast Els Visser. Els, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation. Good to have a look at the race here.
I would like to ask you, first and foremost, since it's probably consuming a majority of the focus in your life right now, how are your preparations going for the VinFast Ironman World Championships? The clock is ticking.
Yes, well, actually, I was not planning to go because I wanted to race the Challenge Elmira last Saturday, and focusing on that race. It was the European Championship and in my home country, so I was like really excited to race that. And I discussed with my coach to focus on that race instead of on Kona. But it was very unfortunate. I was like very ready for that race and I was so excited. But then the night before I got like really sick and I had to pull out. So yeah, that was very disappointing, and I felt so sad as well because it was the biggest race for me of the year, and my family was there and all my friends. So it was disappointing. But this week we take it a bit easier to give it a place mentally as well. And now actually because I didn't race this last Saturday, I think now we will head to Kona. So it's. Actually also like pretty exciting, and I'm really fit at the moment, and yeah, can still use maybe another 3 weeks of good training, but I'm really looking forward.
Well, sometimes those setbacks present new opportunities, and it sounds like you have a new opportunity before you. Tell me this, with a sort of last minute decision to go to Hawaii, because of our historic 2-race format this year, did you have a hard time finding a place to stay?
Well, actually, I still have to find a place to stay, but yeah, I think it's going to be another challenge. But well, sometimes the challenge is fun, right? But yeah, I have to see. Maybe I get some help of my sponsors, or maybe yeah, there are some athletes having a spare room.
I actually, Els,
so
I'm
I
going to
will
message
see.
you because I have a hookup for you, but you and I will chat later.
Perfect, thank you.
Because it is super hard.
I'm full service here in the commentary booth.
I love it. I love it. You know, you have a very interesting story, right? Let's discuss a little bit about how you were shipwrecked and how, that affected your outlook on life.
Yeah, it was now, I would say, 8 years ago. I was traveling in Indonesia and I was on a 4-day boat trip. And then on the second night, it was like very extreme weather, and yeah, the ocean was so rough. And then yeah, there was a hole developing in the boat, and we were making water. And it was only 11 p.m. in the night, so it was just at the start of the night. And the boat was so simple that there was no equipment to reach out to people, so we couldn't alarm anybody. And then I think it took 1 hour until like a really big wave came into that boat, and we were all like smashed into the ocean. And then it was just like waiting and waiting there for the entire night to yeah, actually to be there in the ocean. And by the morning when the sun came up, then I saw an island in the far distance, and together with a lady from New Zealand, Galen, we decided to give it a go and to start swimming to that island. Which took us 8 hours in total in the end. But yeah, I was like really happy to be out of the water and to have like land under my feet. Not knowing that it was a volcanic island, a deserted island with no people. So there was a second challenge to survive that island. We slept there for a night, and then the day after we got rescued by a passing boat. And they were not looking for us, but yeah, they found us. And to me, of course, I was like so convinced during that accident that yeah, my life would come to an end, and that yeah, that would be it for me. So I was like so grateful that I got another opportunity to live my life. And from that moment, I really told myself, okay, Els, you have to enjoy every moment and give every day your full 100% on where you focus on. And well, I fell in love with the triathlon sport. It was also a therapy for me to get over the trauma. And in the meantime, I discovered a new talent and a passion as well. And since then, I gave it a go. And yeah, well, I've had some pretty good results so far, and I'm really enjoying the journey. And yeah, so actually, it was like a big trauma for me, but also now it's part of my life, and I'm also kind of grateful that I went through it to really realize now that life is just that I'm so grateful to live my life and be here.
Els, I'm going to award you right now with the most remarkable story of your path to triathlon ever. So congratulations to you. That is amazing and gives you a whole different perspective, not only on sport, but certainly on life. That is unreal. Let me ask you now, we are, 10 kilometers into the marathon here at Ironman Italy. Svenja Tost currently leading the race. If you're Svenja, what is going through your mind right now? What are you focusing on at 10 kilometers into the marathon in an Ironman?
Well, I think she's just really focused on every kilometer ahead of her, and she knows she's experienced over this distance, so she knows that there's still 30 kilometers to go, and it's a long way. A lot can happen, so she really has to like take care of herself, get the calories in, hydrate herself, keep her rhythm, and I'm training with her in Switzerland, and I'm also training with Julie Darren. So she knows that she's a quick runner, and I also think that she can maybe feel the heat of Julie maybe coming up and chasing her. So maybe it makes her a bit more nervous, but yeah, we'll see what will happen in the next 30 kilometers.
Okay, so we're scratching our heads because Julie Darren is obviously a rookie across the Ironman distance, but because you've done some training with her, you've got the inside scoop. I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Predict Julie's marathon time and go ahead and pick our women's podium here in the race today. And we won't tell them you said this.
What's the course record for the run? Because I don't know if it's like a really fast run or if it's...
Nope, the course record is held by Joanna Reeder from 2019, and the course record is 2:58.19.
And this is a slightly different course, slightly different.
But it's flat. The conditions are pretty fast. We'll give you that. We'll toss you a bone.
I think that Julie, she can run a sub-3 marathon for sure.
You heard it.
You heard it. Sub-3 from Julie. And pick our women's podium. Does Svenja hold on for the win? And who do you think will round out the women's podium here today?
This is a hard one, but like Svenja, she's a tough one, and she's like very competitive and really a racer. And I think as soon as Julie, will notice that Julie is getting closer and closer, she will just dig in like so deep and just like really give it an extra go. I think Svenja will win the race, Julie in second, and then Kristen, she's a fast runner, Liebold or Joanna Reiter, one of like these two girls. I think they will finish it off on the podium. That's my prediction.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. Els, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to let you get back. I'm sure you have some training to do today. Sorry for your disappointment of last weekend, but it makes us excited that we'll get to talk about you at the Ironman World Championship in just a few weeks' time. And you messaged me. I'm full service here in the commentary booth at Didi Griesbauer. You messaged me on Instagram because I have a line on 2 potential accommodation options for you. So I'm serious about that.
Thank you so much. And also thank you for having me today.
No, thank you. And I think her destiny is all along was to do Hawaii this season.
I think so. Yeah, my side hustle is a travel agent. Michele, what do you think?
Yeah, I love it. And you know what's interesting? Right now, the predicted marathon time for Julie Darren is 2:45.
Oh, she's hauling.
Yeah.
Wow, that is... Is that a pacing error out of a rookie, or do you think we're seeing history being made with a run split like that on debut?
You know, I've definitely seen, good runners run really well in their first ever Ironman marathon. I mean, but, we haven't got to the part where it really, that experience and that muscle memory comes into play, right? We haven't hit that magic 18-mile, but right now, she looks very, very fantastic. And I can't wait for us to come back after this break and see all the action here.
Birds flying high. Sun in the sky, my heartbeat, and I'm feeling
Welcome back to Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together.
All right, we are back here at Ironman Italy. Look at that superb view out there. Very, very different to what we saw this morning. There was definitely a lot more chop on the waters, but it definitely didn't slow our women's leader out of the water, Julie Duron, who also has the course record. Right now, this is the women's leader, Svenja Thos. Very, very solid in the swim today. Fantastic on the bike. Ended up to be right with our leader, Elfers, who really, really attack the bike. But the person that I'm most impressed with right now on the run is our rookie, who also led out of the water and did lead the bike for a long time, Julie Duron. And don't forget, she was on a road bike with a TT setup, which typically we don't see in a lot of Ironman races. You know, she comes from an ITU background, as we talked about, borrowed her sister's TT helmet because we saw her sister's name on the helmet. Fantastic effort by her so far. But, you know, we're still going to put a little question mark on her because she's a rookie, never run a marathon, but her training partners have all said, you know, she's in great shape, don't count her out. So we're definitely not counting her out because she definitely is running under a 250 right now. And it looks like we're going to have several women go under 3 hours today. How fantastic is that?
Oh, it's brilliant. And again, the conditions have set up for it. And through 12 kilometers, Margaret Elfers will feel the pressure from Julie Duron. She is right on her heels, and I anticipate that pass will have happened by the time I finish this sentence there. We have Margaret Elfers. I suspect Julie Duron has gone through her at the moment. And again, the run form is different. It's not a traditional run style, but she is running tough. She is hanging in there, still holding on to a podium position. I'm anticipating in third place now because at 12 kilometers, Julie and Margaret were basically shoulder to shoulder. And I anticipate that pass has certainly happened by now.
No, I mean, just based on what we're seeing on our tracker, you're exactly right. Until we see it, we will believe it. But definitely we talked about Julie Duron is the person who's running a lot faster. Svenja Thos is our leader. She's sitting overall at a 4:11. And then we have Margaret Elfers sitting at a 4:22. So significant difference in their split. And then, of course, in a 3:56, our rookie, Julie Duron, who definitely is moving up now, but still 3:26 behind Svenja Thos. So still a long way to go in this race and still a lot of time that needs to be made up by our rookie.
Sure, a ton of time that needs to be made up, but right now she's not giving us reason to think that she's going to falter. She seems to be very mindful of her nutrition. She's got calories in both hands there, and her run form is still looking very good, as is this woman as she goes through 13.5 kilometers. Svenja Thos has done an incredible amount of racing this summer, just notching another Ironman here before heading off to the VinFast Ironman World Championship in just 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, and, we talked about why she picked this race. She thought about some of the other races, the Ironman races on the calendar, but because she had a lot of her tri-club friends and at racing, and her coach was racing, and it was only a 6-hour drive. So, they're all things that, you really need to consider, because then she's got that long travel day.
Monstrous trip, yes.
Yeah, from Europe into Kona, not just the time change that you got to deal with, sitting on the airplane for a long time. You get a little fragile because your immune system is hit by all the training that you've been doing. So there's so many factors. So, after this race, her immune system is going to be super suppressed. So I'm sure she's going to wait till probably like 10 days before Kona. That would be what my recommendations would be to her, try to go in 10 days before, because that gives her at least at least 5 days to recover from this race. And because this race is delayed by 1 day, that has an impact as well, because, she just lost 24 hours of recovery. But, we talked about at this point in your training, coming in and doing an Ironman race 3 weeks out, that I always thought that magic number was 6 to 3 weeks, where you could come in and really dial in your pacing, your nutrition. There's nothing like getting out and getting some race practice, with the nerves, with the other athletes. I think it's perfect prep if she can come out of this, recover, get her immune strong, and then get to Kona at least 10 days before the race.
It's interesting. Each athlete, they've got to know themselves really well. They've got to know how they handle the travel. They've got to know how they handle the heat. I would say, I hypothesize that based on how bundled up Svenja was today, she does not do well in the cold and likes the heat. That's an assumption. So adjusting, climate-wise to the Kona environment shouldn't be a huge factor for her necessarily, but all things to consider, particularly when making a trip of that distance. It's significant, and a lot of the European athletes have either broken it up and are doing training camps in the U.S. to sort of break down the time zone change, or are even starting to arrive on the Big Island right now, which is super exciting for us, but we're going to take a quick break and talk about it when we come back.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Back to live action now as you're looking at our third place podium position right now. That's Margaret Elfers out of Germany. She absolutely stormed the bike course, came off the bike in the lead, gave up that lead in transition, but has been running super tough.
No, she definitely has. She is hanging in there. She's still like about the same behind Svenja Thos, like right around that 4 minutes.
Here we go.
And sometimes you've got to go and use the toilet.
Oh, well, you hope that it's just a nature break and it isn't an indication of any kind of GI distress, and that hopefully it's just a one stop and she can get right back into it. Unfortunately, in this type of racing, you've got to hypothesize, is she having stomach problems? Is this something that's going to persist? She had such a strong bike split. And on that topic, I just want to mention our bike course today was 5 kilometers short. So when we said that it was a bike course record, that is not the case. We had to change the bike course up at 5 kilometers short. So because of the weather, it wasn't quite the full course. So we are not going to be able to award course records today, but I think the athletes less concerned about that and more concerned about the fact that they are actually getting to race. So kudos to our host operations crew, to local authorities that got this race underway today with the complexity of running it side by side with the 70.3. Heroic efforts all around, but no course records on offer today. Just wanted to make that clear and clear that up.
Sometimes that happens. You got to make adjustments on the fly, and the whole team here in Italy did such a fantastic job, because it's not just the logistics of, getting the course opened earlier. It's like making sure the police are informed and approve of everything. And then you think about the athletes, they had to make sure that they could stay an extra day if they had different travel plans. And actually, this is the pass that we actually missed not too long ago. So this is the pass where we saw Julie Duron overtake Margaret Elfers. And then we just did get a little glimpse of Margaret Elfers coming out of the bathroom. So she was in and out pretty quick. So I'm assuming it was probably more of a bathroom break than hopefully the possibility of stomach distress.
Well, we'll see. Hopefully it's one of one and not one of many for Margaret Elfers, and she can get right back into her pace there and defend that podium position as Sven Jatos continues to look great, smooth, under control, calm, all of the superlatives for this athlete on the day.
And she's looked like this from when she got off the bike until right now. She's coming up on the 17-kilometer mark. And, you know, cool, collected, right? Yep. I think they're the two words that we could use very confidently for her right now. She looks very comfortable. She looks very, very relaxed. Her turnover looks excellent. You know, she's definitely a little bit more on the smaller side. So her turnover is a little bit faster than as a taller athlete, but looks calm and cool.
And here's what the athletes all have to look forward to on the day. A little preview of our finish line. Of course, that magical red carpet. And just like the long red carpet in transition, the athletes get to enjoy the celebration a little longer. That's got to be a record-setting red carpet as well. But this is an extended version of a red carpet the athletes are actually going to enjoy, because that's, for me anyway, where the celebration gets to begin, when you hit that magical red carpet.
Yeah, the emotion that really creeps up to you when, you know, you're almost at that finish line. And what a spectacular aerial view. You know, nothing like seeing the Ironman logo, the red carpet, and of course, that awesome feeling of crossing over the finish line. Just fantastic visual images. What a pretty city we have here in Italy. Just fantastic. You know, the athletes have been so lucky today. We talked about earlier what a day makes. You know, horrific conditions. Excellent job by the organisers for getting this race changed to another day. So they were supposed to race yesterday. They're racing today. Great work by everyone. And, you know, there's so many people, and, you know, they always say, you know, it takes a team. And definitely it was a big, huge team effort to get this race switched over and done very, very quickly, because we've got to also remember, you know, we had atrocious conditions. So a lot of this had to be done, the changes that were made had to be done after the weather had passed through.
Oh, I mean, I can't fathom the logistics involved of sorting out what portions of the course are available, what portions of the course do we need to change, are there trees down, there was so much chaos in the midst of the storms that rolled through in the last 24 to 48 hours that the fact that we're able to, I can tell you there was not a lot of sleep being had by race organizers, officials, the ops crew, and even a bit of stress for the athletes, if I'm being entirely honest. It's stressful, I think, when they weren't sure whether the race would be able to take place, and they've just got to be patient, keep their head on straight, and keep the faith. And thank goodness we are getting the opportunity to race today, and a lot of gratitude all around.
No, definitely. That's what it's all about, right? Making it safe, number one, and then giving the opportunities for all these athletes to race, not just our professional athletes, because of today we do have a professional women's only field. And then, of course, we have our age group Ironman field. And then, of course, also a 70.3 that was supposed to happen today. So they started that a little bit later. The professional women went off at 7:15, and I believe the age group athletes for the 70.3 went off at 11 a.m. this morning.
And if you are enjoying this ocean destination, this seaside destination, I want to make you aware of race spectacular destinations in 2023 where you can lock in your Kona qualification spot at the same time. And of course, I'm talking about Nutri-Grain Ironman New Zealand in March. It has 55 slots available to the VinFast 2023 Ironman World Championship. And of course, the National Storage Ironman Australia in May with 75 slots on offer. And of course, the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns Asia Pacific Championship in June has an impressive 100 slots. All of these brilliant oceanside environments. And let's not leave out the GWM Ironman Western Australia in December has 55 slots available as well. So your Oceania adventure awaits. Register now at ironman.com.
Well, as we continue on the Hoka run course, we do have a little bit of an update. Two of our athletes just hit run kilometre 16, and it's very impressive what our athletes are doing right now. We have Svenja Thos, who's in the lead, and she's definitely picked up the pace a little bit. So she's running now an average of 3:32. And Julie Duron is at 3:25, like right around that 3:25. So Svenja Thos is actually, picked up a little bit of speed. So that means Julie Duron is sitting at 2:56. Still the other athlete that's still impressing me after having such an awesome bike ride today, Margaret Elfers, hanging in there right now at about a 4:08. So definitely getting a little bit slower as we progress through this run, but holding on in third at 5 minutes 22 back from our leader, Svenja Thos, who we see on screen right now, Dee Dee.
Well, and back at 13.5 kilometers, and again, we're getting so many great updates throughout the marathon course here, but Margaret has some breathing room. Back at 13.5 kilometers, she was a full 7 minutes ahead of fourth place. So she's got some breathing room to play with. So she's got to keep relaxed, keep ticking off the kilometers one after the next, stay on top of the nutrition, stay confident. Hopefully that stop at the porta potty was a one of a kind and not indicative of some stomach problems. But also I'm seeing here on camera someone who just ran by Svenja Thos, obviously on a different lap, but that is one fantastic age group athlete, I would assume, who is outpacing our women's leader at the moment, granted on an earlier lap.
Yeah, it's always deceptive sometimes trying to figure out on the lap course, where everyone is. And, if you're in lap 1 and, that's very different to lap 2, as we just viewed our women's leader, and now we've gone back to our rookie, Julie Duron, who is sitting in second right now. I mean, she's definitely got some work to do. If she wants to win this race, I think something's got to happen to Svenja Thos, because that pacing has tightened up, that they're running very, very similar. It was out to about 17 seconds, and now it's sort of dropped within about a 5-second range. So, it's not over till it's over, and we'll keep saying that. And so far, 2 very, very impressive runs right now with these 2 athletes. It looks like they could run around that 2:50, definitely under 3 hours if they can keep this pace up. But still, when we look at, who is moving through the field, faster than everyone else, but still sitting at 12:20 back and running around the pace of a 5:32, I believe that was Joanna Reiter.
Yeah, I have my eyes on her. She was definitely a Morton mover there, and we're going to talk more about her after this quick break. Welcome back to Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, brought to you by VinFast. Boundless together.
And what a great race we have right now. I'm sitting here like getting goosebumps because, you know, it's definitely a competitive race right now. It's, you know, our rookie is very, very impressive right now, sitting in second, Julie Duron. Svenja Thos doing a fantastic job at the front of the race, tightened up the gap between on Julie. You know, it's got strung out to, you know, about 17 seconds. That's tightened up. So Julie is still sitting about just under 3 minutes back. And then, of course, we have the person that is, I think, toughening out the most, like having a great race, Margaret Elfers. You know, if she can just keep hanging on and hang on, she's got a good chance of getting that final podium slot. But the Swiss athlete,
she's coming.
Joanna Ryder.
You could almost hear her coming.
She's the bullet train right now.
She is
running faster than everyone else.
You know, what I'm seeing here is Julie Darren. She just keeps coming. She's chipping away, chipping away, chipping away. She may well run out of real estate, but through 17 kilometers, 2 minutes, 46 seconds back. It's 10 seconds here, it's 15 seconds there, but very, very slowly chipping away, chipping away. And the thing that is of interest to me, since Svenja and Julie have done some training together, Svenja knows. She knows her pretty well. She backed her. She said, hey, you know, keep an eye on her. She's fit. She's going to be great across this distance. So Svenja knows. And I think Julie is ultimately going to put pressure on Svenja. I don't think Svenja is safe in this position.
Yeah, and if you want to do a quick study, like as a rookie coming into an Ironman, go train with some athletes. Go see what, you know, the type of training they do and the pace that they run. You know, that's very, very valuable as a rookie athlete. You know, go train with the more experienced athletes on the course, because you sort of get a good sense of, you know, your strengths and weaknesses, but also your training part's strengths and weaknesses. And, you know, Svenja Thos, you know, did say when I asked her that Julie Duron was definitely the one to watch. And, you know, it's always interesting to see, you know, how training partners do when they get to the start line and they're competing on the same race. Because, you know, when I was an athlete, that's the one thing that I always wanted to know each and every strength and weakness, whether it was a mental weakness or a physical weakness. I want to know what that is and in some way use it against them and to my advantage when I was racing.
How are you going to use a mental weakness? How are you going to capitalize on that?
Well, you know, say, you know, you're running side by side with someone, and, you know, if you like just, you know, give that little bit of like, I'm breathing a lot easier than you, you know, or I'm going to just be one step in front of you. Every time you try to get a step in front of me, I'm going to be one step in front of you. And give that confidence that you're feeling great, even if you're not.
Hide it, fake it till you make it.
Yeah, it's my twin sister's favorite saying. But, you know, that's what you learn to do, because sometimes, you know, when you line up, you may not have the advantage of being the fastest athlete, but mentally you know how to break people. And, you know, that can be a little bit of like breathing not as heavy, or being super confident in your posture. You know, these little things, it's like you feel the energy of that athlete when you're racing, and, you know, you use it to your advantage if you can. And then, you know, as I said, you know, if you are feeling bad, you don't show it. Show no fear. It was always one of my favorite things in a race. Even though I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to get dropped any minute now. You don't show that fear. You know, you keep your game face on.
Well, someone who has her game face on is this woman right here, Svenja Thos. She caught back up to our leader in the closing kilometers of the bike course. She overtook the lead in transition and has not looked back. Although someone who's trying to force the issue and make her look over that shoulder is our rookie, Julie Darren. having a great performance. She led our swim. She rode her own race on the bike, and she is proving that she is a force to be reckoned with here on the run. Margaret Elfers hanging tough, but coming through the field are Morton Mover, Joanna Ryder. She has some work to do, but still continues to be our fastest mover on the course.
An interesting move by our race leader right now, Svenja Thos, right? Interesting in the fact that, you know, she's making sure she got her nutrition. You know, it wasn't the smoothest, you know, through the nutrition zone, but she knew she had to get whatever hydration she needed, and she slowed down, she stopped, and then she got going again. So, you know, typically you would have ran a little bit closer and then would have kept up your speed, but she sort of, it felt like she decided the last minute to go in and then come back out. So
well, certainly, I mean, she is subscribing to the theory of not only water in, but water on.
Yes.
And I think maybe she saw our great volunteers are there to help the athletes, handing out water, handing out all the Morton gels that you need. But I think she had a better idea of going to the table herself and grabbing multiple cups to do the full body soak to, again, try to manage that core body temperature. We are approaching, you know, midday here. It's warming up. It's not meant to be hot, but again, these athletes have been exercising for over 7 hours now. So the core temperature is up, and everything you can do to keep that core temperature down to mitigate the disasters in the second half of this marathon. That's just experience there from Svenja Thos.
And, you know, don't forget the humidity. You know, the humidity's dropped down into the 30s. So, you know, we talked about earlier how important it was to keep that skin moist. And that's exactly what we saw Svenja Thos do through that aid station. She was very deliberate in making sure that she poured water and got the sponges over her skin.
And back to the woman holding the third position on the podium right now, Margaret Elfers. I find myself cheering for Margaret. She had such a great bike ride, really broke apart the pack on the bike, did it her way, and she is running so tough right now. On paper, she is certainly outclassed by the women around her, but she is putting up the fight of her life and is running really well. We'll see if she can hang on after this quick break. Welcome back to live action here at Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. You are looking at second place, Julie Darren, making her debut at the Ironman distance and making it look super smooth, super easy, #SoPro. She looks fantastic. If there was any intimidation in tackling this distance, she is not letting it show. She's doing a super job chasing down our race leader, Svenja Thos, and holding off the charge from Joanna Reeder, who now is in fourth place, 2 positions behind, but continues to be our fastest mover on the course. And let's take a look, Michele, at recent history and what brought us to this moment here at Ironman Italy. If we go back to not long ago on the bike, we had Julie Darren, who led for so long through the swim and the opening kilometers of the bike. There were some packs that developed. Certainly Svenja Thos, who we see here, was charging ahead, but it was Margaret Elfers who biked through the field to the front of the race. She tried to get away from Svenja Toes, but as they approached transition, Svenja said, not so quickly. It was Julie Darren who biked her own race, raced her race at her pace, and as they got into transition, Margaret Elfers first off the bike, but passed in transition by the likes of Svenja Toes. And then they all started coming. They flooded through transition to head out onto the Hoka Marathon course. Of course, it was Svenja Toes in the lead, followed quickly by Margaret Elfers, and then our rookie Julie Darren made her way through transition as well. Of course, we are clear to check out the form of all of these athletes as they left transition, and our rookie Julie Darren did not disappoint.
No, she didn't. You know, she's in second right now, running slightly faster than Svenja Toes, who we see on the screen right now. But I did want to make a little bit of a note for you on our athlete who's sitting in third right knee, Margaret Elfers. Just to give you a little bit of history, never has she been on the podium. Never has she been in the top 5, but she does have 5 top 10 finishes. So what a fantastic effort would be if she could manage that final position on the podium. But we already know who's coming fast, right? Joanna Ryder has already moved up another position to sit in 4th. She is the one that is running faster than everyone else. She sits at 11:22 behind our leader, Svenja Toes, and it's about just under 5.5 minutes from getting that third spot on the podium, which then would move Margaret Elfers off the podium. So it could be an exciting finish. Can that deficit that Joanna Ryder needs to make up to get on the podium, or can Margaret Elfers fight probably the biggest fight she's ever fought into her entire life to get her first ever podium here at Ironman Italy?
Well, certainly, you know, the podium would be a dream come true. And I think, honestly, and I don't want to speak for her, and hopefully we get to speak to her after the race if she holds on to that podium. But even a top 5 position, as you've mentioned, Mikili, would be a huge breakthrough performance for her. She certainly is having the race of her life, as is this woman, Julie Darren, on debut here at this distance, trying to chase down her occasional training partner, Svenja Toes. Svenja said, you know, you're going to have to watch out for Julie, and we certainly are. And again, as they go through lap 2, as I mentioned at the last timing, Matt, it's 10 to 15 seconds every timing, Matt. 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there. So now Svenja Toes leads the lead down to 2 minutes, 36 seconds. Of course, before it was 2 minutes, 46 seconds. The time before that, 2 minutes, 56 seconds. 10 seconds every single timing, Matt. So again, we are now halfway. We're halfway through the Hoka Marathon course, and Julie continues to eat away at it, chip away, chip away, chip away. She may run out of real estate, but I will say this, the second half of this marathon is where things happen, right? We wait all of this time, and so many great race dynamics play out in the second half of the marathon. And this woman, Margaret Elfers, she may be my hero of the day. What a gutsy, gritty performance. She is absolutely running for her life, but she knows coming from behind. Joanna Ryder has gone past Gabriela Zelenka, currently in 4th place. There's still a pretty healthy cushion to Margaret Elfers. About 4 minutes, 20 seconds, but Joanna Ryder is hustling to the tune of about 1 minute per kilometer faster than the woman on screen right now. So Margaret Elfers doing everything she can to hold on to that podium spot, but I'm telling you, the Swiss woman is coming.
Definitely. You know, we've talked about that, you know, she is the one that is moving, you know, significantly quicker than even our leaders. But what's also impressive, I think, is Svenja Thos is, still hanging tough. She knows Julie Duran is a threat. That's what she told me earlier in the week. And if we know anything about Svenja Thos, if she knows that Julie is getting too close because she's going to see that, she's going to dig very, very, very deep.
No doubt about it. And of course, now we have the stream of age group athletes joining our professionals on this 4-loop marathon course. And we're starting to see the crowds gather, whether they're family members supporting their athlete out on the race course. Of course, we have the 70.3 race that is underway here as well. So much activity. We see people enjoying a midday meal at the restaurants, giving support to our athletes. What a great race environment, particularly these 4-loop marathon courses give spectators so much access to the athletes. They get to see them so frequently, and the athletes in turn get so much support from our great crowds out there out on course.
Yeah, and what I like, if I was in this race and I was racing, it's like you're never going to get lonely, right? Because this is a loop course. You're constantly going to see people in front of you. So you want to use that energy, right? Just like on the bike, if you see someone who's in front of you, I just want to get to that person. And then I want to get to the next person, the next person, to the next person. And we talked about how you break the marathon down, and it might be from point to point. It might be by kilometre. But no, this is another way to utilize the energy around you. And that's I'm just going to keep catching that person, or counting. Okay, I'm just going to catch 20 people by this point in the race. And then, you also can use that mental aspect of, okay, I just got to get to the next aid station, and then the next aid station, the next aid station, the next aid station. There's so many little tricks that you can do to sort of make the run go by very, very quick. And definitely, like on a good day, it's amazing how quickly, the race can go by. When you're struggling a little bit, that's when time really slows down, right? You're like, oh my goodness, you're like, I'm only at blah, 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 and I've still got this amount of distance to go. But, this course is fun. There's a lot of energy. You can see the crowd building. There's a lot of athletes out on the course. They're all things that you can use to your advantage, that's for sure.
As we watch Margaret Elfers make her way around the roundabout, head back into the other direction, she's going to be keeping her eyes out for the likes of Joanna Ryder. How close is Joanna getting to her? But I tell you, and that's one thing about this I've noticed about Margaret's body language on this lapped course. And it's interesting, we saw an age group athlete run past our race leader, Svenja Thos, of course, on a much earlier lap, so paces being a little bit different, level of fatigue being a little bit different. But I have noticed Margaret, every time she gets past, her head does whip around and she looks sort of wide-eyed. Is it another pro? Am I holding on? Is it another pro? Margaret, you are holding on. You are a champion. Hang in there, doing a great job. But it is one of those things, you can see the mentality. She's looking back. She is looking back. And I have not yet once seen Svenja Thos look back. She is looking forward, nice and relaxed, clearly composed. But Julie Duran is coming to the tune of 10 seconds per timing, Matt, but she's coming.
Yeah, and, the big question that we keep asking, is she going to run out of real estate? Is our rookie going to get denied a victory at her first ever Ironman? And Svenja Thos, she's going to tough it out. She's going to get to see where the other athletes are. And, this is where this course gets a little bit tricky, though, for monitoring where other athletes on the course. The top 3 are going to have support. So as an athlete, if you're behind, you're going to be looking for where that lead biker is. That's what you'll be able to see because there's so many people on this course. And then if you're someone like Margaret Elfers, she's not going to be able to look back and really be able to see anyone anyway, because there's not going to be a lead bike with that 4th place.
Well, and it also gets more complicated by virtue of the fact that it's a 4-loop course. So the pros start to blend in with the age groupers.
Yes.
It gets harder to pick them out of a crowd.
So hide and seek.
Was that her? Wasn't it her? Where did she go? I didn't see her on that one. Does that mean she's closer than I thought? Does that mean she's dipped into a porta potty? Does that mean she's out of the race? I don't know. I can't see her. And at some point, you really just have to surrender to the fact that I just need to buckle down and race. I can't worry. And we're getting to that. So I can't worry about anybody else, because from this point on, Sven Jetoš is through 22K. She's giving it all she's got. There's no more tricks she can pull out of her hat at this point. And any race dynamic that happens is just happening by a faster athlete on the day, a better execution on the day. It's not like she's saving anything at this point. It's not like there's anything that she can do. So at some point, you actually sort of disassociate from your competitors on the race course, because there's no more you can do except look after yourself and get yourself to the finish line as quickly as possible.
Control what you can control.
Exactly.
One of my favorite sayings is like, you can't control what's happening in front of you. You can't control what's happening behind you. You can only control yourself. And I bring that point up because it's so important that when you do get to a situation where, you're in the lead, you really may not know what's happening behind you. You can only keep doing what you can control. So that's thinking about getting your nutrition, utilizing the aid station, using the other age groupers on the course to motivate yourself to keep going. And the other factor is, like, she's dialed in a pace. It's very hard to get out of that pace, because we sort of, once we start, it's like you can't accelerate too much, because she's already running under 3-hour pace when we looked at the predicted thing. So it's like, it's hard to jump any faster than that. She's dialed in her pace for today. If she needed to change it, she would really have to dig like super deep, and we'd have to say, well, maybe she was being a little conservative. We know she's not being conservative, because, she's running under 3-hour pace. And also, she's in the lead. She's not going to want to give that up. And if, she sees that Julie is getting a little bit closer, she's going to push that little bit harder. And that may be all that she needs to maintain a lead to win this race.
Could be. Again, we don't know how conservative she's being. We'll find out after we come back from this quick break. And welcome back to our live coverage of Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. We are deep into the action here as we take a look. I believe that's Joanna Reeder making her way around the roundabout. She is in pursuit of a podium position. She is chasing down the likes of Margaret Elfers, who has put up such a brave fight here, surrounded by women that on paper are better runners than her, but she is defending that podium spot to the death. Our leaders, top 2 women running, are through 22 kilometers on the bike, so a lot of action left, but Sven Jetoš running a very composed race. Julie Darren, in her debut Ironman, is trying to chase down the veteran. The two have trained a bit together. Svenja knows the strength that Julie has, and every timing marker, Julie has been chipping away about 10 seconds. 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there. Both women seemingly holding it together really, really well. And it's this woman, the German, who rode so strong, who's putting together so far the race of her career.
Yeah, you know, she was in the top 10 out of the water, lost a little bit of time in T2, but crushed the bike. It was 5 kilometres shorter than the 180 kilometres, so it was around 175 kilometres. Again, lost some time in transition, you know, the 15th fastest transition. So, you know, it's always interesting when you see those splits, right? You know, this was a long transition, you know, from the swim to the bike to the run. And, you know, Margaret Elfers did lose some time. So if she only lost by like 30 seconds, she'd have to be super disappointed if she went back over those transition splits, because definitely she wasn't as efficient as some of our other athletes out there. And, you know, that's why we talk about how important transitions are, because, you know, if it did come down to such a small amount of time to get that final podium position, you'd have to be so disappointed.
It's interesting to me. We just went from a visual there of Margaret back up to Svenja, and the difference. And again, you made the brilliant point, Michele. It doesn't have to be pretty. You just have to get it done. Svenja Tost looks calm in her body language. Her posture is great. She looks composed. We looked back to a minute ago at Margaret, and you could see the fatigue on her face. You could see a lot of movement in her head, her upper body, her posture isn't what we're seeing from Svenja. But to your point, Michele, it doesn't have to be pretty. She's just got to get it done. And she is digging really, really deep right now.
No, she certainly is. You know, this would be the first time she's ever made the podium if she can keep hanging tough. But Joanna Ryder is not gonna make it easy for her, because she is moving faster than everyone else and just inch by inch getting closer and closer of stealing that podium away from her. But, you know, if she finishes 4th, best ever result for her. If she finishes 5th, best ever result for her. So in terms of if you were going to go back and reflect on a race, you know, if she can get top 5, I think she'd be really, really ecstatic, and, you know, very, very proud of her performance to come off the bike in the lead, lose it through transition to Svenja Tost, but hanging tough. Yep, you've just got to get it done. And, you know, that's another one of my favorite. I have a few favorite sayings, but that's definitely, you know, it doesn't have to be pretty. You just have to get it done. And, you know, it's so true about, you know, some athletes. They just have this beautiful run technique that we're seeing Svenja Tost show us right now. And then you have others that, you know, aren't quite as pretty, but they still get the job done. And that's what it's all about, because at the end of the day, first place doesn't go to the prettiest. It goes to the
fastest.
The fastest, most efficient for whatever body type that you have.
Absolutely. It is a pleasure to watch Svenja Tost run. However, she looks as great as she did when she took off out of transition, our first athlete out onto the Hoka Marathon course, as we look at some of the gorgeous scenics from our host community here, Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. It has been such a blessing just to get to race today. Of course, we're on a 24-hour delay for the Ironman athletes. They were intended to race yesterday, but severe storms in the area forced the postponement. And again, big tip of the hat to race organizers who pulled it all together in order to run the full Ironman as well as the 70.3 race all on the same day. Modifications to the course, juggling, getting volunteers necessary to host the volume of races happening on a single day. So all of these athletes so full of gratitude to get to race here today. As we look at second place, Julie Darren in her debut Ironman doing a magical job out there in pursuit of the race leader, Svenja Tos. Can she reel her in? I think it's our last timing, Matt. For the first time, the gap has remained the same, if not grown a little bit. It was 10 seconds per timing, Matt, for quite some time there, but going across 23.5 kilometers, the gap remains the same, only different by 2 seconds.
Yeah, they're definitely running very, very similar pace right now. If I was going to compare these two athletes, if we could do a split screen right now, Svenja Tos definitely looks a little more efficient right now, a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more confident just in the run form, but not much difference. You know, Julie Duran still looks great. It's just that she just, if I was going to be super picky, I just feel like she's definitely, that fatigue is just starting to creep in a little bit more than what we're seeing on Svenja Tos. But still, fantastic effort from our rookie, Julie Duran, who is doing a great job for the marathon right now. First time she's ever run a marathon after riding 112 miles. Done some training with our leader, Svenja Tos. So Svenja Tos definitely knows the caliber of athlete that Julie Duran is, but we also know that Svenja Tos is unbelievable. You know, this year, first at Ironman France, she's had 10 podiums at Ironman events, has run around that 3-hour mark, is on track to run a little bit faster today with these excellent conditions, a little bit low on the humidity, so you're not going to sweat as much. But look at all the shade that you're getting out on that run course today, Dee Dee.
Oh, it is. It's great, and it's again, it's super conditions for fast racing here. My question mark for Svenja, and as we get closer, inch closer and closer to the final 10 kilometers of this marathon, you know, I look at the racing records, both for Svenja compared to Julie Duran, just in this calendar year, and to date, Svenja's got 2 full Ironmans, a very, very challenging non-branded race under her belt, and one of those Ironmans was just 3-4 weeks ago in Ireland, and I compare that to Julie Duran, who has raced, to my knowledge, a handful of WTCS ITU races, short course draft legal races, doesn't have a full Ironman in the body. Again, Svenja has the experience at racing this, so maybe those races aren't as impactful to her physically. But when you get to the last 10 kilometers, I have to wonder whether the number of races that Svenja's done in the last 2 or 3 months is going to start to play a little bit of a role. Doesn't seem like it, because Julie's assault on Svenja's lead and how she was sort of chipping away, it seems to have come to a halt, at least at the last timing map, but we'll find out if she can make more headway when we come back after this break.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Back to our live action here as we check in with 3rd place. This is Margaret Elfers from Germany. She has been valiantly defending that 3rd place position. But the Swiss woman, Joanna Ryder, coming through hot and fast, still moving very, very well. Joanna Ryder continues to be our fastest mover on the course. Every split faster than even our leader. I believe the likes of Sven Tos and Julie Darren are out of reach for Joanna Ryder, but certainly there is the podium potential. But Margaret Elfers having the race of her career, hanging on to third place.
And she's definitely losing time to Joanna. And, now it's down to around that 2-minute mark. So we're at, I think our leader is at 26.3 kilometres, where, the other athletes, just other than Julie Duron, they haven't hit 23. So I think once they hit 23, I think that's going to be down to about 90 seconds. So, but, as we said, still having a fantastic day. If she gets pushed off the podium in 4th, still a career best. If she gets pushed down to 5th, still a career best. So
right. It's hard to process that, though, in the moment, the emotion of losing the podium. I think she's got to be so optimistic and has done such a great job today that it's got to be her dream of dreams. It's hard to have that perspective when you're nearly 30 kilometers into the marathon of an Ironman, to say, hey, you're still having a great day. You're still in the top 5. It's hard to maintain that positivity, but hopefully those are the thoughts that are going through her head right now.
Well, yeah, and you've got to also remember that's what's driving her right now to this performance, the fact that she is in 3rd place. So what we're going to see if she does get past is what happens to her demeanour. Does she keep putting up a big fight, or is that really, really going to be a big hit to her motivation? So that's what I'm going to be looking for if that pass does come, which looks like it should. Not in the next couple of kilometres, but definitely within the next 5 kilometres, I probably am predicting that pass may occur. So I will definitely be looking to see how she responds to that. That's going to be a big, huge sign for me. Right now, we have Svenja Thos, our leader, who is actually making a little bit of a comeback, right? Only a couple of seconds, because, there was a difference of about 17 to 15 from our rookie, Julie Duron, who was putting some time into her. But now we're sort of seeing a little reversal where we're seeing Svenja Thos is actually just picking up slightly, nothing to really write home about.
Well, she's rewinding those 10-second gaps that Julie was erasing. So through 26 kilometers, that gap back up to 2:53. So again, 10 seconds here, 10 seconds there, but the pendulum is now swinging in favor of Svenja Tos, who, by the way, I'm going to make this public statement right now, I would not want to play poker against. Look at that poker face. Her expression has not changed 1 ounce since she set foot onto this marathon course. She looks fantastic. She is showing nothing, no emotion whatsoever, deeply focused. She's got to know, I'm sure she's getting information, again, not only from the spectators, which again, you have to treat those splits somewhat subject. Is it someone who knows what they're talking about? Again, it helps now with the Ironman Tracker app that you can get accurate information from just about anyone out on course that is watching the tracker. But she knows Julie is coming. Hopefully now she knows, hey, your lead is increasing a little bit. So that's good news for Svenja.
Yeah, and Svenja Thos definitely looks the better athlete right now when we look at Julie Duron running. Definitely we see, it's not that she's getting any slower, it's just that Svenja Thos just looks a little more relaxed. I feel like she's holding her form slightly better than our second place getter right now, Julie Duron. Our rookie, never run an Ironman marathon. A lot of times, these athletes haven't even run a marathon. She's still fairly young at 26. And of course, Svenja Thos from Germany is only 31 as well. So still, both these athletes fairly young in terms of endurance. And what we look at for a female athlete, their prime, I always feel like, once you get into your 30s, you have that range from about 32 to 36 where, all of a sudden you just blossom. But, we are seeing a lot younger athletes, step up to the Ironman. So I think in the future we're gonna see a change that maybe, you know, that age level that you maximize as a female may start to be a little bit younger. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, it could be, but we don't know the backside of that equation, and that if they start at a younger age, if athletes are starting to race full distance Ironmans at 26, 28, are we no longer going to see athletes racing into their mid 40s and beyond? To a certain extent, for many athletes, there's only so much a body can handle. So while it's great to see a lot of youth in the sport, a lot of young faces, a lot of new faces, with the volume of racing, we look at an athlete like Sven Jetost, who has been racing up a storm this summer. What does that do to the longevity of someone's career? So the star shines bright, but perhaps doesn't shine for as long. And if these athletes are starting younger, maybe it means their careers can be even longer. I don't know, but we'll have to see what the backside of that equation looks like over time. For me, what's deceiving right now, and I'm trying to be objective about it, but watching Julie Darren run, it's hard to differentiate any kind of degradation in her form from the obvious, you know, fatigue that you just assume from the sodium on her kit, right? You just assume that things are, we're deep into the race. You can see all the sweat stains on her race kit. So I'm really trying to be objective and not look at those and really just purely look at the form. It could be the arm swing is not quite as propulsive as it was. It could be the turnover has slowed ever so slightly. But for me, it's hard to differentiate what I'm seeing from the salt on her kit to what is actually legitimate run form.
I think one of the things that I would look at if I was going to look at what that fatigue is doing to her, definitely you're seeing that more exaggerated inside shoulder drop. Her right shoulder has definitely, if we were going to put a split screen up and see how she was running at the beginning to right now, I definitely think you'd see that she didn't quite have that drop shoulder. So that's what I would look at. You know, obviously your weaknesses are going to become more pronounced as you get more fatigue. And I really feel like if I was going to see where that weakness point is in terms of her slowing down, in terms of looking at her form, I feel like that shoulder has really dropped a lot compared to when she started the run. But yeah, in terms of her turnover, it still looks very, very good. She still looks a little bit more relaxed. But Svenja Thos looks really good. Not that to say that Julie Darren didn't, but like, you know, definitely take away the salt that we saw on Julie Darren. That's, to me, she's had salt very early on the bike. And then you look at Svenja Thos, she still looks like she's moving with a lot of relaxation, a lot of confidence, really nice form, really good turnover. And if we had a split screen right now and looked at her from the beginning of the run to now, I don't really think we would see any signs of weakness.
Someone who is not showing many signs of weakness at all is Joanna Ryder. She sits in 4th place, trying to make an assault on to 3rd to get herself onto the podium. We chatted with Joanna before the race, and here's what she had to say about racing here in Italy.
I'm Joanna Ritter, I'm 28 years old, I'm from Switzerland, and I'm here to race Ironman Italy on Saturday. You know, I did 3 Ironman in 5 weeks during April and May. So then during the summer, the idea was to train harder and to maybe try to do some progress in the 3 disciplines. It was hard, of course, but it was okay. I mean, I did a good recovery. I didn't do a lot of trainings. You know, you don't progress during this time between some races. You just maintain your workouts. So I learned a lot. I met a lot of amazing people, and I just discovered the world, and it was a fantastic experience. So of course, the most important is to listen our body. I think if we feel tired, it doesn't serve to push and push again. And the importance of nutrition and to sleep enough is really important. And Then, yeah, I didn't do a lot of hard training, neither long training. It was just some push, like high intensity, but not super long. And yeah, that would be my top tips. Maybe the sleep, eat, and recover. I wanted to do an Ironman just before Hawaii, and the question was Wisconsin or Italy. And here in Italy, there will be a lot of people from my Triathlon Club Valais, and my coach and my dad also come to see me. So there will be a lot of people that I know. And yeah, I love the atmosphere. I love Italy. There's so many good pizza for the after race, of course. But yeah, that choice was a bit, it's a bit a risk. You know, I have now less than 2 weeks to recover before Hawaii. So it's not a lot, but we will see.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it. So many good pizza here in Italy was a big motivating factor. But for me, honestly, with Joanna, great to hear that even the pros are motivated by the tri-clubs, that it was a big driving influence for her to be surrounded by her teammates, her tri-club mates, an easy trip here. So great to know that even the pros get inspired by the tri-club. So if you haven't heard the message yet, you should check out all the tri-clubs have to offer, as Joanna Ryder has moved into 3rd place. She has overtaken Margaret Elfers. Margaret still having a super race, but Joanna Ryder just caught by a faster runner on the day. So right now, Svenja Tost, Julie Darren, and Joanna Ryder through 26K for Ryder. The top two women through 27K on the run. I don't know about you, Michele. I don't see this podium changing from this, even though we're in sort of what I'll call the witching hour of Ironman racing, where stuff can happen. To me, everyone looks so good right now that I don't see stuff happening.
No, unless it was something major and like...
in which case it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, for us watching,
Yes.
but not for the athletes racing,
Exactly.
that's for sure. But, you know, Joanna has some great progression. You know, she started racing in 2019, and then all of a sudden in 2021, it's like she made the podium in Lake Placid, and then she was 4th at Cozumel, 4th in Austria, 4th in Switzerland, and then in 2022, you know, she was 2nd in Ironman Brazil. She was 3rd in Ironman Texas, you know, 17th at the Ironman World Championships. But, you know, now she's becoming a podium contender. And why? The run. You know, not a great swimmer, but so good on the run. And that's why she keeps getting herself onto the podium, because she just has such a good run.
Well, and she can capitalize when things don't work out for the athletes ahead of her. For me, and I've never raced this way, so I can't speak on it intelligently. Sort of the opposite is true for me. I would think it's a stressful way. It would be a stressful way to race, having to be so patient, know you've got a time deficit. I mean, a fairly significant time deficit coming out of the water. Yeah, you make up a little bit of time on the bike, but she was so far back even starting the marathon. And that's just a lot of weight to put on someone's shoulders across 26.2 miles after all of the work that she's done already. Again, for me, it just runs counter to my history and style of racing.
That's what I was going to say from a swimmer.
Exactly. But
From a
it
swimmer
all
perspective.
has to do, and we talk about this all the time when we're doing commentary, you have sort of you never know what's going to happen, right? Ironman mantra, anything can happen. But you have a sort of a set script in your head of how the race is going to go, what your strengths and weaknesses are, what your competitors' strengths and weaknesses are. And where we get thrown is when things don't go according to plan. And I talked about this 1,000 years ago, but it's sort of relevant. Heather Jackson racing Ironman Lake Placid, coming out of the water first. I mean, she had a big giggle about it at the time, and it just happened to be the dynamics of the field. But when things don't happen the way you're used to them happening, it sort of throws your race dynamic off. So for Joanna Ryder, she's accustomed to having to chase, to having to hunt athletes down once she gets onto the marathon. for someone who is not used to that sort of race dynamic, I would think it would be stressful for the first 7 hours of the race or 6 hours of the race to keep the faith that it's all going to come together on the marathon. But she, again, we said it was possible. She has stormed through the field on this Hoka marathon course and has put herself on the podium.
Okay, so that's coming from a swim perspective, right? Because you know that if you line up for the swim, you pretty much know where you're going to be, right? So someone like Joanna, she knows, yeah, her swim is her weakness, right? Pretty good on the bike. You know, she has done a 4:47 on the bike at Cozumel, another flat course, right? But I think where she would gain confidence is how consistent she is at the marathon. And let's talk a little bit about that consistency. You know, her first ever Ironman was at Ironman Italy, 2:58. All right. And then we go up to 2021. We have 2:57, we have 2:58, we have 2:58, we have 3:01. And then we move into 2022, 3:02, 2:59. So she's going to know that she has consistently in the past put that 3-hour marathon on the table. Every single time she's been right around there, either just under or just over. So that's where she's going to get a confidence from, because you'll go down the list. Okay, how many people can run under 3 hours? You know, and if she can constantly know that she can run that pace, that's going to motivate her every time she toes the start line.
I guess what she doesn't know, the unknown in that factor is 3 hours going to be enough, depending on what the quote unquote swim bikers do in a race. And to me, that's, again, it's just different experience across years of racing. And again, to my point, when you have an experience that runs contra to what your experience is, it makes you uncomfortable. Yeah. So for Joanna, this is not an uncomfortable situation. It's what she's used to. I'm just saying, from my perspective, sitting in the commentary booth, it would be a stressful situation to put that much weight into the marathon. And again, we talk about how looks can be deceiving. I continue to watch Svenja here, and she visibly looks to be the fastest out on the course. We see Julie Darren's stride starting to shorten now. This is visible. The stride is starting to shorten. She's not getting quite the same hip extension she was. The arm carriage is starting to tighten a little bit. And you look at Joanna Ryder, and she is the fastest mover on the course. I believe her marathon split, I mean, again, we still have some kilometers left to go, will be the fastest on the day. But to me, she doesn't look like she's running as fast as Svenja Toes. Svenja's just got really pristine run form.
And that's what we talk about. You don't have to be pretty. You just got to get the job done. So the first time I ever saw Joanna race, like, it wasn't until I saw her splits that I'm like, oh my goodness, she is a great runner. But like, in form-wise, you know, if you put them up side by side, you wouldn't assume she was running as fast. And that's where, you know, the splits come into play, right? Because what we see and then what we actually see in reality is like very, very different. And that's why, you know, sometimes just looking at an athlete doesn't really tell the whole story. It's like there's so many other factors that come into it, and it's like, just keep saying, you don't have to be pretty, you just got to get it done. You know, you have to have that nice turnover, you know, yes. But it's like pool swimming, right? To open water swimming. Pool swimming, you know, you have to be very, very beautiful technique, you know. And then you look at open water swimming, you have to have an ability to adapt to the conditions. So, yeah, there's two different types of athletes that you look at. Like, some pool swimmers are very good at open water, but some aren't, because they haven't grasped that variable that you face when you're in open water. So then when you go back to run technique, it's that ability to run off the bike. You know, perhaps if we had these two athletes just in a run race, perhaps the better form is going to do better. But in an Ironman run, it's about being strong. And definitely that's what Joanna is. She is strong.
And we'll see if she can hold that strength when we come back after this quick break. Welcome back to our live action here. We're looking at our race leader here in our professional women's race. This is Svenja Toos from Germany. She has led since the exit of T2 onto the Hoka Marathon course and has not looked back. There was a time where second place athlete Julie Darren was chipping away at the lead, but Svenja Toos has had a resurgence and is running strong and confident towards that finish line. We are now in the fourth of 4 laps on this Hoka Marathon course. And to McKeely's point earlier in the show, she said the third lap is the worst. The fourth lap, you start to smell the finish line. You can enjoy one more trip around the block. And in the foreground there, we see Svenja running towards a super significant landmark here in Italy. That is the St. Michael Tower, which stands in the historical center and dates all the way back to 1691. And I noticed it in primarily because it is part of the Ironman Italy logo. It's a significant building. It was built before the founding of New Servia, and when it was built to defend the town from the Turks and to defend the salt stores there. So a pretty significant landmark there on the course, and saw it in the foreground and thought I would make a mention.
No, thank you for the history lesson. I love it. Love history lessons. This is our second place athlete right now. She hasn't quite hit that 27.2 kilometer mark. This is Julie Duran, our rookie, who is having a fabulous race today. Stellar in the swim, held her own for a long time on the bike, and then concentrated on her own race. And that's why you're seeing her in second place right now. And of course, an athlete that, early on we said, don't be surprised if we don't mention some of these athletes. All of a sudden, we're going to start mentioning them on the run. And one of those was definitely Joanna Ryder. We knew her weakness was the swim, but we also know that she is a runner and very, very consistent, right around that, just under or just over that 3-hour mark consistently ever since she did her first Ironman distance race at Ironman Italy, of course, in 2019. So she was 5th here in Italy. She had a 1:05 swim in 2019. She rode 4:54, and then she ran like a 2:58 for a 9:05 and 18 seconds. So she's already got the advantage of this being 5K shorter on the bike. So I'm pretty sure she's going to get a PB on this course just because of that alone, that the fact that we had to change the bike course just because of the conditions and postponing this race till today. But what conditions do we have? Like absolutely perfect, blue sky, low humidity. The athletes are going to be loving this right now.
What I'm loving seeing here is not only what's going on the race course, but what's going on off the race course. We see these crowds stacking up 2 and 3 deep along the banner line there, all out there to support these amazing athletes, not only across the Ironman, but across the 70.3 distance, which is happening at the same time. So What an unusual turn of events. What went from seemingly disastrous with the storms yesterday to a really great celebration of athleticism and sport here today in a wonderful host community. So great to see the fans out there 2 and 3 deep along the line there, supporting and offering cheers to all of the athletes out on course.
And, you know, I just wanted to remind you of some of the predictions that we have for the marathon. So our 3rd place athlete right now, Joanna Ryder, she's predicted to go like a 2:52. And then if we go over to Julie Duron, who is sitting in 2nd right now, doing her Ironman debut, a rookie, 2:55. Wouldn't that be fantastic if she can keep that effort up? And then you have Savenya Thos that is predicted to be about a little bit slower in 2:58, just because she lost some time and now she's gaining back some time.
And, you know, what I love to see, and it just, it's indicative of how well Savenya Thos is still moving out there on the marathon course. Came into an aid station, pretty crowded, 4-loop course. One of the more difficult things is that the athletes are going to get a bit bunchier. Getting access to the aid station going to be a bit more difficult. But Savenya just bobbed and weaved her way right through there, grabbed the aid she needed, and was in and out, moving laterally, which when you're this deep into an Ironman marathon is not easy. So I like the footwork. She seems still super with it mentally, still moving really, really well physically, and well into the last 10 kilometers here on her way to the finish line.
And we're sort of seeing sort of the same strategy that she had on the bike. You know, she finished so strong on the bike. You know, we did see Margaret Elfers like right away from her, but then by the time they got to transition, they were together. And we saw on the run, you know, the story was Savenya Thos was losing time to our rookie Julie Duron, but now that's turning around. So as this race is going on, she is actually getting stronger and stronger.
And she looks so visibly. She really looks in control. Her turnover actually appears to me to be picking up. And maybe it's the draw of the finish line. Maybe she's ready to get her pizza on here in Italy. But she is just, she looks fantastic.
No, you're exactly right. You know, she looks, we keep saying, calm, relaxed. And, you know, she is progressing forward. You know, this is the part of the race where, you know, you slow down a little bit, but she's actually progressing quicker than someone like Julie Duron, who was making up time early in the race. And you know, that's experience, right? That when you've done Ironman races before, that muscle memory sets in. You know, Julie Duron has no muscle memory. She will after this race, and definitely the training gives you the muscle memory, but until you actually physically get into that Ironman and do the swim and do the bike and then do the run, you know, the next Ironman that Julie Duron does, she'll be able to tap into that experience and really understand, you know, what her limitations are. You know, right now she's probably like sitting back and holding back a little bit because that fatigue is really, really starting to set in. And if you're not used to that, you don't know what that blow-up point is, right? You don't know if this is the feeling that you have to slow down a little bit, or you can keep pushing the envelope, and that's where experience comes in, right? Because, you know, you can learn where that blow-up point is a lot in training, but until you get into that race environment, sometimes you don't know where that blow-up point is. And, you know, I always tell athletes, it's like, you just got to keep pushing the envelope, but sort of don't push it too much. So as we go into another commercial, let's see how far Julie Duron is going to push that envelope as we close out this race.
Back to live coverage here. Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. Athletes full of gratitude to be racing today after the race was threatened by severe storms yesterday. Race officials able to reschedule the race for today, and these athletes racing alongside an entire field of 70.3 athletes as well. So a lot of exciting things going on in the town center here as the athletes completing for the Ironman athletes a 4-loop marathon course. So lots of action there, lots of high-fiving. I see the athletes really inspired by what they're seeing in the pros. And again, as a pro, it's always inspiring to see the age groupers out there fighting their way towards that finish line as well. We've got a beautiful host community here as we've been seeing all day long, and just ideal racing conditions. Athletes absolutely capitalizing. We had a course record-setting swim. We had some super fast times on a slightly abbreviated bike course due to the conditions on the day, and athletes turning in some record-setting performances here on the run. I guess we need to mention one more time that the run course record here, owned by Joanna Ryder, 2:58.19. So I doubt that's necessarily on her mind at this particular point, but she is throwing down and could take down that run course record.
Yeah, we've already seen the swim record go down with Julie Duron's effort today. No bike course record just because it was 5 kilometres short, because the organisers just had to do a little bit of replanning to get this race organised for today.
A little nip tuck at the final moments there.
Yeah,
a little
which
editing.
I mean, I'm sure the athletes totally understand that. And then if we can get a run record here today, that would be fantastic. I mean,
I wonder, will a run record count because the bike was slightly abbreviated, because they didn't do the full course? I'm going to have to consult with our head referee on that and see whether or not that course record will stand, because they didn't bike the full bike course, so they're a little bit fresher. Hashtag fresher. I don't know. I'm making that up at this point. I don't know. What I do know is Sven Jatos is running like a freight train. Both McKeely and I commenting during break that she's looking the strongest now, even than she did on laps 2 and 3. She seems to be picking up that tempo, making it look easy. And if I'm being honest, from someone that doesn't run quite as well, it's kind of annoying. Make it look like work, Svenja. Make it look like work.
Don't worry, she's faking it till she makes it. You got to have your game face on, right? Even if you are hurting, you're gonna make out that it's not hurting. That's like one of the biggest rules, right? When you're racing someone, it's like never show that you are hurting. Always let people think that you're just out running a little 5K today instead of an Ironman marathon. Julie Duron, don't look at the salt. That salt has been around for a long, long time on the bike. We talked about how much salt was on her uniform. Low humidity, you're not going to be sweating as much. We've talked about that. So important to keep that skin moist. But, she's just doing what she needs to do. She looks great. She's running right around that 3-hour mark. Pretty impressive for an Ironman debut. But then we go to Joanna Ryder, totally different in style, right? Don't look so much on what the upper body's doing. Look how quick those legs turn over. Obviously she's on the smaller side. She's not as height challenged as us. And,
well, she is height challenged. She's short.
No, I'm saying we're height challenged, particularly for the run. So you want to be a little bit smaller, a little bit lighter, because then you weigh a little bit less. But, look what's happening below her waist. She's quick. I'd like to see the front part of her stroke, like the upper body, get a little bit tighter, drive those elbows back a little bit more. But why? She's running fast.
Oh, she's running plenty fast. And what I love there, age group competitor gave her a little bit of a pat. She gave him a thumbs up back, and you have to wonder, a big motivation for her, she said, in her Fighting Chance video was coming because a lot of her Tri Club members were coming. So you wonder if that was one of her teammates from her tri club, and no doubt she's getting a ton of support from them out on this multi-loop course. One of the advantages of a 4-loop course is that you're seeing a lot of the other athletes out there. They're not quite as spread out, so there's a lot of encouragement out there. There's a bit of congestion out there, but that's what makes this race, I think, amazing in that regard, is sharing this course and a lot of these athletes out there inspiring one another.
And, you know, we also got to remember why there's more athletes out on the course, because we have 2 races happening at the same time. So we have our Ironman distance and our 70.3 athletes out on this course. Originally, of course, the Ironman was scheduled for Saturday. Organisers did a great job of rescheduling just because of the weather. You know, how many races can logistically get that done in such a short amount of time? So congrats to them. And that's why you're seeing a lot of congestion, because if we just had the Ironman athletes, I definitely feel that you wouldn't see as much congestion. But use it to your advantage, right? It's like pick a line, try to get through. Everyone's being super courteous. You know, you are seeing some of the athletes move out of the way for some of our elite women who are coming through.
Well, again, it's interesting for me because the lead cyclist in this case is riding in front of Svenja. Typically, the rule would be that the lead cyclist would ride behind her to not provide any kind of pacing assistance. But I think in this particular case, given the logistics of this course, that lead cyclist is actually helping to alert the age group competitors that the lead female is coming through to open up a lane for her just as a courtesy. Typically, that cyclist would have to be a follow cycle, but in this case, it is leading the way, I think, because of the nature of this course in particular.
And you did see her sort of like run into one of the other competitors. It's only because she was coming in so hot, and then one of the other competitors just all of a sudden stopped, and she just couldn't put the brakes on quick enough at that aid station. But, you know, that's part of racing. One of the cool things about our sport is that doesn't matter if you're an elite athlete or you're an age group athlete, you get to race on the same course. And what a beautiful finish line. That red Ironman carpet, the finishing chute, the grandstand, you know, that's all why we're here, right? To get across that finish line, hear our name get announced, you are an Ironman. And what a beautiful location. The weather compared to yesterday, night and day. The ocean has definitely calmed down. We had a lot more chop for these swimmers. It was quite a rough swim, but still a course record. And then, of course, Svenja Thos continues to impress and getting stronger. You know, she just looks even more comfortable now. And, I mean, part of that is she knows she's almost at the finish line. Part of that will be she's having a great day. All the training that she's done has prepared her for this moment and looks so comfortable, looks in control. She has this race that she's got to get done. Then she will head to the VinFast Ironman World Championships in Kona. And I'm excited to see what she can do in Kona. You know, definitely very different conditions. You know, very competitive field coming up. And, you know, if she can recover, you know, we know that she's a great swimmer. We know she's super strong on the bike right now, particularly in the later stages. And, you know, same on the run. You know, she's a smaller athlete, so racing in hot and humid conditions can typically really suit that type of physique.
Well, and we saw how concerned she was about the chilly temperatures this morning and that she was bundled up, I think, dare I say, more than any other athlete I saw out on course. She had the arm warmers. She had the Mylar covering under her race kit. She had the base layer and a vest when she started the bike. So typically we see athletes that fear the cold to the extent that Svenja appears to have feared it this morning based on how much she was wearing. my assumption would be is that she thrives in the heat.
No, yeah, that's why I was bringing it up because, definitely it started off super cold this morning. It was 10 degrees, our air temperature. It was 20.1 or 20.7 degrees in the water. So you definitely wanted to get in the water today. That was for sure. It probably felt a little bit more like a bath than out in the air, standing out of the water. And then, we did see that she had the base later on. She had the arm warmers. And now perfect conditions for a great run for her. Getting her nutrition in each mile, you're seeing her go through the aid station, have purpose going through the aid station, making sure she is fueling right to the end.
And we've seen her do it a couple of times. It almost looks like a little bit of a tick, but you can tell the fatigue is setting in. Every once in a while, she'll sort of aggressively drop an arm, drop the right arm, drop the left arm, stretching out that upper body. We are looking at the finish line here at Ironman Italy. And if you're confused, saying, wait, there's athletes crossing the finish line already, but the leading professional woman hasn't crossed yet, that's because these are some of our 70.3 competitors who are finishing their days up as Svenja Tos makes her way and will lead the way for our Ironman competitors across the line. There may be some age group competitors at the Ironman distance that do come across before Svenja, but she certainly will be our highlighted athlete at the finish line. So those athletes at the finish line now are 70.3 athletes who are sharing the course with these Ironman athletes as we watch here Joanna Ryder making her way. She battled her way through the field on this marathon to put herself in a podium position. It doesn't seem to me, Mikili, like she's going to have the space to run down Julie Darren. Julie's still running well, perhaps not as well as she was earlier in the marathon, but certainly I think at this point well enough to defend second place.
No, definitely, because there's quite a margin to Joanna Ryder, right? It's like Julie Duron is slowing down a little bit. It was just under 5 minutes. Joanna Ryder was at 8:38. So it's not quite finalised for Julie quite yet because we're only at 33.5 kilometres, but we've only had two athletes go through that. Svenja Tos and Julie Duron, they're the two athletes that have gone through. Julie Duron, got as close as 2:38 to Svenja Tos on the run, but now that's starting to go out to over 5 minutes. So once we get Joanna Ryder through that 33.5 kilometre mark, that's really going to give us a big indication if Julie Duron can really hang on for that second place today. Svenja Tos just ran through the 36K mark, so she's edging her way closer and closer to that finish line and a victory here today.
And taking a look a little bit further back in our race, it was our race leader off of the bike, Margaret Elfers, who got passed and knocked off the podium by Joanna Ryder, but continues to hold on to fourth place. She's back at 32 kilometers, and so far, I don't see any signs of, I believe it's Kristen Leopold, who is chasing Margaret Elfers, but that 3+ minute gap at the end of the third loop seems to be holding strong right now. Margaret Elfers through 32 kilometers, Kristen Leopold not yet through that marker. So Margaret Elfers continuing to have a breakthrough career day, holding on to fourth place.
And Joanna Ryder just came through the 33.5 kilometre mark.
Oh, I spoke too soon. Sorry. Oh, no, it's still 3 minutes. Okay, 2.5. Sorry.
Yes. It's coming down a little bit. So, Julie's really got to start to dig a little bit deeper because, we're at 33.5 kilometres. That was the last check. Svenja Tos is at 36 kilometres. So that 36 kilometre mark is going to be another telltale sign for us to see if Julie Duron can really hang tough and get second place.
Yeah, I mean, based on how she looks physically, it seems to me it's likely she'll hold on to second place, but that's why we have to stay tuned all the way till the finish line.
No, exactly. And, it's just going to be a matter of can Julie Duran just maintain. If she can maintain, then that second spot will be hers. If Joanna Ryder can get a little bit more of a second wind, and that could come from not just, the fact that she is running faster, but it also could be that all of a sudden she'll see her. And that really, if you can see your competition, that will push you a little bit more. It always does. Like if you're chasing from behind, out of sight, out of mind, and then all of a sudden you start seeing glimpses of that person in front of you, that's going to really motivate Joanna Ryder. And we know she's a tough cookie. We know she's very, very consistent when it comes to her Ironman marathon splits. So, she just only needs a little bit of a glimpse, and it'll be interesting to see if she can catch her. Definitely it would be in the last kilometre or so based on my calculations right now.
The difficult thing, though, given the nature of this course, as you mentioned at the start, it has the potential to not be a super fast course because there's lots of turns. And at this point, with that many athletes, by my calculations, if we go back to the total tabulations, 5,306 athletes out on course today between the Ironman and the 70.3. So there's a lot of athletes out there, and it's harder and harder to spot them in the sea of athletes running on this 4-loop marathon course. You're more likely to possibly see the escort bike. But again, with so many turns in the course, that's where I think Joanna Ryder's at a bit of a disadvantage, because I don't think she's ever going to get eyes on Julie Duran. She'd have to be right up on her, I think, given the twists and turns and the number of athletes out on course.
Well, time will tell. Time will tell. That's for sure. But it's always interesting when you start. Okay, what if this happens? What if this happens? It's like we're going to look at every possible scenario, because we still have how many kilometres left to 7? About 7, 8 to, just over 8 kilometres. And, we've only had one athlete go through 36 kilometres, and that's Svenja Thos. So we're still waiting on that split of Julie Duran and Joanna Ryder to get through that 36K mark. And then they're going to have 6 kilometres left to run. So that's what I'll be looking for, to see what that split between second and third looks like after we come back from this commercial.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight to opening the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport, to delivering unforgettable experiences on board. You're the reason we go above and beyond. The reason we've become the world's best airline a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Back to our action here. That was a quick glimpse of Svenja Thos before we made the change to second place athlete here, Julie Duran, debuting the Ironman distance here today and has had quite an experience in her first outing. Led the swim, led for a majority of the bike, at least through halfway, slightly more than halfway, was overtaken, continued to focus on herself, race her own race, and ran her way back into second place. Chasing Svenja Thos, she chipped away at it, got it as close as, I believe, 2 minutes and 36 seconds, and then Svenja just took off, and right now the gap stands at 5 minutes, 31 seconds through 36 kilometers. Svenja appears to be in the clear, and momentarily, in a handful of minutes' time, will become Ironman Italy champion here in 2022. Will also secure the qualifying slot to the VinFast 2023 Ironman World Championship. One slot on offer for our professional women today. But a lot of great race dynamics today. Big groups being busted up. Lots of place changes throughout the day. Typically in women's racing, we can see the athletes quite spread out, and there aren't quite as many overtaking of position. But today there's been a lot of back and forth amongst these women.
Yeah, we've definitely seen quite a few lead changes today. You know, Julie, as you said, Julie Duran definitely dominated the race early, even on the bike. And then, of course, it was Marguerite Olfers who really created the havoc on the bike course today. She really broke up the packs, separated that pack of 7 early. And then it was Sylvania Thos that, you know, at the end of the bike was like, yeah, not so fast, Olfers. I'm going to be right there in transition. And, you know, when Sylvania Thos crosses the finish line today, this will be her 3rd Ironman victory ever and her 2nd victory at the Ironman branded distance this year. So that would be a fantastic effort for her to have going into Kona 2 podiums for 2022 at Ironman distance and on top of the podium. So 2 first place, which looks like she's going to capture our title here today at Ironman Italy.
Well, it's definitely a confidence boost going into the World Championship in 2.5 weeks' time now. Again, historic occasion in Hawaii for the VinFast Ironman World Championship this year, where our professional women will be racing on Thursday. They will have the course to themselves. They will be followed by the men, who will race on Saturday. So given that timeline, just about 2.5 weeks for these athletes to get to the start line of the World Championship. But certainly Svenja Tos will be riding the confidence wave pretty highly there, with some great performances over the summer. And clearly she's proven with the amount that she's raced that she can handle a huge volume of racing. So I think she has proven that she recovers super well and will be fit and ready to do battle come October.
And she definitely doesn't walk away from the tough races. This is probably, you know, in terms of terrain, although we did talk about how flat races are hard because we're using the same muscle groups over and over again. You know, she's not afraid of a hard bike, that's for sure. And, you know, when she gets to Kona, you know, we know that that is a tough bike course. And, you know, her best finish so far in her career, and the only time she's done the VinFast Ironman World Championships in Hawaii was back in 2019, where she finished 20th. So top 20 for her. You know, she swam a 59.07. So I think she's improved a little bit. Her swim has definitely improved a little bit from 2019 based on the split today. She biked a 5:02.16 in Hawaii. But, you know, that's all dependent on what the wind does, you know, because sometimes you can ride around that 4.5, and sometimes you ride like in the 5:20s just based on the wind alone. And then, you know, she ran a 3:23. Definitely she has improved her run this year with Ironman France, like 3:01, and then today she's going to be right around there as well. So it looks like definitely she has improved since she went to Hawaii in 2019. So I think if she could, you know, go a little bit better and at least get, like, I think a fantastic effort for her would be a top 10, but it's going to be so hard, Dee, to break into that top 10. You know, we can count so many athletes that are so talented, and they're fantastic across all 3 sports.
Yeah, I mean, the talent, it certainly is a deep field. We say it every year, the deepest we've ever seen, the most talented we've ever seen. It doesn't get easier. It only gets harder, and the bar keeps getting raised. But one of the people raising that bar is this woman right here, Svenja Tos, An absolutely fantastic performance here today as she makes her way towards the finish line. Less than 5 kilometers for her left to run here at Ironman Italy. She's had a great, great day of it. Been chased by Julie Darren and Joanna Ryder through this marathon course, but has held strong and gotten stronger, it seems, as she's gone.
No, definitely has. And, you know, she's gone past the 36-kilometer mark. And if we look and see what the split is from Julie Duron, who's sitting in second, to Joanna Ryder, who's sitting in third. So remaining pretty steady right now. Definitely Julie Duron is holding on pretty tightly to that second place today. The gap is about 2.5, still around that 2.5 minute mark. So, you know, definitely I think we know this is going to be our podium today. And now it's just a chance of, for these athletes, ensuring that they maintain the pace that they have right now. And this is how they will finish. If nothing goes out of the ordinary right now, if there's no cramping.
It'd have to be something pretty wonky at this point.
At this point, you know,
these women are all looking pretty healthy, pretty strong, pretty steady. No one seems to be faltering. Certainly paces have changed at different rates, at different times throughout this marathon course, but none of these women look at all vulnerable to me.
You know, one thing that I haven't noticed, but it looks like she's got little sticks in her hand when she's running, because if you look at both hands, they look like she's got whatever she has in her hand. I don't know. They don't look like gels to me. They look like little sticks. What did you think, Dee Dee? Did you notice that?
Yeah, they don't necessarily look like gels. Certainly not Morton gels. It could be a sodium supplement, some salt stick type of
you're right.
thing. And actually, Sven Jatos has the same thing, one in each hand. So all of these athletes carrying by hand their own personal nutrition. Of course, amazing nutrition offered on course as well. But a lot of these athletes training in different places around the world don't all have access to the same things. So a lot of them bring their own personal nutrition with them to the race. And both of these athletes certainly carrying something through to the finish line. And great to see they're holding on to it. She hasn't abandoned it yet. She is less than 5 kilometers from the finish line, and she's not ditching it yet, right? You hold on right until the end. You've got to maintain that focus, nutrition, hydration, all the way through to the finish line.
Yeah, funny how you said that she just popped it down the front of her race suit. You know, definitely she had it in her hands, both hands, which, you know, it's like sometimes, you know, when you're running, it's like you try to balance it out. You know, sometimes if you want to just carry one gel, sometimes that feels a little bit awkward, you know, but she started off, you know, always having something in her hand quite early in the race, you know, when she grabbed her nutrition, you know, continues to go through the aid stations, you know, being smart, knowing that the race isn't over until you actually get across that finish line. But I think one of the reasons why she did that is so she could grab her hydration. You know, she popped whatever she had in her hand down the front of her top, and then as soon as she got her hydration from the Gatorade aid stations, she put them back in her hand. So interesting, a little point of interest there for you, Dee Dee.
Cheeky question: What do the men do? I mean, the jog bra it's a brilliant storage facility. I mean, I have to say, you can put just about anything down there, and it stays right with you. You don't have to worry about it. It's nice and snug. It's a true advantage for the women athletes, I think, to wear the jog bra. I think if I was a male competitor, I would wear the man bra just as a storage unit, because it's so super handy for those little nutrition bits and bobs, whether it's a Morton gel. Certainly, it's a great cooling mechanism with ice. It's a great place to store ice on a hot day. And I am truly curious. It's a serious disadvantage for our male athletes.
Yeah, you might be. I think you're right there. That's a good observation.
You heard it here first. Okay, all of our top three, our entire podium now through 37 kilometers and on their way to the finish line. That gap between second place Julie Darren and third place Joanna Ryder sits at about 2 minutes 40 seconds. So that 2.5, 2:40 gap, that is maintaining. So Julie Darren holding strong. She's going to be able to hold off Joanna Ryder, barring disaster, and Svenja well on her way to the finish line. She's got to be getting to the point where she can actually start to hear it. I'm going to guess she's about maybe 1 mile, maybe a little more than 1 mile, so not quite 2 kilometers, maybe just about 2 kilometers away from the finish line. So the excitement is building. Certainly all of the fans packing that finish line stadium there that are cheering the 70.3 athletes across the finish line have something special coming their way in the form of our women's podium. They will make their way there in a matter of minutes. I'm going to say 8-9 minutes at most for Svenja, and then they'll start coming. She leads the way, and the floodgates will open for all of these great athletes to make their way down that red carpet and celebrate that finish line.
Well, Dee, I'm just going to give you a little recap on our top 5 right now. You know, we talked about our women's leader, Svenja Thos, and then we talked about Julie Duron, our rookie. We've talked about Joanna Ryder, who's sitting in 3rd. Of course, early on, we did a lot of talking about Margaret Elfers, who was first off the bike here today and really, really charged through the field. You know, she's sitting in 4th, never finished top 4, but be wary. Katarina Grohmann is moving quickly onto that 4th place position. It's just over 1:20 right now, and that's at the 36-kilometre mark. So Margaret Elfers really is going to have to dig deep if she can maintain that 4th spot, because she definitely is losing not huge chunks of time, but it may slowly escape her, that 4th place, if she doesn't keep the pressure on and can find something special the final stages of this run leg.
Well, even look back, I mean, they're stacked up pretty tightly through 7th place. So behind Elfers, Katharina Grohmann, but also Kristen Leopold, who's a very, very good runner as well. So they are stacked up, and it's going to be an exciting finish for 4th, 5th, and 6th place as well. So that all unfolding in the closing kilometers here on the Hoka run course.
No, definitely, it's like, it's that sort of that vulnerable place right now. It's like, you know, am I going to be happy with the position that I'm in, or do I want to push that little bit harder? That, you know, these athletes are so stacked together, as you said, at that 36-kilometre mark. You know, we have, you know, athletes who are sitting about 3.5 minutes separate 4th through 7th at the 36-kilometre mark. So definitely you want to keep the pressure on, Dee, right? Because, you know, every spot that you can maintain or gain, you know, it's pretty special to finish top 5 at an Ironman distance event.
Oh, it sure is, but let's not also forget the reason why these pros are here. Total prize purse on the day of $50,000, paying 10 deep. But if in these closing kilometers you allow yourself to slip from 4th to 6th or 7th place, I mean, that's a pretty big financial swing as well. So a lot more on the line than just the place you get to put next to the race results. You know, on your webpage or wherever you post your results to your social medias, a big financial swing as well, as we see Svenja making her way. We can see the crowds getting heavier and heavier, and I see it. It's a red carpet. It's only the beginning of the red carpet. It's a very long red carpet, mind you, but here we have Svenja making her way down the red carpet. Again, that lead cyclist, we see the athletes she's overtaking. These are age group competitors in the 70.3 distance. They will be thrilled to be joined by the women's professional champion. She makes the final turn, long straightaway here along the beach towards the finish line, enjoying the celebration with the crowds, high-fiving, right, left, high fives all around for this incredible athlete who has performed so stoically today, so solid, so strong all day long as she makes her way towards the finish line. Your 2022 Ironman Italy Emilia-Romagna champion, from Germany, Svenja Tos.
She's very, very excited about it, as you would be. You know, she was solid, right? Just a little bit behind out of the water. Fantastic on the bike. I think she rode the bike really, really smart today and finished super, super strong. And, you know...
And now the emotion comes through.
Yeah.
There it is. You know, you saw it at the finish line. It was almost anger. And I think some of that has to be the frustration from perhaps the DQ in Ireland a handful of weeks ago. She did contest that. The decision was upheld. There is another level of appeal. I don't know where that stands, but that disappointment, you know, certainly at the finish line, that was what I think the primary emotion was, that frustration of righting that wrong. And now the true emotion comes through the tears of joy. She's secured the slot. And again, we see presented by Wahoo Element, the unofficial run split 2:57.26, which would be a course record, depending on what Joanna Ryder puts in.
Yeah.
Right. So that is to be determined. And again, subject to whether or not it counts because the bike course was slightly short, but an outstanding run performance is the point at the end of the day. Is Svenja going out to take a victory lap here with the fans in the stadium here as we await our second place finisher, who will be just a couple of minutes behind.
And, you know, we did talk about how she was going to use that GQ. You know, what emotion, what energy was she going to get given, you know, to prove, you know, I deserve to be champion. I'm going to be champion again. And I think that's the emotion we saw. You're exactly right. And that's why she was so emotional because, you know, to go all that way, swim 2.4 miles, bike 112 miles, then run a marathon and then get disqualified would have been so disheartening for her. But today, turned it all around, and she is our 2022 Ironman Italy champion.
Absolutely, she's been forced all day by a lot of really great competitors. In particular, this one right here, who has done some training with Svenja Tos in the past. Svenja knew how strong she could be. In her very first attempt at the Ironman distance, she's turned in a performance of a seasoned veteran. And has every reason to be optimistic for the future. Only one slot available, unfortunately, for the VinFast 2023 Ironman World Championship. That will go to Svenja Tos. But no doubt we will see the likes of Julie Darren and I'm sure Joanna Ryder on the start line a year from now at the World Championship.
Yeah, and this who we see on screen, of course, is Joanna Ryder. Fantastic effort. You know, this is typically what we see every time she gets on the start line for an Ironman. You know, we know she's not going to be up there in the swim. She sort of bides her time on the bike and then on the run manages to get herself on the podium. You know, this year, second at Ironman Brazil, third at Ironman Texas, and looks like she's going to be third here today at Ironman Italy, because of her run ability. And that ability, and I think what motivates her and sort of what gives her a lot of strength is the fact that she's so consistent with that run split. You know, since she first started racing the Ironman distance, it was always right around that 3 hours, sometimes slightly under, sometimes maybe a fraction over, but consistently, Ironman after Ironman, you know, you can go back and that does give you confidence. And, you know, she knows that if they falter up front, she's going to be ready to scoop in and get on that podium.
Well, and obviously there's a ton of potential, too, in improving her swim and her bike. She hasn't been around a huge number of years, so there's a lot of potential in the future to give herself not quite so much work to run her way onto the podium, where she has the ability to use that run to run her way onto the top step of the podium. So improving that swim, improving that bike, that's certainly going to give her the possibility to reach for that top step on the podium. And again, we've seen just such a great performance from this woman, Julie Darren, all day long. Strong swim, was confident, confidently biked within herself, moved herself back into second place into the marathon, and she's held that almost the entirety of this as she gets her feet onto the red carpet, making her way past an age group athlete in the 70.3 competition. She is going to make the final right-hand turn down the long straightaway, run down the beachfront to that finish line. Her first Ironman finish line, no doubt, will be a special moment for Julie Darren.
And, you know, what's been most impressive is she's raced her race. The entire swim, bike and run, it just felt that she had a race plan and she stuck to it.
And that's not easy for a rookie. I think as a rookie, you tend to get caught up in the athletes with experience. Oh, they're doing this. Should I do this? Is this the move on the bike that I need to be aware of? And it takes a lot of poise for a first-time Ironman athlete to show that kind of confidence in her race plan, and it will earn her second place on the day here at Ironman Italy. Julie Darren from Switzerland. She takes a knee and is greeted by the champion. Lots of emotion from both women there. Love to see it. The training partners, so happy for one another. Fierce competitors on the course. All hugs and kisses once they get across the finish line.
Fantastic rookie effort today to finish second. And, you know, super strong. First out of the water. You know, up there on, led the bike for a long time. Didn't panic when the change of leads happened. You know, stayed focused. Got out on the run, was making up some time on Svenja Thos, our winner, and then sort of definitely faded a little bit. But I don't know if it was she was fading. I just think Svenja Thos was just getting stronger and stronger and stronger as the race went on. It happened on the bike. She caught back up after she was dropped by Marguerite Elfers, came back, first out of the transition onto the run, and then the same thing happened on the run, just got stronger.
And now on the red carpet, the final step on the podium, Joanna Ryder from Switzerland. Great performance from her today. So patient through the swim where she gave herself work, was able to make up a little bit of ground on the bike, and then finally her chance to shine here on the Hoka Marathon course. I want to see what her official run split will be, likely to be the fastest on the day. Taking back her own course record that was stolen momentarily by Svenja Thos. I think we're going to see it go back into the hands of Joanna Ryder. Third place today, Ironman Italy from Switzerland, Joanna Ryder.
So this will give her her fourth podium in her career. What a fantastic effort from her today.
Whew.
Yeah.
Unofficially, 2:48.47, yep. Joanna Ryder. That's...
Smashed the course record, her own course record.
That's fast. If 3 hours was fast, that's even faster.
Well, you know, we did talk about it, right? The conditions being ideal. The athletes had talked about earlier that they thought that this wasn't going to be a fast marathon. Joanna Ryder just proved every single one of them wrong right now. Fantastic effort for her, and you know, which seems to be her typical style, right? Behind in the swim, you know, steady on the bike, and then consistent race after race. And, you know, that's going to be her fastest run that she's ever done in an Ironman.
Now, my favorite part of the day here, McKeely, not only the judgment zone as the athletes get off the bike, but here are our finish line interviews. You know, we've been speculating all day what the athletes are thinking, what they're feeling based on body language, based on race dynamics. But we're going to head down to the finish line momentarily for finish line interviews with our podium performers because I want to get the lowdown on how they felt, what was going through their minds, and what their emotions and feelings are now, particularly since two of these three women are going to back this up and race the Ironman World Championship in not even 3 weeks' time. So I'm curious to hear their thoughts on what the recovery is going to look like, massive travel plans, et cetera, et cetera. So all that, we're going to take it down to Paul Kay at the finish line any moment now. So stay tuned with us as we take it down to the finish line to hear the inside scoop from our podium performers. Third place, Joanna Ryder from Switzerland. Also from Switzerland, Julie Darren in her Ironman debut, and of course your champion from Germany, Svenja Tost. So stay with us as we make our way down to the finish line for the finish line interviews.
And Didi, I hope they ask Svenja Tost about the emotion at the end of the race. I mean, we're assuming it was from when she got disqualified not too long ago. And, you know, definitely we saw that emotion out there. So definitely I hope that's one of the questions that they ask her about the emotion, because she was so emotional when she crossed the finish line. You know, you saw it straight away. It was like a moment of relief, a moment of revenge. You know, you may have disqualified me at the last race, but I proved that I am an Ironman champion, and that's exactly what she was here today in Italy. She is our 2022 Ironman Italy women's champion.
You know, one of the great things, and she had talked about how, we're going to go down to the finish line now. So here we are with our women's champion, Svenja Tost.
Can't believe it again. I'm so happy, swim quite well. Then I took the lead quite soon at the bike, went alone for myself like a niece, and probably that's the solution what I should always do, going on the bike alone, and then just make it in a run.
Phenomenally fast time as well.
I didn't check my time actually. What was it?
37:22.
Oh my God, that's my personal best. That's amazing. Hey, whoa, thanks, Paul. Hey, thank you.
Just talk us through your emotions, thinking that maybe the race wouldn't happen, and then it did happen, and the weather was crazy yesterday, but beautiful today.
I did a race last Saturday. It was a half distance for my friend, and it was close to Royan. And we did that just as to give it a kick before Italy. It was quite okay, but coming in third didn't make me so comfortable, didn't make me so convinced that I could win today. But probably there was a really good race to prepare for. I'm in Italy, and I can't believe it. Seeing the weather yesterday, I didn't even think that we can swim, but the sea was super calm and super nice. And yeah, thank you for everyone here.
It's been a great year for you so far. The win in Nice, the win here. What's next for Svenja Tost?
I don't know what my coach is up to. Actually, he was a little worried that I'm broken after this race. If I can finish, he was even worried, but I so wanted to show that I can perform, and that's what I did today.
Indeed you did. Thank you very much. I'm in Italy, Emilia-Romagna women's champion, Svenja Tost. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, it was so hard, so much people.
It was so hard, going. Oh my God.
I can't imagine for you, it was a nightmare for me.
It's a nightmare. The last loop when your legs are so tired and you are going around
and some people run and then just...
Co? Te słowa są za płacze.
Julie Derong, you've got the #1 on your bib because it's your first Ironman. What a debut.
Yeah, that was incredibly hard. I heard that it was going to be a hard and long day, and it proved to be. So, yeah. But I'm super happy. Yeah.
I mean, on debut, to come second, to be super fast, that is what a start to your Ironman career.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, secretly, I hope to get on the podium, so to pull it off is incredible. I was most nervous about the bike, but actually I felt really strong on the bike, and then the run was just incredibly hard. I felt good for the first lap and a bit, and then I started thinking, maybe I started out a bit too fast, and then yeah, after 25K, it was a big suffering.
Any dark moments during that marathon when you thought, oh my goodness, what did I decide to do?
Yeah, when I had the plan to start drinking Coke in the or in the third lap, and then at the first aid station I missed the Coke, and then I was like, shit! For one moment, it's like, okay, that's a sign I'm starting to suffer. So I just tried to focus on fueling, on getting the drinks, on getting the Coca-Cola, and just taking one foot in front of the other and holding on for a second to get to the finish line.
It's been a packed course full of athletes, but full of spectators as well. Amazing emotions on the finish line.
Yeah, definitely. The spectators on and off the course, other athletes were cheering me on, so that was incredible. Thank you to everyone, especially my mom who came here to support me and was a super great supporter, and of course the whole organization and the volunteers. We were supposed to race yesterday. I was really gutted when the race was cancelled, so I'm even happier to have the race today, and what a day to have it. Yeah.
Congratulations, a wonderful second place. Julie Deron, what a debut. You are an Ironman.
I am now, thank you.
Thank you. Joanna. Congratulations, Joanna Rieter. They often say that the objective is to beat your bib number. Your bib number is number 4, you came 3.
Exactly. When I was 4, I was like, okay, one step to go. But yeah, exactly.
Tell us about your race.
I had a really bad swim. A bit like always. I'm always disappointed with my swim. You know, in Switzerland we only have like flat lakes, so I really have to train in water with waves. And otherwise, the bikes was good. I did my personal best with the watt and with the time, I think. So yeah, I was happy with that. I was scared with lots of the people on the bike course, but it was okay. Just the beginning of the second round was a bit too busy, but otherwise, no, I was pretty good, pretty alone, so that was good. And otherwise, the run, I began too fast. My coach will be super angry because he said, don't go too fast at the beginning. And I was like, yeah, but I'm feeling good. And in fact, I took the rhythm of the guys doing the half Ironman. I was like, well, it's quite fast, but it will be okay. But at the end, the third and last round, the 2 last rounds, I was dying. And then I knew Julie wasn't that far away. And I was like, yeah, it's her first Ironman. Maybe she will collapse just before the finish line. I can have her, but I was also collapsing. So, yeah, they are super strong. Like, I'm super proud that Switzerland, Svenja lives in Switzerland. She is from Switzerland, me too. So that's a great podium for Switzerland today.
Seems like the Swiss alpine air is good for Ironman.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
Joanna, congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you to all the organizers, all the volunteers, the local people, because they did amazing work this night to make it possible. So thank you to all those people. Thank you. Merci. Grazie.
There we go, we've had our interview with the we are ready to present you the flower ceremony a moment from now. Like the superheroes. Fourth place today was something like this. Worst position, 15 points. Gabriella Zanika having a 6th place. Margaret Evans in 7th position.
Great finish line interviews with our women's podium from our friend Paul Kay down in the Hyper Ice recovery zone. Always so insightful to hear from our podium winners in the Hyper Ice recovery zone as they're getting their recovery on and getting ready for the podium ceremony. You are watching Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna, brought to you by Gatorade. The greatest never settle. And back down to the Hyper Ice recovery zone where our women's podium will have a celebration of their day of excellence. Each of our women will be called up and given some lovely flowers, perhaps an athletic brew, I'm not sure, but they'll have a celebration for sure to celebrate their magnificent performances on the day. We saw so many great performances, and while our women get ready to take to the podium, I just want to update everyone. 4th place from Germany, Katharina Grohmann. In 5th place, also from Germany, Kristen Leopold ran her way into 5th place. Gabriela Zelenka factored in so much on the bike. She finished in 6th. And Margaret Elfers, who had battled so hard for so long, faded to 7th place. But still, I believe that's the highest she's ever finished in an Iron mid-distance race. So a lot to be proud of for the women 4th through 7th place. And let's take it down now. We're going to go to the podium and walk you through our race results on the day as the women get ready to celebrate their achievement here at Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. Getting ready to be called up by our race announcer, Paul Kay. We will talk you through the highlights of their performances and how they landed where they did as the athletes talk through the war stories. One of my favorite parts, of course, in 3rd place, Joanna Ryder from Switzerland. She was back a bit in the swim. We heard her say she was disappointed with her swim, had a best power effort on the bike, of course, the best time, knowing that the course was a little bit short due to some logistics, but still a great performance, ran her way through the field, had some work to do, but finds her way onto the 3rd step of the podium. From Switzerland, Joanna Ryder. And of course, our Iron rookie no more. It was Julie Darren, our swim leader, who led for a lot of the bike leg. She was finally overtaken, but biked her own race, raced her own race, said she felt super comfortable on the bike. She was a bit nervous about that. Had a great marathon performance as well to land her in 2nd place on Ironman Debut. From Switzerland, Julie Darren. And our champion had a strong swim, went to the front of the bike and fought there for a long time, was overtaken briefly by Margaret Elfers from Germany. Biked back up to Margaret, came off the bike in 2nd, first out of transition, and never looked back. With a smoking marathon on the day, good enough to take the top step on the podium. From Germany, Svenja Tos. And flowers and athletic brews all around for our podium of women here today at Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. What these women overcame, what all of these competitors overcame, the uncertainty after the cancellation yesterday, the opportunity to get to race thanks to some massive scrambling by race organizers and local officials. Those are some happy women having the opportunity to race and the opportunity to shine. Our women's podium, Ironman Italy 2022.
And Dee Dee, how emotional was it for our winner? You know, after being disqualified not too long ago, you know, you could really see that emotion that Svenja Tos had. And then you saw the emotion of Julie Duran, right? This was her Ironman debut. You know, she secretly hoped she'd get on the podium, and that's exactly what she did. And then you had our 3rd place finisher, Joanna Ryder. Fantastic effort on the run today. Struggled on the swim. It definitely was a little bit choppy over there. So typically if you are a little bit weaker in the swim, that will definitely have a huge impact on your race. But What an awesome effort. Yeah, a little bit shorter on the bike, but still amazing times from our podium females today.
Well, certainly the conditions that didn't look too optimistic yesterday gave great opportunity for these women today, and boy, did they capitalize. We're going to take a quick break before we wrap up the show, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And our women's podium here today, Svenja Tos, Julie Darren, and Joanna Ryder. Exciting racing all around for a race that almost didn't happen. McKeely, let's walk through what happened on the day. Take us through the action as we proceeded on a race that almost didn't happen.
No, you're exactly right. You know, the anticipation from delaying the start, and then the organisers got the race up and going. What a fantastic effort. So we had 2 races going on, the Ironman distance and the 70.3.
Even you and I, are we staying? Are we going? What's happening here? But things got underway on the beach here this morning, 7:15 a.m. start. We noticed a bit of texture on the water and thought perhaps it's going to be a challenging swim for our athletes. The athletes got underway as the women took to the sea, and very early on, it was Julie Darren to the start of the swim.
Yeah, fantastic effort on her Ironman debut. We knew she was going to be the one to focus on in the swim, and that's exactly what happened. First out of the water, course record, looked absolutely fantastic. But, you know, that chase group, we had some great athletes in that chase group, Dee Dee.
That's right. It was a course record swim for Julie Darren as she made her way through one of the longest transitions in Ironman racing. Big opportunity for some of the runners there to make up some ground. The athletes gave chase as they made their way onto the full gas bike course. The first one out, of course, was Julie Darren. In her first Ironman attempt, she showed the poise of a true seasoned veteran out on an Ironman race course, but included the flying leap to show her short course skills.
And, you know, there was a long time that we saw Chantal Santerre in second place, but Julie Darren had such a fantastic bike and raced her race, and I think that's why she was so successful.
And of course, it was Svenja Tos who went back and forth with the group while it was a larger group, but she persevered, eventually moving to the front of that group, eventually overtaking race leader Julie Darren.
And then, of course, you saw, I think, the athlete that had the biggest impact. You know, definitely Svenja Tos, who we see right now. She was super strong on the bike. And then the person that really impressed me on the bike, of course, was Margaret Elfers. Fantastic effort, was first off the bike, but Svenja Tos caught up after losing some time to her.
Yeah, I think it was telling that Svenja was feeling pretty good when she was able to close down the gap that Margaret had established. And it was quick work through transition for the German, Svenja Tos. She was off and running before Margaret even got her shoes on, and she never looked back. She looked great from the first few steps she took onto the Hoka Marathon course. Of course, the third athlete onto course was Julie Darren. She'd given up a little bit of time in the closing kilometers of the bike, but immediately went to work reeling in Margaret Elfers.
And our rookie, what a fantastic job she did today. Julie Darren actually started to put a little bit of time into our race leader, Svenja Tos. But that was not what the end result showed. You definitely saw Svenja Thos really, really show where her strength is today. And that was in the closing stages of this run. As Julie Dern started to fade, you saw Svenja Thos just get stronger and stronger.
And of course, it was Joanna Reeder, from Switzerland, who put together the run performance we knew she would. It was too little too late to stand on the top step. That would belong to the German Svenja Thos. Of course, following in second place would be the woman on debut from Switzerland also, Julie Dern.
Fantastic effort for her to come out in her first Ironman and finish second and go under 9 hours.
And an exciting day for Joanna Reeder, who can notch another podium performance across the Ironman distance with a smoking fast marathon, the fastest on the day at 2:48:47, our women's podium. McKeely, we really enjoyed meeting some of our athletes today, and our Race Week series, A Fighting Chance, does an excellent job at going behind the scenes with our pro athletes. So if you missed any of those, I want to remind our viewers that you can watch the full episodes on our Ironman Now channel on Facebook, on YouTube, or on Twitch. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of Ironman Italy, Emilia-Romagna. Tune in September 25th for our live coverage of Ironman 70.3 Augusta at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And keep an eye out for more details regarding our live coverage of the 2 days of coverage of the VinFast Ironman World Championship, racing on October 6th and 8th. Enjoy the amazing moments and images from today. For McKeely Jones, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer saying thank you for tuning in.